plane crash which claimed the lives of 241 individuals. What we understand is that the DNA samples have confirmed the identities of 92 victims. And what we know is that after the identification of the victims, so far 33 bodies have been handed over to the families of these victims. And as far as the DNA sampling is concerned, 92 victims have been identified. We have Gopi joining us live. Gopi, 92 DNA samples have been matched with the victims. Tell us the latest from ground zero, Gopi.
Well, just a short while back, Deepak, it was the additional medical superintendent, Dr. Rajneesh Patel, who had addressed the media, and he had informed us that over 92 samples DNA has been matched, while what we are also learning is bodies of 33 DNAs which have been matched have already been handed over to the family. While right now we are standing right outside the mortuary complex of Civil Hospital, from where Vijay Rupani's body will be taken to Rajkot's Hirasar Airport at 11:30. While BJP leaders have started arriving at the mortuary campus, what we can tell our viewers is Prerak Shah, who is the BJP president of Ahmedabad, is here along with the former Home Minister Govardhan Jhadafia. He is also here. We are expecting many other leaders to reach here in short time, while the Health Minister Rishikesh Patel is also here. While what we can tell our viewers regarding the last rites of Vijay Rupani is that his mortal remains will be taken to Rajkot, and his remains will be reaching there at 2 p.m. While later in the day there's a huge procession which is planned in Rajkot from his residence to Ramnath Para crematorium, and his last rites are going to happen between 5 to 6 p.m. This is the information that we can give our viewers as of now. Back to you.
Thank you, Gopi, for joining me with the latest from 11 a.m. viewers. The final journey of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani will begin, and we'll get you all those live pictures from Rajkot. But it's time for us to shift our focus to the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, because security has been heightened by the ITBP as the first batch of pilgrims leave from Uttar Pradesh. Here's a quick report. Preparations are in full swing for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra in Sikkim's Gangtok. As the first batch of pilgrims for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra departs from Uttar Pradesh, security forces are stepping up measures to ensure a smooth and safe pilgrimage. The Indo-Tibetan Border Police, under the sector headquarters in Gangtok, has made comprehensive arrangements to support the yatris along the route.
सबसे पहले तो हमें बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि 5 साल के बाद ये यात्रा नाथुला रास्ते से फिर से स्टार्ट हो रही है। जो भी सरकार ने हमको जवाबदारी दी है इस रूट से यात्रा कराने के लिए, जिसमें यात्रियों की सुरक्षा से लेकर उसी तरह के जो सुविधा उनको उपलब्ध करानी है, हम लोगों ने अपनी पूरी तैयारी कर रखी है और सारे तैयारियों का हमने जायजा भी लिया है। हम बहुत उत्सुक हैं सारे यात्रियों के स्वागत करने के लिए।
Senior officials have inspected the logistical and security setups, reviewing ground level readiness across transit points.
ये अलग अलग चीज़ों के लिए अलग अलग जिम्मेवारी भारत सरकार देती है। तो जो यात्रा के लिए जो मेडिकल कवर, फाइनल मेडिकल, सुरक्षा और इस तरह की जो सुविधा है वो हमारी जवाबदारी है, और वो जवाबदारी शुरू से लेकर आखिर तक होती है।
With coordination from local authorities and active support from the people of Sikkim, the region is geared up to host pilgrims from across the country. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra through Sikkim route remains one of the most spiritually significant and challenging journeys, demanding meticulous planning and robust support systems. Security personnel will remain deployed round the clock to ensure safety of pilgrims. With that, viewers, it's time for us to slip into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll get you two stories in focus. The first will be the central government that is now all set to issue a gazette notification to conduct the 16th caste census. Along with that, We'll also get you the latest updates from West Asia as massive destruction has been witnessed on both sides as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes for the fourth consecutive day. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
كل شيء ماي زوني بوغاخ.
Welcome back, viewers. Let's now cut across to some breaking news coming in from Lucknow Airport. An airplane carrying pilgrims from Saudi Arabia narrowly escaped a major tragedy because the flight carrying over 250 Hajj pilgrims from Saudi Arabia had a very terrifying landing. Smokes and sparks were seen shooting out of the aircraft's wheels as it touched down. The Saudi Airlines flight SP3112 was packed with passengers returning from their pilgrimage when the drama unfolded on the runway. Viewers, but here's the crucial part. All passengers are now safe thanks to the quick response from the airport's fire and rescue teams. These are the visuals that we have, and we'll also get you the ground updates in just a few moments from now. But let's tell you what exactly happened. A major tragedy was narrowly averted just moments ago. A flight carrying around 250 pilgrims, viewers, had a very terrifying landing. Smoke and sparks were seen shooting out of the plane, and all thanks to the quick response team there from the airport's fire and rescue teams, that a major tragedy was averted. All passengers are now safe, but these are the dramatic visuals that we have for you from Lucknow Airport. These are the pictures that we have for you from the Lucknow Airport, and the important update is that all passengers are safe thanks to the quick response from the airport's fire and rescue teams. In fact, we'll get more voices on this particular breaking news, viewers, because this is a major tragedy that has been averted thanks to the quick thinking of the fire and safety department there at the airport. The plane, while landing, there was smoke and sparks coming out of it, as it was a very terrifying landing for all these 250 pilgrims who were on board this Saudi Arabian flight. It was coming back from Saudi Arabia after these pilgrims completed their Hajj. And when the plane was landing, panic and chaos unfolded inside the aircraft, because we've seen what happened in Ahmedabad. A plane crashed into the hostel of a medical college, and this was another major tragedy that was averted in the nick of time. As soon as the airport staff saw smoke and sparks coming out of the aircraft, the fire safety department and the fire department, along with the rescue teams, rushed to the runway and they doused these flames. And the latest update is that all the pilgrims are safe on board. We have Shivangi joining us live. Shivangi, tell us what happened at the Lucknow airport. This was a major tragedy that has been averted thanks to the quick thinking of the rescue teams.
Yes, we're getting some initial reports coming in right now. I just want to take our viewers through what we know about the story. Now, this is coming the backdrop, Deepak, of all the other technical snags we have been seeing. We also saw the Lufthansa flight go back to the airport at Frankfurt. That news had come in the morning. But let's put those pictures out. This is Lucknow. The flight has caught fire. Sparks were seen coming out of this flight, wheels of the plane. When the plane full of Hajj pilgrims from Saudi Arabia landed, there were 250 passengers on board the plane. Due to the alertness of the airport staff, all the passengers were disembarked safely. Smoke and sparks came out from the wheel of the Saudi Arabia Airlines plane that landed at Lucknow airport. The fire team reached and the situation right now is under control. So this is a flight landing in Lucknow after smoke and spark was seen. And we know that the 250 passengers were on board this plane. So now the question is, Deepak, is that this is just one of the many incidents that we've been seeing in the past. Remember that there was an Air India flight which had to return to the airport that before it was leaving from Thailand to India, it had to make an emergency landing because of a bomb threat. And then there was a Lufthansa flight, once again, we reported the story in the morning, which had to land back at Frankfurt airport. That flight was also coming back to India. It was a flight carrying passengers to India. Now we see this flight landing in Lucknow after sparks were seen. So just one of the many incidents which is coming out, but the question remains, and what Republic is highlighting is that passenger safety is the utmost important, and the focus is right now gone into making sure that the right SOPs and the right when we talk about filtering out any kind of issues that these passengers might face when they board the plane. So these are some of the top questions that we are raising right now because the entire focus has definitely gone into passenger safety, especially after that biggest aviation tragedy of the Ahmedabad plane.
That's right, Shivangi. It was a very rough landing for these pilgrims on board that aircraft coming back from Saudi Arabia. Tell us about the aftermath, because definitely there will be a probe into what exactly went down. And just a couple of days back, we've seen how the Union Civil Aviation Minister has also chaired a crucial meeting. A multidisciplinary committee has also been formed for the fresh SOPs and also the latest guidelines. Shivangi, tell us about the aftermath. In fact, Shivangi, hold your thoughts. We also have Raghvendra joining us live from Ground Zero. Raghvendra, it was a very, very tense moment for all those 250 plus passengers on board that aircraft. What's the latest that you're picking up in the aftermath?
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये एक बड़ा हादसा टलने से टल गया है। जिस तरह से आज सऊदी अरबिया से लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर एक बड़ी फ्लाइट आती है, वो लैंडिंग करती है, पता नहीं क्या कारण रहा जो कि ये बराबर आना जाना होता है, इस तरह की चीजें नहीं रही। लेकिन जो अभी ये 11:30 के करीब जो फ्लाइट आई है, इसमें 250 यात्री क्रू मेंबर लेकर के सवार हैं, और जब वो लैंड की तो उसमें से धुआं निकलता है, प्रेशर बनता है, और उसके बाद उसमें से चिंगारी निकलती है। वाकई में उसको कंट्रोल किया गया, वहां पर फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम पहुंची, उसको पूरी तरह से सिचुएशंस को हैंडल किया गया। लेकिन अगर यह प्रेशर और अधिक होता और अचानक आग अगर बढ़ जाती, चिंगारी अगर आग में बदल जाती तो बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था। अभी आपने देखा कुछ दिन पहले टेक ऑफ करते हुए ही कैसे अहमदाबाद में कितने लोग मौत के मुंह में समा गए, और ऐसे एक बड़ा हादसा लखनऊ में टल गया है। वाकई में ये एक देखा जाए उन लोगों के लिए एक ऐसा क्षण था जो लोग डर गए थे, भयभीत हुए कि अचानक यह क्या हो गया, और रनवे से भी उतर गया। उसमें भी एक हड़बड़ाहट मच गई। जो पैसेंजर्स थे उनको लगा कि ये जो लैंडिंग हुई उसके बाद क्यों अफरा तफरी जैसा माहौल है। तो कहीं ना कहीं यात्रियों में पहले से भी एक डर का माहौल था और इस घटना के बाद वह और अंदर डरे सहमे नजर वहां पर आ रहे। लोग अब निकले होंगे चर्चा करते हुए कि हम तो बच गए, और वाकई में यह लोग बच गए। घटना जो है वो टल गई, नहीं तो लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर भी एक बड़ा विमान हादसा देखने को जरूर मिलता। लेकिन चूंकि किस्मत ठीक थी इन लोगों की, इसलिए यह हादसा भी टल गया। जी
Well, Shivangi is also live with me. Shivangi, as far as the aftermath is concerned, has there been any, preliminary investigation into what exactly went down? Because this was a major catastrophe that was averted because of, the alertness of the emergency teams.
Our colleague Raghvendra is getting us all those details, Deepak. But right now, of course, the investigation will continue. But it was a close call for those 250 plus passengers. But speaking just about this, as investigation will continue in this case, let's give our viewers a little bit of entire summary when it comes to the airline safety measures that the Indian government has decided to take, especially after what we have seen in the past few days. And let's not forget, as a nation keeps mourning and remembering the Ahmedabad plane crash tragedy, there are some certain measures which the government wants to implement. So we're talking about the committee which will be put in place, will focus on formulating standard operating procedures for preventing and handling such occurrences in the future. We also know that there will be a comprehensive guideline to prevent such incidents in the future. And the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau will already probe this fatal crash. So we're talking, this crash relates to the crash, the Ahmedabad plane crash, but it also extends to any other issue of passenger safety and any other issue of airline safety. I want to go back to Raghvendra, who's joining us right now, because Raghvendra is tracking the story very, very closely. Raghvendra, do we know what caused sparks on that plane which landed in Lucknow?
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये आज सुबह ये चूंकि एयरपोर्ट के अंदर का मामला है तो वहां पे हम लोगों को जाना थोड़ा सा रिस्ट्रिक्टेड है। वहां पे मौके पे अंदर नहीं जा सकते, पहुंच नहीं सकते, हम उस फ्लाइट को नजदीक से नहीं दिखा सकते, उस सिचुएशंस को नहीं दिखा सकते। लेकिन जो अंदर की खबर आई, जिस तरह से वीडियो भी आया, मैंने वीडियो भी डाला है, जिस तरह से वहां के एयरपोर्ट के हवाले से आया है, वाकई में सिचुएशन बहुत गंभीर थी। धुआं साफ दिख रहा था और चिंगारी साफ दिख रही थी। पैसेंजर उसमें यात्री बैठे हुए थे 250 के करीब। अब सोचिए कि ये बड़ी जहाज सऊदी अरब से दूर से यात्रा, जैसे कि अभी जो ये लंदन वाली जो फ्लाइट थी वो भी अहमदाबाद से लंदन उसको जाना था, वो कितना दूर जाने वाली थी। तो ऐसे में उसमें भी बाकायदे पूरी तैयारी करके लोग निकलने वाले थे, लेकिन हादसा हो गया। ऐसे में ये सऊदी अरब से आ रही थी, बड़ा ये मतलब बड़ा प्लेन था, इसमें बड़ा ज्यादा से ज्यादा इसमें मैक्सिमम ईंधन भी होता है। तो ऐसे में यह जो चिंगारी निकली कंट्रोल हो गई, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि कंट्रोल हो गई। लोग वहां मौके पर पहुंच गए, सिचुएशंस को संभाल लिए, नहीं तो ये बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था। सोचिए कि लोग अपने वतन आ चुके थे, सऊदी अरब से लोग यहाँ आ चुके थे, आने के बाद अगर यह हादसा हो जाता तो कितनी बड़ी बात होती। तो ऐसे में यही कहेंगे कि इन लोगों का भाग्य इनके साथ था, एक बड़ा हादसा टल गया। और वाकई में जो सिचुएशन चल रहा है, लोग जो फ्लाइट्स के प्रति जो लोगों का एक डर दिख रहा है, तमाम तरह के सोशल मीडिया पे बातचीत चल रही है कि क्या अब हवाई यात्रा सुरक्षित नहीं रह गया है। देखा जा रहा है कि अब तक लाखों लोगों की जान जा चुकी है तमाम इन विमान दुर्घटनाओं में। तो ऐसे में ये लखनऊ की जो अभी एक कहा जाए सफल लैंडिंग है, क्योंकि थोड़ी बहुत दिक्कतें हुई वो घटना में नहीं बदली। लेकिन क्यों ये प्रेशर हुआ, क्यों चिंगारी निकली, क्यों वहां पे रनवे से ये फ्लाइट जो है ये रनवे से उतर गया और धुआं क्यों निकला, इसकी पूरी जांच होगी और इसकी जांच रिपोर्ट भी सामने आएगी।
Well, Raghvendra and Shivangi, stay on with me because I have Ajay Dubey also joining us live. Ajay, reports are suggesting that there was a hydraulic oil leak that led to this, rough landing of the Saudi aircraft. Tell us about what the preliminary cause could have been.
See, this is part of investigation, and the important most part is that everything is all right. And the important part is right now the aviation department, Indian aviation, the bureaucrats, they are also looking for the cause, and the senior bureaucrats from Saudi, they are also related with this issue because this flight is from Saudi. They are also investigating this issue, and all the passengers, they are safe. The crew, they are totally safe. But the reason is still to be discussed, still to be found. There is a reason behind the vehicle. And whatever happened at that time, they are investigating this scenario also because this is happening just few days after the Ahmedabad incidents. They are investigating this issue. They are finding the reasons, and the senior bureaucrats from Delhi are related with the aviation department, related with the Air Force also. They are also investigating this issue because it is a matter of concern. It is also related with foreign affairs issue. So the Saudi consultant, they are also involved into this. So this is what is happening right now. This is happening in Lucknow airport. And the important part is that all the passengers are safe and investigation is going further.
Shivangi, what we understand is that fortunately all passengers are safe. It wasn't a major tragedy and it was averted in the nick of time. Take us through what exactly happened at the time of landing and what happened as far as the relief operations are concerned.
That is right. Well, you know, as we are tracking the story very closely, we are coming to know that this plane took off from Jeddah 11:30 p.m. The plane reached Lucknow at 6:30 a.m. The takeoff and landing were very normal. So the takeoff and landing were very normal. But this incident happened when the plane was coming on the taxiway after landing on the runway. So just after the landing is when the sparks and the fire was seen. And that's when panic struck. Fortunately, all these passengers are safe, Deepak. So the takeoff, I repeat, the takeoff and landing were perfectly normal. But when the plane touched the taxiway, when it touched the ground, when it touched the runway, that's when the sparks were seen, Deepak. But before we go to our reporters again, I also want to highlight to our viewers is that that center has formed. The center had formed a high-level panel to investigate any kind of faults when it comes to airlines and aircraft in India, but also collaborate with international airlines and international organizations to make sure that passenger safety is taken care of. Because, you know, a lot of Indians, they fly, Deepak, in all parts of the world. We have Indians who make our country proud and they fly to study, to work, to represent India, and their safety comes at the top. Deepak.
Right, Shivangi, we have Ajay Dubey. Ajay, tell us about how the passengers have reacted, because 250 passengers, this is no small, aircraft, and every single life is of paramount importance. And when they got to know, according to reports, when they got to know, they initially panicked, but then after that, the plane was then brought to the taxiway and all the passengers disembarked, Ajay. In fact, Ajay will come back with us, but we have Raghvendra with us. Raghvendra, it was a terrifying moment for all those 250 passengers. But tell us about whether they have disembarked the plane or are there checks being conducted before the passengers come out?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, अगर अब मैं लखनऊ की सिचुएशंस की बात करूं तो लखनऊ में अभी मौसम भी बहुत सही है, क्लियर है, धूप भी निकली हुई है, हवाएं भी तेज नहीं है, मौसम बिल्कुल भी खराब नहीं है जिसके लिए यह कहा जाए कि क्या कुछ अचानक कुछ ऐसी बातें उनको करनी पड़े। तो सिचुएशंस जो है मौसम का वो बिल्कुल ठीक है। लेकिन हाँ, एक बात यह है कि लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट की जो टीम है वो यहाँ की जो सिविल एविएशन के जो कुछ यहाँ पे कर्मचारी होंगे वो दिल्ली से संपर्क करेंगे, दिल्ली में पूरी रिपोर्ट देंगे, दिल्ली से सिविल एविएशन मिनिस्ट्री को पूरी डिटेल देंगे। वहां से, चूंकि ये इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट है, ये सऊदी से आ रही है, सऊदी के वहां पे उसमें पायलट्स होंगे और चूंकि हैंडल भी पूरी तरह से सऊदी गवर्नमेंट के तरफ से ही हो रहा होगा, तो भारत सरकार जो सिविल एविएशन है वह सऊदी से संपर्क करेगा, उनसे बातचीत करेगा और ये कंबाइन इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा कि आखिर लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर जब सऊदी की फ्लाइट उतरती है तो क्यों धुआं निकलता है, ये रनवे से क्यों बाहर जाती है, क्यों रनवे से दूर जाकर ये जाती है जिसके कारण चिंगारी निकलती है। 250 पैसेंजर्स की जान उसमें फंसी थी, लोग एक दूर की यात्रा करके आ रहे थे, लैंडिंग होती है, लैंडिंग में इस तरह से अफरा तफरी होती है, तो वाकई में लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट के जो कर्मचारी होंगे सिविल एविएशन डिपार्टमेंट के, वो दिल्ली रिपोर्ट करेंगे। दिल्ली जो है वो सऊदी गवर्नमेंट से वहां पर बातचीत करेगी और फिर जाकर कहीं न कहीं इस पर जरूर बातचीत होगी, इन पूरे तथ्यों पर, आखिर ये घटना कैसे हुई, कैसे टल गई, क्या कुछ रहा, तो इस पर जल्द ही पूरी रिपोर्ट आएगी दोनों गवर्नमेंट, चाहे वो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट की बात हो या सऊदी गवर्नमेंट की बात हो।
Right, Raghavendra, thank you for joining us with those details. In fact, viewers, we have another air scare that has been reported, and this time it was on an Air India flight number AI315, which was operating from Hong Kong to Delhi. It was forced to take a U-turn back mid-air this morning after a suspected technical snag was reported, and the flight made a U-turn and landed safely at the Hong Kong airport around 9:29 a.m. local time. All passengers have been deboarded and the aircraft is currently being inspected. The airline claims it was a precautionary move, but this raises fresh questions on aircraft health, the technical snags, the safety checks, and the rising number of mid-air scares. Harsha is joining us live. Harsha, a very good morning to you, Harsha. You know, back-to-back air scares, this one on an Air India flight AI315. Tell us what exactly happened on this flight. Why did it take a U-turn?
So Deepak, it's a Hong Kong Delhi Boeing 787 AI359. As you yourself mentioned, it was first scheduled to depart at around 6:20 a.m. in the morning, but already it was 3 hours late. It took off at 9:20 a.m. and just after and just mid-air when it was airborne at 9:29, the aircraft suddenly made an emergency landing back to Hong Kong airport, and there was some technical snag in the aircraft. And also, pilot clearly have stated that there's some serious issue with so many Boeings of the Air India. Now we are learning that this is Boeing 787 only of the Air India, which has been reported that there's a technical snag, not only the landing gear but on the wings of the plane as well. Right now what we know is that all the passengers have been deported. Also the safety checks and the inspections of the Boeing 787 at Lucknow airport is being done. But the major concern, Deepak, is here that day before yesterday only, the DGCA had ordered the Air India that all the Boeing will go through a thorough inspection and checks, and after that only the Boeing will take off. That means this Boeing also would have gone through safety check, the inspection. After being inspected in and out, each and every equipment, how can Boeing again and again go through technical snags, reporting technical snags in landing gear, in engine, in the wings of the plane? There is some serious issue here which needs to be resolved as soon as possible, because since yesterday there was one Delhi Vadodara Air India aircraft which reported technical snag. Today it's Boeing 787, same
That's
Boeing
right.
787
Most of these aircrafts, Harsha, like you mentioned, are Boeing 787, and the DGCA must pay real, attention to all these flights despite the checks being ordered. It seems like nothing has been done, and that's why another air scare was witnessed. Many thanks, Harsha, for joining me with those details.
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Ashwarya Kapoor and we have a breaking news coming in from Karnataka, where a widow was allegedly blackmailed by a Kerala priest after a nude video call. Now, one person has been arrested. The police are searching for the chief priest. In a disturbing case of exploitation and blackmail, a Bengaluru-based widow has accused priests from a prominent temple in Thrissur in Kerala of coercing her into appearing nude on a video call and later attempting to sexually assault her. And one priest now has been arrested, while the chief priest is right now on the run. A shocking case of alleged blackmail by a priest from Kerala. A Karnataka widow has alleged that she was blackmailed. Now, one of the priests has been arrested in the case. However, the chief priest is right now on the run. A disturbing case of exploitation, blackmail. And this widow hails from Bengaluru, and she has accused these priests. And these priests hail from a prominent temple in Thrissur in Kerala. And she alleges that these priests coerced her into appearing nude on a video call and later attempted to sexually assault her. And police are right now looking for more accused in the case. Let's get more details. We have Lakshmi is joining us from Bengaluru for more on that story. What you can tell us about this story, because there was a case yesterday as well. We heard about one of the priests in Kerala also allegedly raping a 16-year-old boy, and now a widow from Bengaluru has alleged blackmail by Kerala priest. What are the updates that you are getting in that story? All right, I will try to connect back with our reporter in Bengaluru there. But what we do know in the case at this moment is that a widow from Bengaluru has alleged that she was allegedly blackmailed by priests from Kerala. These priests hail from a very prominent temple. And we have more news coming in from Karnataka. A massive political clash has erupted inside the Shiva Moga Central Jail. JDS worker was assaulted by Congress inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war behind the walls. And our colleague Sri Lakshmi is joining us from Bengaluru for more on that story. Sri Lakshmi, we can see those visuals from inside the jail. And this particular prison, if you talk about Shiva Moga jail, last year it was also in controversy. The staff there had alleged that the inmates threw stones at them. And now this massive political clash erupting from inside the jail. What more can you tell us about the story?
Yes, we are getting the update saying that political clash has happened in a clash which has happened during last elections. There was enmity between these two groups of Congress workers and JDS workers. Now, this JDS worker has been taken into jail yesterday, and these Congress workers who were already in jail had attacked him. Ironically, this attack has been video recorded, and it is there out now, and it is getting viral among both the parties, among the workers of both the parties. Now, the big question is how can mobile can be taken inside the jail and video record these things? We can even remember that this kind of VVIP preferential treatment during the time of Darshan, the actor, superstar Darshan's case here in Parapanagrahara jail, Bangalore. That has created huge buzz. Now the big question is, even after those incidents, are these mobiles are allowed inside the jail, even in two-tier cities like Shimoga? This itself is the big question. And even after this much of news spreading in thereafter also, no action has been taken against the officer who has been, who has been responsible for these kind of activities. Now the big question is how this kind of incidents can take place inside the jail, and why the mobiles are allowed inside the jail. Now also no report, no action, and what if things like murder happens, and there is huge threat to the jail inmates. That's what people are claiming.
Right. Thank you so much, Sri Lakshmi, for all those details on that story from Bengaluru. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in a scathing critique of the Congress party's foreign policy stance. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey took to social media platform X to accuse the opposition Congress of ignorance and hypocrisy. Now, BJP MP alleged that the Congress party has been misled by Pakistan's propaganda regarding General Munir's visit and contrasted this with India's robust foreign policy under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A scathing critique of the Congress party by BJP MP Nishikant Dubey there, accusing the Congress party of ignorance and hypocrisy, especially related to foreign policy. All right, and Nishikant Dubey alleging that the Congress party has been misled by Pakistan's propaganda. It has become the Pakistan's mouthpiece, and this is especially regarding General Munir's visit, and he contrasted Congress party's ignorance and hypocrisy with related to the foreign policy stance with India's robust policy under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He praised the foreign policy of the country under Prime Minister Narendra Modi and said that the opposition Congress was ignorant and hypocrite as well. And we have more breaking news coming in. There has been a blast inside a mosque in Handwara. 3 individuals have sustained injuries in the explosion, and the injured have been shifted to the GMC Handwara for medical treatment. So what kind of blast it was, the details are sketchy, but what we do know that during the construction of a mosque in Handwara, this blast occurred. 3 individuals have sustained injuries. They have been rushed to the hospital in Handwara for medical treatment. What kind of blast it was and the details of the construction that was going on at the mosque's site is unclear at the moment. What we do know that there has been a blast inside the mosque. All right, a big story coming in from Handwara. There has been a blast inside a mosque, and this happened during the construction of a mosque there. But 3 people have been injured in this blast. Further details are awaited right now. But what we do know is that construction work was ongoing when this incident happened, and this blast triggered panic among the nearby residents and workers. And authorities have also launched an investigation to determine the cause of the explosion. All right, Zeenat, our colleague, is now joining us on the phone line for more details. Zeenat, what details you can provide us? What kind of blast it was? We understand that 3 people have been rushed to the hospital. What more details you can provide us?
See, the construction work was going on when this incident happened, and it was more like a blast, mysterious blast that occurred just during the construction of a mosque in Handwara. The construction of the mosque is going on in Handwara, where this explosion has taken place, and in this explosion, some 3 people, the individuals, have sustained the injuries in the explosion, and also they have been shifted to GMC Handwara for the medical treatment. Although the authorities here have launched an investigation to determine the cause of the explosion, but we are not picking more further details whether this was a terror-related incident or it is just the incident, the blast that has taken place that has resulted into the injuries of the 3 individuals, though have been shifted to a medical hospital for the treatment, and the investigations are further going on.
All right. Thank you so much, Zeenat, for those details there. And viewers, we need to move on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached Cyprus as the first stop of his 3-nation tour. And the idea is to strengthen bilateral relations and explore cooperation in various fields, including trade, investment and technology. He was received at the airport by the Cyprus president and very heartfelt warm welcome by the members of the Indian diaspora as well. And Prime Minister Modi will attend the G7 summit in Canada after this trip, and he will address issues and priorities of the global south. Here is the full story.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Sunday embarked on a significant 3-nation tour with scheduled visits to the Republic of Cyprus, Canada and Croatia. This diplomatic journey aims to bolster India's international relations and explore new avenues for cooperation across various sectors. Prime Minister Modi has made it to the first stop in his itinerary, the Republic of Cyprus, where he was received by President Nikos. Prime Minister Modi's stop in Cyprus marks the first prime ministerial visit in 23 years. The PM was welcomed by the Indian diaspora in the country with banners of Operation Sindoor and children waiting to be blessed amid cheers and celebrations. He was seen greeting and interacting with members of the Indian diaspora as chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai echoed in the air.
उनके साथ मिलना जन्नत, क्योंकि हम यहाँ पे रहते हैं और आज लगता है कि उन्होंने जिस तरीके से देश को संभाला है, नो वन कैन। आज हम गर्व से कहते हैं कि अगर हमें कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम आती है, ही इज देयर, ही विल सेव अस, ही विल टेक केयर ऑफ अस। एंड आई जस्ट वांट टू से थैंक यू सो मच मोदी जी, आप हैं तो हम सेफ हैं।
The Indian diaspora in Cyprus expressed their joy on meeting the Prime Minister. The visit to Cyprus comes on the backdrop of long-standing friendship between the two countries. Following the warm welcome, the Prime Minister took to social media to thank the Indian community for their affection. He is set to have meetings with President Nikos in the capital of Nicosia.
भारत साइप्रस आर्थिक संबंधों के लिए आपकी प्रतिबद्धता को मैंने महसूस किया है। आपके विचारों में सिर्फ संभावना ही नहीं, संकल्प को भी मैं महसूस कर रहा हूं। यह स्पष्ट है कि हमारे संबंधों में आगे बढ़ने की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। फ्रेंड, साइप्रस लंबे समय से हमारा विश्वसनीय पार्टनर रहा है, जिसका आप लोगों ने भी उल्लेख किया।
Following his visit to Cyprus, Prime Minister Modi will move to Kanaskis in Canada to participate in the G7 summit, where he is invited by the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. India's growing global influence is clear, as highlighted by former Deputy NSA Pankaj Saran, who explains why India's presence at the G7 is essential despite diplomatic challenges.
You know, G7, he's been a regular invitee. India has been a regular invitee even before he became Prime Minister. Even in the pre-Modi era, India was an invitee. So, I think the invitation is a recognition of a reality which everyone accepts today, which is that you actually cannot discuss the state and the future of the global economy without India. It's not just because we are the largest country in the world or the 4th largest economy, going on to be the 3rd largest, but also because you cannot have any solution to any global problem without India. I mean, that's the new reality. So it reflects that objective condition of the current global order. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I think people also appreciate the fact that this current Prime Minister has been in office for 10, 11 years. he commands the majority and the national support of the people of India. His voice is important as a person, as a leader.
The Prime Minister will join global leaders in addressing pressing international issues with major focus on the global south. The final leg of the tour will take Prime Minister Modi to Croatia. The visit aims to strengthen ties between the two countries. This three-nation tour marks the first foreign visit for Prime Minister Modi since Operation Sindoor.
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, 4 people dead and over 50 injured in Pune River Bridge collapse. Heavy rains obstruct rescue operations. And also the big story that we'll be tracking would be government issuing a Gazette notification today to conduct the 16th caste census. The details on those big stories and much more coming up ahead. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
लेकिन उनका मोबाइल भी अभी चल रहा है, रिंग चल रहा है, लेकिन उठाता नहीं। मेरे तो सिर्फ 3 बेटियां हैं। पहली काम मिला है वो मेरी बेटी। इसके बाद क्या बोलूं, कुछ बोलने की कोई चलेगा तो घर में ही करेगा। कुछ न कुछ तो उसका शरीर से मिल जाएंगे ना, वो घर में ही करेगा।
अब उसी को उम्मीद में है।
11 breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We have a lot lined up for you in this show. We'll put our focus on multiple developing stories, global stories. Also, Prime Minister Modi, who's in Cyprus right now and has been received by the Premier. We'll get to all the details and why this visit is important. But as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Saudi Airlines flight emergency lands in Lucknow after spark spotted. Major tragedy has been averted. Four dead, over 50 injured in Pune bridge collapse. Quick response team rushed for rescue and relief operation. Four days after Ahmedabad plane crash, 92 victims identified, 33 bodies returned to families. Government to issue Gazette notification today to conduct 16th caste census. 1 day state mourning declared in the honor of late Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani to be given Guard of Honor at Civil Hospital. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu confirms elimination of Iranian intel chief and his deputy. All right, getting some big updates coming in right now, viewers. This is a major update, escalation in the conflict between Israel and Iran. We are now learning that an Iranian missile has landed close to the US embassy in Tel Aviv, after which minor damage was reported to the building. Big update coming in right now, viewers, where we are learning a fresh update in terms of what is happening. And we have just learned that as the two rivals in the Middle East, Israel and Iran, are intensifying their assault on each other. There is an update. The US embassy in Jerusalem is closing after the minor damage from Iran strike. We see that there was some concussion caused by the Iranian missile strike near the US embassy branch in Tel Aviv. The US ambassador to Israel said the embassy and consulate will remain officially closed today as a shelter-in-place order is still in effect. Let's go to our guest who's joining us right now, Neta Azar, senior journalist joining us live right now. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Neta Azar. I just want to ask you what exactly is happening when we talk about this big strike. Iranian missile has landed very close to the US embassy in Tel Aviv. Some damage has been reported in the building, but also putting the story in context, given the fact that Trump has given a very clear warning to Iran earlier.
Yes, actually the former embassy building or the consulate building in Tel Aviv was hit by debris from Iranian missile. Our reporter went to the scene and inspected the building and the concentrate in Tel Aviv. There are minor damages to the building. There are significant damages to buildings around it. So there might be a room to suspect that the Iranians have tried to hit the embassy itself. It's been a very rough night for us here in Israel. Over 100 ballistic missiles, some of them heavy, were launched towards Israel, hitting targets civilian targets in the center of Israel, very densely populated areas. There are 5 dead now and 3 missing, so we're trying to find them in the rubble. It's been quite a night. We're all being in bomb shelters and protected rooms here across Israel. There is a hope in Israel that seeing that Iran has no respect for American interests in the Middle East would convince Donald J. Trump to lend a hand to Israel in its offensive against Iranian nuclear facilities. It's not clear still whether Trump will eventually be moved to support such a move. He said it before that if American interests will be attacked, he will do so. It's not very clear at this stage if it's going to happen, and Israel continues in these very minutes to attack in Iran, to hit both military and nuclear targets in Iran, still suppressing Iranian air defenses. So far, it's been escalating for 4 days now, and there's no end to it in sight.
Yes. I would request you to hold on with us because we're getting some breaking updates coming in. It's a targeted military operation. The Israel Defense Forces announced that it has precisely struck command centers operated by the Quds force of the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Iranian military. According to the IDF, these facilities were being used to coordinate and advance terrorist activities against Israel through Iranian-backed proxy groups across the Middle East. The strike marks another escalation in the ongoing regional tensions between Israel and Iran. So this is what we see right now. New video, IDF is striking our IRGC command center. And let's go back to our guest who's joining us, Mr. Neta Bar, senior journalist, is joining us back here in Republic TV. There's so much to talk about here because we see assault after assault, counter assaults, both the nations launching missiles against each other. But this is very important because Israel is now in the middle of a multi-front war. So it's Hezbollah, it's Hamas, and the Iranian proxies from Iraq and Syria. Israel is finding itself in this situation. However, it's very, very clear that Donald Trump, like we said, has warned Iran already, and the assault continues between both the countries. How do you see the situation from Israel's lens?
Israel has been degrading for almost 2 years now, Hamas's capability and Hezbollah's capability, exactly for the end of being able to strike Iran without needing to address threats around its northern and southern borders. As you can see, Hezbollah has not joined in the fight and has no intention of doing so after being very severely hit in the last war. There's a new regime in Syria which is not pro-Iranian, so it will not help Iran. Iran is isolated now in the Middle East, and Israel takes very good advantage of it. The only question on hand is whether Israel is capable of destroying Iran's nuclear program, which is the sole purpose of this operation. And it's, of course, I'm not a military man. I don't have the information. I can't say whether it is possible for Israel to destroy those facilities, but I can assure you it will try whatever it can to degrade Iran's nuclear program and to prevent Iran from attaining nuclear weapons in the foreseeable future.
That is right. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much, Mr. Neta Bar, senior journalist, for joining us here on Republic TV and putting this conflict in perspective for our viewers. I'll have to move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. And this is a big story which came in a short while back. A Saudi Airlines flight from Jeddah sparked a brief scare on the morning of 15 June after smoke was seen from its wheels upon landing at Lucknow Airport. According to airport officials, the aircraft rescue and firefighting team responded very swiftly, working alongside the Saudi ground crew to contain the smoke and prevent any damage to the aircraft. All passengers were safely deboarded, and officials confirmed that there was no disruption to airport operations following this incident. Sparks flying from the plane's wheels. There's some initial information which has already come in when it comes to exactly what has happened here. But this is coming in as this is a flight which had to make a landing in Lucknow. This plane took off from Jeddah at around 11:30 p.m. on Saturday night. There were around 250 passengers, including the crew members on board. The plane reached Lucknow at around 6:30 a.m. and then takeoff and landing were normal. But this incident happened when the plane was coming on the taxiway after landing on the runway. Sparks were seen when this plane landed on the runway. Then the airport staff immediately showed alertness and adopted emergency procedures and evacuated all the passengers safely. And when the passengers came to know about this incident, they panicked. To control the situation, the plane was pushed back to the taxiway. Passengers have been safely evacuated so far. But at the same time, the questions are also being raised after back-to-back technical snags on airplanes about passenger safety. So this is definitely one more incident of passenger safety being put at risk due to a technical snag. You can see there's smoke coming out. You can see the smoke coming out from that plane as it lands. And I want to go back to Ajay Dubey, who's at the Lucknow airport, and he is tracking the story very closely for us. Ajay, thankfully, the passengers have been deboarded, but the visual that our viewers are seeing is smoke coming out from the back of the plane, which is extremely concerning and raises questions about passenger safety, something that Republic here has highlighted. And the center has also formed a panel to look into passenger safety and make the policies even stronger, whether Indian aircraft carriers or international aircraft carriers.
Definitely, first let me show you the visuals of the flight which we are discussing about. I'm standing just in front of the airport, and there will show you the visuals of the flight. We can see there's a flight standing near the airport terminal, and this flight is of Saudi Arabia Airlines. As we can show you the flight in the frame where this flight is standing in the hangar. And yesterday only, early in the morning, at Sunday 6:30 in the morning, this incident took place in Lucknow airport. The Saudi Arabia Airlines flight number SV3112, which was landing, and during that process there was this incident. And after that incident, the authority of the airport they have ended this problem successfully. And I can show you the visuals. This flight is still in the hangar. We are trying to confirm, is it the same flight or not, but this is the flight of Saudi Arabia Airlines that we can see right now. And this flight is here in Lucknow terminal. So what happened yesterday is that early in the morning at 6:30 a.m. The flight reached to
Okay. So we have a little issue getting to my colleague Ajay, but he's at the Lucknow airport trying to show us where and how that incident took place. Sparks flying from the plane's wheels. You can see that there's sort of smoke there coming off from the back side of that plane and the wheels. Thankfully, the passengers have now been deboarded. But raising questions again about passenger safety. Okay, I'll have to move ahead because the mysterious shipping container presumed to be from the vessel Van High 503 has washed ashore at a beach in Alapura, around 100 kilometers from Thiruvananthapuram. A local fisherman discovered the container on Sunday late evening and alerted the authorities. Alongside the container, red-colored lifeboat bearing the Van High label was also found in the vicinity. While officials have acknowledged the incident, they are yet to begin the process of identifying the container's contents or ensuring its safe removal from the shore. So one of the containers of Van High have been found near the coast, and this is a burning ship Van High, which is the burning ship we told you about. And there has been a lot of effort by the Coast Guard, by the Navy to put out the fires and also control the environmental damage that this burning ship poses. I want to go across to Ashwin. There's a Van High container found, Ashwin. And the question, of course, would be what is inside that container? Given the fact that that ship had a lot of flammable liquids, there was a lot of concern about oil spillage. So the question remains, what is inside that Van High container which has been found, and where has it been found? Ashwin.
In fact, one of the biggest fears of the people living in the coastline has actually come true, because 157 containers of the Van High ship, which witnessed an explosion at 9:30 a.m. on June 9th, in fact, had caused a lot of anxiety among the coast. Now, what we see 7 days after this entire incident, we see one of the containers seen to be floating. And prima facie, when you look at these containers, we see it resembles an LPG container, but it has to be confirmed. Along with it, this entire container came afloat to the shores of Alappuzha, which is 100 kilometers away from where I am standing now in Thiruvananthapuram. And in this particular coast, this has happened. And prior to that, previous night, there was a lifeboat in which the label of the Van High is also clearly written. A red color lifeboat has also come, hit the shores in the same region of Alappuzha. Now, certainly the anxiety is there among the localites, and the authorities will now have to handle this particular container in the most professional manner possible. Remember, these are extremely inflammable substances that are there that has already been categorized as many of them are inflammable. So certainly it cannot be handled in the normal way possible. The salvage company itself will have to do it at a time when the salvage company is still fighting the smoke which is bellowing out from Van High, which is right now around 50 nautical miles away from this, from the northern part of Kerala. This seems to be a daunting operation. Certainly other companies will also likely to come in because when the previous ship had sunk, there was one company called as White Waters which was there doing the salvage operation. So we are expecting more details from the authorities. At the moment, there has been no confirmation on how this particular cargo will be handled. But at the same time, another question that is there, if there is a lifeboat that has come ashore, was there anybody in the lifeboat? Considering the fact that 4 of the crew members are still missing, their whereabouts are not known. Is there something more to it? Is also which needs to be investigated. So a lifeboat coming ashore, and when we look at these visuals, we see the lifeboat, the top part of the lifeboat is certainly open. So it cannot be one of the suspicions that could probably be in everybody's mind is that, was there anybody inside this lifeboat? Did they escape it? What happened to it? How did the lifeboat also come to the shores of Kerala? Certainly all these questions need to be answered in the time to come.
Yes.
But one thing is sure, that containers hitting the shores of Kerala is definitely a matter of concern, especially the safety of the people of the coast of Kerala.
Absolutely. Safety comes first there. Ashwin, thank you for joining us and getting those details. I will really have to move ahead right now. Because we're coming to know that it's a chilling breach of prison security. Political rivalries have turned violent inside the Shivamogga Central Jail. A JDS worker was brutally attacked by fellow inmates in a clash that's now raising serious questions about VIP treatment and smuggled phones behind bars. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
In a shocking incident from Shivamogga Central Jail, political rivalries have spilled dangerously behind bars. A JDS worker, Kiran Sethu from Bhadravati, jailed just yesterday in a violence case, was brutally assaulted by alleged Congress-affiliated inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war. A viral video, reportedly filmed on a smuggled mobile phone, shows the horrifying assault. The footage has sparked serious concerns about a major security lapse inside the high-security prison. Questions have been raised on how did a mobile phone get inside, and if prison authorities are turning a blind eye or even offering VIP treatment to politically connected inmates. Public outrage is mounting, with calls for immediate action against negligent jail staff, and an official inquiry is expected.
And viewers, in a tragic incident, a bridge over the Indrayani River near Pune has now collapsed, and 4 people have died, at least 51 injured. 10 to 15 tourists trapped. Rescue operations are currently underway, with a quick response team reaching the site. In the wake of the disaster, Prime Minister Modi, who is currently in Cyprus, spoke with the Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis, who briefed him on the ongoing rescue and relief measures being taken to assist the affected.
ताले गांव में कुंडमाला गांव में बने लोहे के ब्रिज कल 3:30 बजे गिर गया था। इंद्रानी नदी पर बना यह ब्रिज, तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यह ब्रिज गिरा है। सामने देखिए किस तरह से लोहे का पूरा जो है यही गिरा है। सामने 2 बाइक है, 2 मोटरसाइकिल है, लोग मोटरसाइकिल लेके जा रहे थे। और कल जब यह हादसा हुआ उस समय इस ब्रिज पर लगभग 150 से ज़्यादा लोग मौजूद थे। कल संडे के दिन था और लोग यहाँ पे छुट्टियां मनाने के लिए आए थे, पिकनिक मनाने के लिए आए थे। उस समय ये हादसा हुआ। सामने देखिए तस्वीरें किस तरह से इंद्रानी नदी किस रफ्तार में जो उसकी धार बह रही है, किस तरह से बह रही है। और लगातार पुणे में बारिश हो रहा है जिसकी वजह से कहीं कहीं इंद्रानी नदी का जो फ्लो काफ़ी रफ्तार में है, काफ़ी तेज है। और जब ये हादसा हुआ तो यहाँ पर काफ़ी लोग मौजूद थे, ये सामने पूरा भरा हुआ था। और उसी समय ये लोहे का ब्रिज जो कि 30 साल पुराना ये ब्रिज है उसी समय गिरता है और जो लोग थे वो नदी के अंदर चले गए जिसकी वजह से काफ़ी दूर बह गए। इस हादसे में 4 लोग की मौत हुई है, 51 लोग घायल हुए हैं जिनका हॉस्पिटल में इलाज चल रहा है। सामने देखिए तस्वीरें किस तरह से लोहे का ब्रिज है, दूसरी साइड में भी लोहे का ब्रिज है और ये काफ़ी जर्जर हो चुका था। फिर भी लोग यहाँ पर लगभग जो क्षमता है उससे ज़्यादा कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे लोग खड़े हुए जिसकी वजह से ये हादसा हुआ। इस मामले को लेकर जांच शुरू है कि आखिर ये हादसा कैसे हुआ, कितने सारी चीज़ें लोकल प्रशासन साथ साथ यहाँ पे जो पुलिस की टीम जांच कर रही है। मामला दर्ज करने के बाद फिलहाल तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर जो सामने ब्रिज है, सामने जो देख सकते हैं किस तरह से ब्रिज है और दोनों ब्रिज दोनों साइड के टूटे हुए हैं और बीच से जो नदी की धारा है वो बह रही है तेज रफ्तार में।
All right, viewers, getting some breaking up is coming in. Boeing team reaches Ahmedabad Air India plane crash site. So far, 92 DNA samples have already been matched. Very important update because remember that a team of officials from Boeing as well as the US Federal Aviation Administration FAA had arrived in Ahmedabad to assist the Indian authorities in probing the recent aircraft crash. Now the Boeing team has arrived and reached the exact plane crash site, viewers. At the same time, there is DNA matching which is happening. And 92 DNA samples of the victims have been matched. Remember that simultaneously we see that the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has launched a formal probe already. And now we see that the Boeing team has arrived at the plane crash site. Back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And recovery teams are already working to piece together the chain of events that led to the fatal accident. And those pictures coming in of the Boeing team which has arrived on that at the plane crash site. This is the plane, and this is just coming in just right now. We have got the live pictures. Remember, the investigation is already continuing. We see that there has been a recovery made already of the aircraft's 2 black boxes, and decoding the flight recorder is going to be very important to get clues about the final moments of the crash. Okay, pictures coming in right now of the Boeing team which has arrived. This is the team of officials from Boeing, and they are going to assist the Indian authorities to probe the recent aircraft crash. The aircraft crash in Ahmedabad, one of the largest and the biggest aviation tragedies that the nation has seen. Already we see that the probe is being supported by the National Investigation Agency, and also the Boeing team has arrived. Let's go to Deepak joining us right now from our Republic newsroom. Deepak, the Boeing team is assisting the Indian authorities in probing the recent aircraft crash. They've reached the crash site, Deepak.
That's right, Shivangi. This is the same aircraft, AI-171, Boeing 787 Dreamliner that crashed after it took off from Ahmedabad. Just 30 seconds into its flight, it crashed into a BJ Medical College hostel's mess, and we saw 241 out of 242 passengers, died in this particular crash. And what we understand is that the Boeing team includes safety specialists, crash investigators, and also structural engineers. And their objective, Shivangi, is twofold. First, to assist the Indian authorities in deciphering what went catastrophically wrong on that flight that resulted in this major tragedy. And second is to assess whether this tragedy was an isolated malfunction or indicative of a deeper design, software, or manufacturing flaw. Let's also not forget that this isn't just a procedural visit, Shivangi. This is a very, very crucial visit. This is a crisis response, and this is a moment of global scrutiny for Boeing as well, because it is a company that has already faced damning headlines over previous crashes, including the 737 MAX series as well. So this 787 series is also running into several technical glitches. We also saw just recently another flight which made an emergency landing was also a Boeing 787. So the authorities from Boeing 787 team have already arrived at the Ahmedabad crash site to ascertain what exactly went wrong, whether there was a technical glitch, whether there was a CRM error, which we've already spoken about, that is the cockpit resource management, or whether the flight had any structural flaws. All of these aspects are being looked into, but their primary focus is to assist the Indian authorities in deciphering what exactly went wrong, Shivangi.
All right, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you, Deepak, and the story as we see the Boeing team has joined the AI 171 crash probe in Ahmedabad. Viewers, which are coming up 5 days after tragic Air India 171 crash, Boeing officials now at the crash site. Air India Hong Kong Delhi plane forced to return due to technical reasons. Passengers deboarded. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
On Prime Time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your Prime Time starts here.
Air India Hong Kong Delhi plane forced to return due to technical reasons. Passengers deboarded. Boeing team reaches Ahmedabad Air India plane crash site. So far, 92 DNA samples matched.
Major scare as smoke and sparks seen around the wheels of Saudi Airlines plane with 250 passengers on board. Prime Minister Modi in Cyprus set to reach Canada in the evening to attend the G7 summit. Israel and Iran trade strikes. Iranian missiles hit US embassy in Israel. Minor damages reported. Our viewers, thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra, and starting off with some breaking news that we're getting in from UP's Hardoi, where a routine stop to fill in CNG has turned into a scene of chaos and straight out of a crime thriller. Now we're learning that a woman has pulled out a revolver and aimed it at a petrol pump salesman, and in fact she's gone on to threaten the personnel at the petrol station, saying that I will shoot you with so many bullets that even the family members will refuse to recognize you. Now, this is a shocking case that is coming in from UP's Hardoi, the visuals of which are now on your screen, viewers. And we're also learning that an FIR has now been filed against the accused woman, Ariba Khan, and her husband, Ehsan Khan. And we're also learning that the revolver has now been seized. This is the breaking news that we're tracking from UP's Hardoi, where there was a massive escalation and showdown at a petrol pump. And there you have it on your screen, viewers. A woman has wielded a revolver and now she's threatening the personnel at the petrol station. And she said that she will shoot the person with so many bullets that even his family members will refuse to recognize him. All right, staying with those pictures from UP's Hardoi, viewers, where there has been a massive showdown and is a blatant display of hooliganism. And you see just how casually over there, viewers, the woman who's supposedly carrying a revolver has wheeled it out, is showing it off, and is threatening the man at the police station. I beg your pardon, at the petrol pump. All right, viewers, major drama at petrol pump station in UP's Hardoi. These are the visuals on your screen where a woman is seen pointing a gun at a worker in the station. And this happened, this chaos unfolded when the personnel requested the couple who were driving the car to come out of the car while the CNG was being filled. And this woman very casually has now taken out a revolver and is seen threatening the petrol pump worker. All right, viewers, these are visuals of a demolition drive that is currently underway in the national capital. And these are visuals that we are getting in from Jailarwala Bagh, which is in Ashok Vihar. And this is a slum region where a demolition drive is underway. And those are the visuals on your screen from Ashok Vihar in the national capital, where there's major action, bulldozer action on illegal houses of slum dwellers. And staying with those pictures that we are getting in from the national capital, from the Jailarwala Bagh region in Ashok Vihar, where a demolition drive is underway. Now remember, action on illegal encroachments is something, viewers, that has been a major flashpoint between the government, the BJP government and the Aam Aadmi Party. And the BJP has made it very categorically clear that they will take tough action on illegal encroachments. And over the past few days, we've seen several such drives that have
taken place across the national capital. In fact, just a few days ago, there was a major showdown in the Kalkaji region as well. And now these are the latest pictures of a demolition drive that is currently underway in the Ashok Vihar region of the national capital. All right, viewers, we stay with those pictures from the national capital where a demolition drive is underway in Ashok Vihar. And this is action that is being taken against illegal slum dwellers. And we stay with those pictures that we are getting in from New Delhi. All right, shifting focus to what's been happening in Ahmedabad. The total number of 92 victims from the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash has now been identified. Their DNA samples have been matched, including that of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. We're learning that 33 bodies have now been handed over respectively to the families of the victims. And in fact, in just a short while from now, the final rites of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani will be conducted at the civil hospital, where he will be given a guard of honor. All right, Gopi, my colleague, joins me live from Ahmedabad. She's live from the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital. Gopi, 92 victims have been identified now. The bodies are slowly being handed over to the families. We're also learning that a high-level inquiry team has been formed to expedite the process in specifically the victim identification process. Tell us the latest that you're picking up from Ground Zero.
Well, yes, in the morning there was a press conference where media was briefed by the additional medical superintendent of civil hospital, who is Dr. Rajneesh Patel, and as per him there were 92 samples, DNA samples which have been matched, but out of 92 there are total 87 bodies because there was duplication in these 92 samples which were matched, while what we are now learning from our sources is 42 bodies have now been handed over to the family members. While let's tell you more about Vijay Rupani's final rights. His body will be reaching at the Rajkot's Hirasar airport at 2 p.m. from here. Just a short while back, his son Rishabh Rupani has reached here along with the Health Minister Rishikesh Patel, as well as just a short while back we saw many BJP leaders were here. Prerak Patel, the BJP president of Ahmedabad, as well as Mayaben Kodnani. All these are in fact inside the mortuary complex. So the process is underway as Rishabh Rupani, the son of Vijay Rupani, is already here at the mortuary complex. While what you are saying that a special team has been formed. Yes, in fact, you've rightly mentioned that a special team has been formed, and we have been seeing many things happening at the crash site wherein the teams are coming and going, and even the FSL is active there. So the updates that we are getting from the site is that yes, a special team has been formed behind this. But yes, let's tell our viewers that the process of DNA sampling as well as the report is very tedious and meticulous, and instead of taking 48 hours, the bodies are so badly charred that it is taking more time. And also there is a lot of duplication, as there are different body parts which belong to the same body. Hence the total number of bodies which they have got is 87, out of which 92 samples have been matched, whereas 42 bodies have already been handed over to the family. Back to you.
Yes. All right, Gopi, thank you for giving us those details. Viewers, this is a story that we're tracking very closely, and we're getting in more breaking developments on the AI-171 crash probe, and we're learning that the members of the US-based National Transportation Safety Board are now at the Air India crash site. Expert members from the NTSB, Boeing and Air India safety team are currently at the spot. They are carrying out a spot inspection, and we're learning that the AAIB has called these expert teams. Those are the visuals on your screen of a team of the Boeing company at the crash site 5 days after the fatal accident. Akil, my colleague, joins me live from the Ahmedabad crash site.
Akhil, 5 days after the crash took place, this is the first visit by the Boeing team members. They've agreed to fully cooperate with the Indian authorities on the investigation. And of course, this comes at a time when the DGCA has tightened the noose around Boeing and really gone and taken tough action on carrying out safety checks on all their Boeing 787 aircrafts.
Well, absolutely. If you see at this point in time what has happened this very morning, that since morning what we have been seeing that the AATS team has been doing this investigation, and in that process the UK-based agency has also been aiding in this investigation process. And this very morning what we have seen that the NTSB team, which is the US agency for aircraft accident investigation team, that has also arrived over here at the very ground zero, and the team has been inside the very spot of the crash site for the inspection, and they basically went over there to collect some material evidence and to inspect from the ground zero. Apart from that, if you see, Air India safety protocol team is also inside, so the investigation at the ground zero level is on. And the second thing which is very important to highlight over here is that the investigation which is being done by the AIB is at the ground zero, and another investigation which has been commenced by the Union Civil Aviation Minister, in which what we have seen that a committee has been formed, and that committee is being headed by Union Home Secretary. And in that what we have seen that from different domain levels expertise have been called in, which include senior officials from the Civil Aviation Ministry as well. Apart from that, what we have seen that DG is part of that committee as well. BCAS DG is part of that committee as well. And if you see from safety and protocol measures, what we have seen that the Indian Air Force DG has also been part of that committee. And if you see where we are standing right now, this is a very crash site spot. So the incident took place in Ahmedabad. That's why Ahmedabad Police Commissioner has also been part of this investigation team. And apart from that, if you see, one official from Gujarat has also been looped in. So that's going to be a diverse panel which is going to probe this very case. And today, which is Monday, today we have got the information that the first meeting of that panel is going to be executed this very afternoon in that regard. Yes.
Right. All right, Akhil, thank you for giving us those details. We are tracking these developments very, very closely, viewers, from Ahmedabad. Now, for now, shifting focus to what's been happening internationally, and specifically in the Middle East, after the US Embassy in Israel had suffered minor damage after an Iranian missile strike. The US Embassy, in fact, viewers, has now issued a statement which says that as a result of the current security situation and ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran, the US Embassy has directed that all US government employees and their family members continue to shelter in place and near their residences until further notice. Given the security situation and in compliance with the Israel Home Front Command guidance, the US Embassy in Jerusalem will be closed tomorrow. And this includes the consular sections in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. There will be no passport or emergency consular report or any other services that will be operating for the moment. That is the breaking news that we are getting in, and this statement is coming in from the embassy shortly after we reported that an Iranian missile strike hit the US Embassy in Tel Aviv, causing minor damage to the building. And I'd like to go across to my colleague Deepak, who joins me live from the newsroom. Deepak, this is a major escalation. It's been 4 days since the start of this war, and now we are seeing that Iran has essentially upped the ante against Israel, and Israel is also not holding back. Where do you see this heading, and what do you believe will be the unintended consequences should this escalate any further?
Right, Ayana, looking at what's happening on, the West Asia front, it seems like Iran is also now focusing on Washington, because Iran claims that US has been extending, backdoor support for Israel in its offensive against Iran. So in its latest escalation and airstrikes, it has also struck a US embassy building as well, this time in Tel Aviv. And after that, the US embassy has also issued a statement which has, underlined the severity of the current escalation. The US Embassy in Jerusalem has said that effective immediately, all US government employees and their families have been instructed to move to shelters in place until further notice. And the embassy, which has also cited serious threats in Israel, the West Bank and Gaza, has said that it will remain closed, the embassy in all these three regions. And that includes all consular services in both Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, no passports, no birth reports, and no in-person assistance. And in what may concern US, Iona, citizens and foreign nationals have also been issued directives. The embassy has clarified that it is not in a position to evacuate or assist any departures. This comes as, Ben Gurion Airport stays shut with no commercial or charter flights operating out of Israel. It's a very, volatile situation right now, what's happening in West Asia. The US is also issuing advisories to its citizens there, and they've said, stay put, stay in all these shelters, in these, bomb shelters and underground bunkers till further notice. Evacuations will not be possible at the moment.
Yes. Of course, Deepak, and this also comes at a time when India also has issued an advisory urging all its citizens in the country of Israel to maintain caution. But I do want to thank you for the moment for giving us those details. All right, viewers, now shifting focus. In the violence-hit district of Churachandpur in Manipur, government job aspirants are facing a major competitive disadvantage due to the inaccessibility of examination centres. Here's more on that story.
Amid ongoing ethnic conflict in Manipur since May 3, aspirants have been forced to travel hundreds of kilometers outside the state to appear for exams such as SSC, NDA, NEET, UPSC and UGC, NTA. While in Imphal, the nearest exam center is just 62 kilometers away, ongoing unrest and movement restrictions have made it inaccessible. As a result, students are forced to travel as far as Aswal, Guwahati or Agartala, incurring high travel costs and enduring physical and mental stress. Students flag issues such as the lack of accommodation, unfamiliar exam environments, and the stress of long journeys, which significantly affect their performance. The Zomi Students Federation continues to press the authorities to set up an examination center in Churachandpur. This is a demand that students say is long overdue and essential for academic equity.
All right, on the other side of a very quick break, a major scare as smoke and sparks seen around the wheels of a Saudi Airlines plane with 250 passengers on board. And it's day 2 of the Prime Minister's visit to Cyprus. He's set to reach Canada this evening to attend the G7 summit. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we track that and a lot more for you.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लग जाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
All right, viewers, now moving to the live visuals that is coming in from Delhi's Ashok Vihar, where a demolition drive is underway, and we're learning that at least 250 police officers are currently at the spot as the demolition drive continues. And a special task force has now reached the Jailerwala Bagh area in Ashok Vihar in the national capital with excavators to carry out the demolition drive. This is major bulldozer action that is being carried out on illegal encroachments and the residences of slum dwellers in the area. Over 200 homes, we are learning, are encroaching upon government land, allegedly encroaching upon government land, are to be demolished as part of this drive. All right, my colleague Kajal is live from the demolition site. Kajal, what is going around you? I believe there's a lot of police deployment currently at the spot. Are we expecting a major action to continue throughout the day? What is happening around you? Take us through the details.
जी बिल्कुल, आपको बता दें सुबह से ही यहाँ पर बुलडोजर एक्शन देखने को मिल रहा है और दिल्ली के अलग अलग जगहों की अगर हम बात करें तो लगातार डीडीए की कार्रवाई हो रही है। और यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे अशोक विहार का इलाका, जहाँ पर 500 से ज़्यादा झुग्गियों को आज ज़मींदोज़ किया गया है और डीडीए का एक्शन यहाँ पर देखने को मिला है। जो झुग्गियाँ यहाँ पर ज़मींदोज़ हुई हैं उनको नए अपार्टमेंट में भी शिफ्ट किया गया है। ये नया अपार्टमेंट है जिसमें 1600 से ज़्यादा लोग हैं जो जिन्हें शिफ्ट किया गया है और बाकी के जो लोग बचे हुए हैं उनका कहना ये साफ तौर पर है कि उनके जो कागजात है उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम आई है जिसकी वजह से उन्हें फिलहाल मकान नहीं मिला है। लेकिन आपको बता दें जो 500 झुग्गियां तोड़ी गई हैं उनमें से जो रहने वाले लोग थे उन्हें फिलहाल शिफ्ट कर दिया गया है और जो बचे हुए लोग हैं उनकी भी शिफ्टिंग लगातार जारी है। और ये बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पर पहले ही नोटिस लोगों को दिया गया था और उन्हें एक तारीख दी गई थी कि इस तारीख को आपको यहाँ से शिफ्ट करना है और इन झुग्गियों को खाली करना है और उसके बाद यहाँ पर डीडीए की कार्रवाई होगी। तो फिलहाल वो जो तारीख थी वो खत्म हो चुकी थी और आज यहाँ पर बुलडोजर का एक्शन देखने को मिला है। तमाम फोर्स और पुलिस यहाँ पर तैनात है और उनकी निगरानी में ये झुग्गियाँ जो है उन पर बुलडोजर चला है और लगातार दिल्ली के अलग अलग इलाकों को हम देख रहे हैं जहाँ पर डीडीए की कार्रवाई चल रही है। चाहे हम बाटला हाउस की करें, चाहे आज हम अशोक विहार की बात करें, अन्य जगहों की अगर हम बात करें तो इंक्रोचमेंट को लेकर लगातार दिल्ली सरकार जो है वो पूरे तरीके से तैनात है। वो लगातार यही कह रहे हैं कि इंक्रोचमेंट कहीं भी नहीं चलेगा और लगातार ये देखने को भी मिल रहा है कि ज़मीनी स्तर पर किस तरीके से बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई लगातार देखने को मिल रही है। जी।
All right, Kajal, thank you for giving us those details as we stay with those live visuals from Delhi's Ashok Vihar viewers. But for the moment, we have to slip into a very short break. But on the other side, we're tracking very closely what's been happening in Pune, where at least 4 people have been killed and over 50 have been injured after a fatal bridge collapse. It's day 2 of the NDRF rescue operations. And also central government to issue a gazette notification today to conduct the 16th caste census. That is a big story that we're tracking on the other side of a very quick break.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
כל השמיים. זהו, אני בורח. זהו, אני בורח, אני רק מצלם לכם את השמיים. יואו.
All right, viewers, we stay with those pictures that are coming in live from Gujarat's Rajkot, where the final rites of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is underway. He lost his life in the tragic Air India 171 plane crash on the 12th of June. And these are the visuals that are coming in from Gujarat's Rajkot, where we see Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel and top BJP leaders, his family members in attendance, paying tribute to the late former Gujarat Chief Minister. Gopi, my colleague, joins me live from Gujarat. Gopi, these are the visuals that we are getting in from Rajkot as we speak. It's a grieving moment for the family members, for the loved ones of Vijay Rupani.
Well, yes, in fact, it's a grieving moment for Gujarat, not just his family members. He is the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani. You can see, we are showing you the visuals wherein you can see top BJP leaders of Ahmedabad are here. You can see Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi along with the Health Minister Hrishikesh Patel is in attendance. You can also see Jagdish Vishwakarma as well as Mayabin Kodnani along with son of Vijay Rupani, Rishabh Rupani are here. The ambulance, in fact, is ready. His mortal remains are being taken at the Ahmedabad airport, from where his remains would be taken to the Hirasar airport of Rajkot, and from where his mortal remains will then be taken at his Rajkot residence. And later in the day, a huge procession is planned in the city of Rajkot. Now, why Rajkot? Because he, in fact, began his career from Rajkot. He hails from Rajkot. He was an MLA of Rajkot West. And as you can see, you can keep seeing the visuals. A guard of honor is also being given to the former Chief Minister of Vijay Rupani. His mortal remains now taken to the Rajkot Hirasar airport from the Ahmedabad airport. His, in fact, journey of Vijay Rupani is very long as well as interesting. His affiliation with RSS and Jan Sangh is established since 1918. Mortal remains of the former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani are being taken from Ahmedabad Civil Hospital to Rajkot Hirasar Airport, where he will be brought at around 2 p.m. and later in the day, a huge procession is.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We are keeping our focus on the biggest aviation tragedy. Last rites of former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, are currently underway. We'll get you more details on this, but first, as always, the headlines. Air India Hong Kong Delhi plane forced to return due to technical reasons. Passengers have been deboarded. Boeing team reaches Ahmedabad airplane crash site. So far, 92 DNA samples have been matched. Major scare as smoke and spark seen around the wheels of Saudi airplane with 250 passengers on board. Prime Minister is in Cyprus. He's set to reach Canada in the evening to attend G7 summit. Israel and Iran trade strikes. Iranian missile hits US embassy in Israel. Minor damages have been reported. US embassy in Tel Aviv issues first statement. US embassy to remain closed for the day. As we told you, we are keeping our focus in the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country. We have a breaking news coming in. An Air India Boeing Dreamliner, which was supposed to fly from Delhi to Bangalore at 8:30 a.m., was vacated. Passengers were asked to deboard and board another aircraft at 10:30 a.m. at IGI Terminal 3. Now the plane is scheduled at 1:30 p.m. is what we are learning. Travelers right now are stuck at the IRGC airport. So snag after snag as far as Air India flights are concerned. Passengers are currently stranded at the Delhi IGI airport. Bengaluru bound Air India flight delayed for 5 times, and this is in fact the breaking news that we are getting for you. We've been getting you the details about the spate of occurrences as far as the technical snags delay related to Air India flight is concerned. Now this Bengaluru bound Air India flight, it has been delayed. Passengers were asked to deboard the flight and board another flight, and that flight will now take off at 1:30 is what we are learning. Passengers are suffering because of this, because of the technical snags that are coming to the fore as far as these Air India flights are concerned. We've been getting you details about several reports that have come to the fore as far as the technical snags in Air India flight is concerned. This is another flight that we're telling you about. This was a Bengaluru bound Air India flight that has been delayed 5 times. People were asked to deboard and board another flight, and that flight, what we are learning, is going to take off at 1:30 p.m. But till then, passengers are suffering. They are stuck currently at the IGI airport in the national capital. It remains to be seen whether there was a technical snag. All right, let me go across to the passenger of this flight who was there on the flight, and he was asked to deboard as well. Let me go across to him. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. I want to ask you, what reason has Air India given to the passengers before they asked you to deboard the flight?
Told us that the maintenance
people of the aircraft for not giving clearance for it to fly. So we were not demoted basically, we were never let to board. The flight was scheduled at 8:30 a.m. and there were multiple delays. They told us 9:30 a.m., then 10:30 a.m., then 11:30 a.m. and finally at 11:30 a.m. they told us that the maintenance staff has not given clearance for the aircraft. So it will be delayed and the flight will be changed. And now they have provided us another Airbus A321, which is scheduled at 1:30. So we are still stuck at the airport. I've done the security clearance about 6:30 a.m. and we are still sitting at the airport.
Sir, can you tell us how many people were there on the flight and what are they saying about this? Because this is not the first time that such a delay has been witnessed as far as Air India is concerned. What are the fellow passengers saying on this?
Yeah, I mean, people have frustrated about it, and it's because it's for the same 877 as well, right? Which just has in Ahmedabad. So the problem is they were not giving very relevant information why the plane is getting delayed. Is there any technical snag? Or they just want like the routine checkup is happening. You see what they said, it will be delayed, and finally after 3 hours, they told us that it won't be, we won't be boarding that time, they will change it. So that's how.
Absolutely. Just for the clarity, I want to ask you, did they ask you to board another flight? And is this not the same flight that you'll be boarding that you had initially booked?
Yeah, so it will be a different flight. The previous one was 787. Now they have done some errors, so it's a different flight.
All right. So thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. So the flight was to take off at 8:30 a.m. is what we're learning. But passengers were asked to deboard and board another flight. They all will be taking off at 1:30 now. Passengers are facing a lot of issues as far as Air India is concerned. Now let's tell you more. Air India Delhi-bound flight AI315 was also forced to return due to technical reasons. Delhi-bound Air India flight made a U-turn mid-air and landed in Hong Kong. Another air emergency. All the passengers were deboarded safely from the plane and the aircraft is being checked and inspected. Now, let me tell you about the spate of occurrences in the last 1 week as far as Air India is concerned. The first flight, these are the air emergency that I'll be telling you about. The first flight is AI379. This is going from Phuket to the national capital. It received a bomb threat, after which it came back to the Phuket International Airport. Passengers were asked to deboard and the flight was sent to safety. This is the first that was on June 13, just few days back. This is AI379. An emergency landing was made on the Thai island and it went back to the Phuket International Airport. All 156 passengers were safely deboarded, but definitely this raises a lot of questions because there was a bomb threat on the flight. But after that, it was found that it was just a hoax bomb threat that had come to the fore. Next flight that we will be telling you about, this is June 16th. Today, Hong Kong to Delhi flight makes a U-turn. This is AI135. That is the flight number, in fact, what we are learning. Hong Kong to Delhi flight makes a U-turn. Mid-air glitch issue forces return to Hong Kong. Imagine what people must be going through. Mid-air, this flight had to take a U-turn and return to Hong Kong. All passengers have been safely deboarded. Now the situation is fine. The plane has been sent to safety once more. Another flight that we'll tell you about, this is SV3112. This is also today. Air scare on Jeddah to Lucknow flight. We've been telling you about this story since morning. Spark and smoke coming from the wheel of this flight. Air scare on Jeddah to Lucknow flight. This was today in the morning. Sparks and smoke, as we told you, fly from the plane wheels. And in fact, the passengers who were on board were coming from Hajj and the plane was to land in Lucknow. Passengers of SV3112 disembarked safely. Now again, that plane has been sent to a safe area and checks and inspections are taking place. The next flight is LH752 Frankfurt to Hyderabad flight, diverted back to Germany, and we are also learning that this is related to security concerns regarding potential bomb threats. So 2 bomb threats in the last 4 days, several technical snags that have come to the fore. All passengers reported safe upon landing, and in fact once again that airplane has been sent to a safe location. Inspection of that plane is currently underway. These are the spate of occurrences that have happened in the last 4 days, be it technical snags or the other issues. We have another breaking news coming in. A Saudi airline flight from Jeddah sparked a brief scare on the morning of 15 June after smoke was detected from the wheels upon landing at the Lucknow airport, according to the airport officials. The aircraft rescue and firefighting teams responded swiftly, walking alongside with Saudi ground crew to contain the smoke and prevent any damage to the aircraft. All the passengers on board are currently safe, and officials have confirmed that there was no disruption to the airport operations following this incident. This is as far as the flight that we told you about from Jeddah to Lucknow in India. Sparks flying from the plane's wheel, smoke and sparks coming out of the wheel, and this definitely raises a lot of questions about the safety of people. Imagine what must be going through their mind when this incident happened. They all have been deboarded and this plane has been sent for inspection, and this in fact tells you that there is an absolute need for the inspection of such flights as well. Let me go across to my colleague Ajit Dubey, who has been tracking this story from Lucknow very closely. Ajit Dubey, we are learning that this is a flight that landed in Lucknow. We saw the visuals of sparks and smoke coming out of the wheel. What is the situation on the ground, and what is the airline authorities saying on this? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with my colleague Ajay Dubey, who's been tracking this story. But as you can see in the visuals too, that area, that is the wheel of that aircraft from where smoke and sparks flew out as it landed. This raised a lot of questions on the safety of the flight. Let me once again go across to my colleague Ajay Dubey. Ajay Dubey, you've been tracking this story. Tell us, what is the situation on the ground? What is the airline saying? And are the passengers safe now?
This thing happened yesterday in the morning, and during the process only the local support team from the airport, they have controlled the scenario perfectly, and all the passengers, they are totally fine. And the reason of the cause, the reason of the incident, that's what the agencies are looking for. But the passengers sitting in the flight, they are all totally perfectly all right, and the crew member also, including the pilot, including the crew members, all of them are perfectly all right. And the important most part is to find the reason behind this incident. So the agencies from Lucknow, they are finding the reason behind this incident, and apart from agencies from Lucknow, the airways, the Saudi Airways, they are also looking for the reason behind this incident. So things are perfectly all right in terms of the passengers, but still they are looking for the reason behind this incident.
Absolutely. Thank you for all the updates. Keep tracking that very closely for us. Now we are shifting our focus. Major escalation in the conflict of in the Middle East. In fact, we are now learning that an Iranian missile has landed close to the US Embassy in Tel Aviv, after which minor damage was reported to the building. After that, we are also learning that a statement has been issued by the embassy there. But very concerning news coming in from Israel. Minor damage to the US Embassy in Israel. So definitely the target, it appears, was to hit this embassy, but minor damage has been given to the US Embassy building so far. All right, let me go across to Dan Fafferman, who's been with the IDF, former IDF major. In fact, so thank you for speaking to Republic TV. We are learning that there was an attack on the US Embassy in Israel. Very concerning. There have been minor damages, and US Embassy has also issued a statement saying that they are closing the embassy area for some time. How would you assess this?
Well, it's natural. The US Embassy sits in the heart of Tel Aviv, and Iran has been firing indiscriminately at Israeli civilian centers. So while Israel has taken unbelievably great pains using top intel and precision-guided weapons to target only Iranian military, nuclear, and ballistic missile installations, Iran fires indiscriminately at Israeli civilian centers and has said as much, that it's targeting Israeli civilians. In fact, throughout the entire course of this 600-day war against Iran's array of proxies in the region, they have shown that they consistently target Israeli civilians, and Israel does absolutely every effort to target military and strategic installations while giving warning for enemy civilians to clear the way so that there is as little damage as possible to them.
Absolutely. We are seeing escalation between Iran and Israel. I would request you to stay on with us. We have a breaking news coming in. In a targeted military operation, the Israel Defense Forces IDF has announced that it has precisely struck the command center operated by Quds Force of Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Iranian military. According to IDF, these facilities were being used to coordinate and advance terrorist activities against Israel through Iranian-backed proxy groups across the Middle East. The strike marks another escalation in the ongoing regional tension between Israel and Iran. I would again bring in Dan Pfefferman. Sir, I want to ask you now, this is a retaliation, we can say, by Israel as far as Iran's attack on Israel is concerned. How do you see this?
I wouldn't look at this as a retaliation. I would look at this as part of Israel's package of precise targets that it's unrolling over the course of this very well coordinated, very well planned attack on Iranian military and command and intelligence centers, missile installations and nuclear facilities, which is the entire point of this entire operation. The Quds Force, ironically named after Jerusalem, is the forward operating unit in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that his entire job is to, in their words, export the revolution. And so what they do is they are the ones who build and arm and train and finance various Iranian proxies around the region, the same ones that have been wreaking havoc on Israel and other moderate states and other Western interests around the region for decades now. If we're talking about Hezbollah, if we're talking about Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad, if we're talking about various Iranian proxies in Syria, Iraq, if we're talking about the Houthis, these are all commanded or coordinated or armed or financed or indoctrinated from the Quds Force. And so it's only fitting that the Quds Force headquarters would be taken out, part symbolic and part practical.
Absolutely. And how would you see this escalation pan out in the coming weeks? Because Israeli Prime Minister has said that this will not go on for days, but for weeks altogether.
Sure. Israeli leaders, Prime Minister Netanyahu, chief among them, finally made the decision, and this was the right timing, that Iran, who has been promising the destruction of Israel and has been working through its network of proxies, as we just discussed, through the Quds Force, and was dangerously close to a nuclear weapon in the coming days. There were also indications that it might have been intending to give some of those nuclear weapons to some of its radical proxies, has been attacking Israel certainly for decades and in a very heightened manner for the last 600 days. And so the West, the international community, did not heed Israel's warning, and Israel cannot sit by while it is being attacked constantly. And so whether it is the arms of the proverbial octopus that are attacking Israel, Israel finally made the right decision here and decided to attack the head of the octopus, the brain, the heart of this entire operation. Because let's be absolutely clear, Iran has been attacking Israel for decades, and in a heightened direct manner. Iran has been attacking Israel for the last 600 days. Prior to this escalation, Iran fired on 2 different occasions 300 ballistic missiles at Israel directly from Iran. And so this is Israel finally doing what the international community would not do, and that is neutralizing this military threat. It'll be over when Israel deems that the military threat is over, when the nuclear threat is over, and if Iran is willing to give up and put under actual international inspection its various parts of its nuclear program, and roll back the clock on the military program. That's when this
Absolutely. Attack and counter-attack that we've been witnessing in the last 4 days. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now, shifting our focus, we have another breaking news coming in as far as Air India's care is concerned. We're learning that Air India Delhi-bound flight AI315 was forced to return due to technical reasons. Delhi-bound Air India flight made a U-turn mid-air and landed in Hong Kong, another air emergency. All the passengers passengers were deboarded safely from the plane and the aircraft is being checked and inspected. Flight returns after the engine issue is what we are learning. Air India, Hong Kong, Delhi, Boeing 787 reports technical glitch. Flight return to Hong Kong after a major technical glitch. Engine indication and crew alerting system flagged issue. Another Boeing 787 of Air India faces a technical glitch, and in fact this Air India flight, it did not come to Delhi. It took a U-turn mid-air and landed back in Hong Kong. Engine fuel filter bypass issue made this flight make a U-turn. And in fact, this is a glitch that was noticed here. As far as the engine to fuel filter bypass EICAS message is concerned, EICAS means engine indication and crew alerting system. So this is in fact very concerning, because this is another Boeing 787 of Air India that has faced a technical glitch. Let me bring in my colleague Harsha, who's been tracking this story very closely. Harsha, this is very concerning. Another Boeing 787 of Air India has faced a technical glitch, and we are learning that this was some engine to filter bypass issue that it faced. Take us through the details.
So you rightly pointed out, Akanksha, the flight was earlier scheduled to leave at 6:20 a.m. in the morning, but later on it took off 3 hours delay. There were 3 hours delay. The flight took off at 9:29 a.m. and suddenly 9 minutes after being airborne, there was a technical glitch which was reported. The term which is called in aviation in the aircraft sector, which is EICAS. There was a problem in engine. There was an engine fuel bypass. And also the pilot immediately told about this to ATC. There was emergency landing back to Hong Kong. Right now, the plane is in isolation bay. All the passengers have been deboarded, and they have been asked that if they want to reschedule, they want to cancel the flight, a substitute flight will be arranged. But right now, the major concern is it was Boeing 787A. It was a Dreamliner Air India, and major concerns are being raised in the Boeing 787 flight of Air India. In this flight also, the technical snag was not a small snag. It was a huge snag. The EICAS Akanksha controls the normal braking, controls the braking system, the flight controls, everything the EICAS system takes care of. And there was a problem in this issue. In the past, if we go, we have seen several incidents happening because of EICAS. And in the past, there have been deaths, there have been major tragedies because of the complete failure of the EICAS. So this was the problem which was noticed by the pilot during the takeoff. The flight was already mid-air. Imagine if all the controls would have failed, then a major tragedy could have happened.
Absolutely.
There's a serious concern. The inspections have not been done. Again and again, DGC is asking Air India to do a major inspection of 787. Until then, it will not take off. But they are taking off. They are flying the aircraft 787 Dreamliner without doing inspections. Such problems are still occurring since morning. Since yesterday also, there was one Air India flight. So since morning, there are 3 Air India flights which we have broken. Technical snags are continuously emerging. Something concrete has to be done. The Air India has to answer that why inspections are not being done, why the system controls and there are technical faults in the aircraft, and something without inspecting, without doing it, maintaining it properly, without servicing it properly. How come they fly in a Boeing when there are so many concerns being raised regarding Boeing? And this Hong Kong was a Boeing 787-8. And now we have gotten the details that there was an engine bypass fuel issue. Right now, still the passengers are at Hong Kong airport. They have any substitute flight has not been arranged. There's a situation of panic amongst passengers. The passengers don't want to travel in Air India. The trust which was inculcated by Tata, now the trust is completely shattered. The passengers don't want to take Air India flight. They are continuously stating that if it is a Boeing 787, if it is a Dreamliner, we will not fly in this Dreamliner. So we can understand that what is the gravity and intensity of the scare which passengers have right now by traveling in Air India aircraft. Back to you.
Absolutely. And what is more concerning is that this was Air India 787 that suffered a tragic crash 4 days back. What are you learning from your sources in Air India as far as this is concerned?
So right now we have gotten to know that the preliminary report has been shared by Air India to DGCA. Till now, DGCA has not responded that exactly what action will be taken, or after their order being passed day before yesterday of the thorough inspection, whether Air India did the inspection or didn't do the inspection, the entire detail is yet to come from the regulatory.
I'm in fact joined by Sanat Kaul, aviation experts. I want to ask you, this is concerning because we are learning that another Air India Dreamliner 787, remember it suffered such a huge tragedy 4 days back. Another incident has come to the fore. It had to take a mid-air U-turn and go back because there was an engine issue. No comment till now has come from Air India. How do you see this panning out?
Well, frankly, I have no idea of any details, but it is very surprising that it's happening. And it seems to me, I mean, we don't know what is the reason, why it's happening, but as some detail provided by the staff, it seems to be something with the engine and some filter or something. But whatever it is, it's very odd that a big aircraft has to come back after it takes off from Hong Kong. So that's all I can say. It needs to be inquired into to find out what exactly is going on.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. So as you can see in the visuals, Prime Minister has landed in Cyprus. In fact, he landed on Sunday. This is the first leg of his 3-nation tour, which will also see him visit Canada later in the evening to attend the G7 summit. You can see the visuals of Prime Minister in Cyprus there. The first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in over 20 years. And this is being seen by many as a strategic signal to Turkey as well. Now, during this meeting, Prime Minister held a lot of talks with the President and also addressed the business leaders as well. Right now in the visuals, we can see Prime Minister there in Cyprus alongside the President. With this, we're taking a short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about Prime Minister's visit to Cyprus and his impending visit to Canada later this evening. We'll get you these details after this very short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कि उनके मोबाइल पे अभी चल रहा है रिंग।
Viewers, top headlines. Air India Hong Kong Delhi plane has now been forced to return due to technical reasons. Passengers deboarded. Boeing team reaches Ahmedabad Air India plane crash site. So far, 92 DNA samples have been matched. Major scare as smoke and sparks seen around the wheels of Saudi Airlines plane with 250 passengers on board. Prime Minister Modi in Cyprus set to reach Canada in the evening to attend the G7. Israel and Iran trade strikes. Iranian missiles and hit U.S. embassy in Israel. Minor damages reported. All right, let's go straight across to the Prime Minister Modi, who is in Cyprus, and he has just received a ceremonial welcome. Prime Minister Modi has reached Cyprus, and he will be participating in multiple meetings later on in the day. He's received a ceremonial welcome. This is pictures coming in as the President of Cyprus welcomed PM Modi, and now the meetings will begin, reflecting the warmth and depth of bilateral ties between the two nations. PM Modi is on a 2-day visit to Cyprus from June 15 to 16th, coming at the invitation of the President. The visit is part of the Prime Minister's broader 3-nation tour, which will include a stop in Croatia and participation in the G7 summit in Canada later on. So these are the pictures coming in of the Prime Minister, who is going ahead, and there will be a lot of talks we can expect, especially as the PM Modi will be trying to strengthen the India-Cyprus ties. In fact, he also addressed the India-Cyprus CEO Forum earlier, spotlighting India's rapid economic growth and strong global trade ambitions. Let's go straight across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, is joining us. Abhishek, many areas of cooperation we can expect between India and Cyprus, and the strengthening of ties. Could you highlight what those areas would be? All right, we'll go straight back to our colleague in a short while from now. Our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, will put this visit in perspective for our viewers. But pictures coming in of the Prime Minister Modi, and a lot on the table to be discussed. Prime Minister Modi said that talks are ongoing regarding Cyprus being part of the Unified Payments Interface Network, UPI network, digital transactions being one of the top areas which will be discussed between India and Cyprus. Let's go back to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, so many talks lined up, especially on UPI, trade, economy. If you could just highlight to our viewers what will be the key points and key bilateral talks between India and Cyprus.
Well, yes, those are the bilateral agreements or MOUs that you were talking about, Shivangi, but this is a visit loaded with geopolitical significance, and insofar as India's diplomacy is concerned, it projects a very aggressive posture. Remember, Cyprus is in the Mediterranean, so the Mediterranean diplomacy is one aspect, and the Cyprus issue, as it is called, between the southern Cyprus and Turkey, in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor, when Turkey openly played its role in supporting militarily Pakistan. Prime Minister visiting Cyprus while on his way for G7 summit in Canada underscores the strategic import of and the messaging of this visit. The fact that President Nikos Christodoulides came and personally received the Prime Minister at the airport last evening, and now he's being given this ceremonial welcome. 2 or 3 meetings in the span of 12 hours between the two leaders. One state dinner, the other delegation level meet that happened. And then, of course, the restricted one-to-one format talks that took place between the two sides. The fact that Cyprus is integral to the IMEC corridor, which is the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, the fact that Cyprus is a member of the European Union, and in fact is going to be the chair of a European Union next year, and for India to be engaging at this level with Cyprus at this juncture gains that much more importance. In its standoff with Turkey, India has always taken a position that the issue be sorted with the UN, United Nations resolutions, and we have typically been on the side of the Republic of Cyprus. In 1974, there was some northern part of Cyprus, the Turkish Cypriots as they are called, that was effectively taken over by Turkey, and Turkey controls that part above the Green Line in the northern part of Cyprus. And on that issue, the Republic of Cyprus, where Prime Minister is visiting now, finds a commonality of interest with India. So I think in that sense, it's a very significant visit panning out in front of us. There is a lot of jointness in terms of the positions that the two nations take in the United Nations, and trade, of course, is a new focus. And as I mentioned, the European Union, Cyprus effectively acts as an entry port for our India's trade with the European Union and all the connections that we are building up. And in these pictures, you can see the kind of bonhomie, the kind of warmth with which Prime Minister is being received by the leadership of Cyprus under President Nikos Christodoulidis, and all the meetings that have taken place since last evening. And remember, this is after a gap of almost 24 years that an Indian Prime Minister is visiting, and that also, in a way, reflects on how we are realigning our foreign policy in a manner that friends feel friends and friends feel engaged, and that's what is happening in front of our eyes.
Sheikh, and we are staying with these pictures, the live pictures coming in, and you mentioned about Turkey. This is being seen as, this visit of Prime Minister Modi is being seen as a message that India is sending to Turkey. Why? Because Turkey had backed Pakistan during Operation Sindoor last month, and it is a very, very important visit. PM Modi is sending a straight message. It's a diplomatic signal which is being sent to Turkey. If you could help our viewers understand why this is important, Abhishek.
Well, as I mentioned, Shivangi, Turkey played a role, so far as India is concerned, a negative role by militarily supporting Pakistan out of turn. And the kind of posturing we saw from Turkey was hostile, was almost an enemy act. And it has been noted at all levels. And in fact, there has been a strong reaction in India at the mass level at the way Turkey has conducted itself, with the government, of course, cancelling some of the contracts. The Celebi one is the most visible one. And so in this backdrop, for a Prime Minister Modi to be visiting Cyprus, which is locked in a hostile relationship with Turkey, is, of course, signaling. If you go by the standards of diplomacy, it's a strong signaling. But that's only a small part, I would still say, of this visit, because Cyprus on its own, irrespective of the Turkey angle, is an important nation to engage with. It's going to be the chair of European Union next year. It's part of the European Union and hence integral to the IMEC corridor, about which we have been talking about for a while, and which is in the making, and which is going to be an answer to China's supply chains in many ways, connecting India with the larger European community through the Middle East. And it provides an alternative for all these nations who are looking for an answer to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. In that sense, it's a great infrastructural enterprise connecting or jointly being done by India, Israel, Europe, United States. And Cyprus is, of course, an important part in that geography and an important part of the IMEC itself. Also, in the Mediterranean, we have seen India strengthening its diplomatic presence. Just last week, viewers would recall India held the Mediterranean chapter of Raisina dialogue. Remember, Raisina dialogue till now has been a New Delhi-centric annual event, and it's a very important annual event, of course, in the global calendar of diplomacy. But then now to have chapters worldwide, something which was decided a couple of years back and is being implemented now. And the Mediterranean chapter of Raisina dialogue was opened just last week in France, in Marseille, and it's at the tip of Mediterranean. And Foreign Minister Jaishankar was there to be part of it. So I think this is, you can see, or we can see it as a part of a larger push for India's presence in the Mediterranean, diplomatic presence in the Mediterranean. And Cyprus, of course, also, apart from Turkey, apart from this trade aspect, there are another aspect which is energy. And there have been some new gas fields discoveries in the Mediterranean, and some of them in the economic zone of exclusive economic zone of Cyprus. And so, of course, there would be some synergy found there in terms of India's energy security. So also the fact that Cyprus maintains very good relationships in its neighborhood, except for Turkey, with Greece, for example, with Egypt. And so I think all of them are also very good friends with India. So to be connecting with all our friends in the region makes a lot of sense. And the fact that Cyprus was one nation not visited by an Indian Prime Minister for over 2 decades also was one factor where Prime Minister has taken a pit stop while on his way to Canada to participate in the G7 summit.
Abhishek is getting us all these details, and Abhishek, senior executive editor, joining us here. Stay on with us, Abhishek, because you spoke about different aspects. You said that the relation between India and Cyprus itself is significant, not taking Turkey into consideration like we were speaking about. If you could just take our viewers through a little bit more about the economic relationship. This is very important because PM Modi has mentioned the FTA between India and the UK as well. This is coming in as Prime Minister Modi had addressed business leaders a short while back. He has spoken about India's growth, India becoming the 3rd largest economy. All this was part of that address that he made while in Cyprus.
Well, so far as the trade relationship is concerned, remember India is in talks for having a free trade agreement with many geographies around the world, including Europe, very close to signing a deal with the European Union. EFTA has already been signed between India and a small grouping of 4 nations, which includes Switzerland, Liechtenstein, and Norway, among others. And then we have recently signed a trade deal with the United Kingdom just last month, in fact. And then talks are on for signing a bilateral trade agreement with the United States, possibly hinted by both the sides that this could happen as early as end of this month or before in the first week of July. And we have separate trade agreements signed over the last 1.5 years with the UAE, and then before that with Australia. So I mean, all those things are in the works. And in the case of Cyprus, in fact, during Prime Minister's visit, $100 million flagship fund focused on India growth story has been created, which means there is going to be an increase in bilateral trade between both the sides. And before Prime Minister leaves, he's going to be hosted for a state luncheon, following which Prime Minister would depart for Canada. So very important visit, both in terms of geoeconomics, the trade aspect, both in terms of geopolitics, the fact that the Mediterranean is a very important geography and India is strengthening its muscles there. And then, of course, the geostrategic part where the fact that in the immediate aftermath of Operation Sindoor, where Turkey played a certain role, negative role, and even hostile role vis-a-vis India, to be visiting a nation which is at loggerheads, has been at loggerheads with Turkey for the last 4 decades. I think this is diplomatically speaking India's major push in terms of attaining its foreign policy objectives in the region.
All right. Abhishek, pictures still coming in there. And as we're talking about Prime Minister Modi in Cyprus. It's also the first Indian Prime Minister in 23 years. This is also a diplomatic milestone that we are seeing. This is a historic gesture which dates back to 1962, underscoring renewed political attention and goodwill. So it's been huge. Since 2002, no Indian PM has visited Cyprus, Abhishek, and this is also very significant coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a travesty that this neglect happened because, Cyprus became independent of Britain, sometime in 1960. India established its diplomatic ties in 1962. And in early days itself, like the British created a mess wherever they left, including South Asia, with India and Pakistan. The British left a mess in Cyprus also, between the north part of essentially Turkic Cypriots and the southern part of essentially Christian or Greek Cypriots. And so the United Nations had to intervene. And in fact, in the UN peacekeeping force, Shivangi, which had gone in 1964, it was headed by Lieutenant General P.S. Gyani of India. Subsequently, Major General Diwan Premchand was part of the same. And in fact, India's Army Chief General K.S. Themaiya, he in fact died in harness in Cyprus in 1965. And there is in fact a road named after, an avenue named after General Themaiya, just outside of the airport in Laranka, where Prime Minister was received last evening by President, and Prime Minister will be flying out from there with the same. He would be using the same avenue named after General K.S. Themaiya. So I think there is a tremendous amount of history between the two nations. There is a tremendous amount of people-to-people connect, trade through tourism, and of course, while no Prime Minister visited in the last 23 years, you rightly mentioned, but President Ramnath Kovind was there in 2018, and that was a return visit because in 2017 we had President Anastasiades visiting India. So I think while at the top level, the Prime Minister has visited now, and of course it's an important diplomatic decision to be doing so. But one level below that, there has been a tremendous amount of engagement between the two sides, particularly since the Modi government has come to power. So, be it the Foreign Office consultations, be it there is a defense cooperation going on, and the fact that India has deputed a defense attaché specific to Cyprus. That speaks volumes over the kind of importance that's being given to the region, not just to the region, but specifically Cyprus also.
That was right. Thank you for joining us there as Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor, highlighting PM Modi's Cyprus visit. And of course, people-to-people connect, also one of the top highlights. We saw the Indian diaspora in Cyprus very excited to welcome PM Modi when he landed. Okay, we have to take a short break right now. Much more coming right up. We are live and breaking. Prime Minister Modi's historic Cyprus visit, where he is holding talks on important bilateral issues.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Wow.
Welcome back, viewers. We're live and breaking. It's a seat number that now carries a haunting legacy. 11A. Just another number to most travelers, but for two Air India flights, decades apart, it's a chilling common thread in tragedies that shook the world. We uncover the very, very eerie connection between the two devastating crashes, separated by time but bound by mystery, and the passenger seat that survived them both. This is the story of miracle seat 11A.
Everyone is terrified after watching the video of Air India 171 flight crash. It's the biggest air tragedy that India has witnessed. In fact, the entire world has witnessed it, and it is one of the most horrible crashes in the entire history of the world. Now, if you see that moment of crash, viewers, the ball of fire that aircraft...
मैं ये अवार्ड भारत और साइप्रस के मैत्रीपूर्ण संबंधों को, हमारे साझा मूल्यों और हमारी पारस्परिक समझ को समर्पित करता हूं। सभी भारतीयों की ओर से मैं इस सम्मान को अत्यंत विनम्रता और कृतज्ञता से स्वीकार करता हूं। यह अवार्ड शांति, सुरक्षा, संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता और हमारे लोगों की समृद्धि के लिए हमारी अटूट प्रतिबद्धता का प्रतीक है। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं इस सम्मान को भारत और साइप्रस के संबंधों के प्रति एक जिम्मेदारी के रूप में इसका महत्व मैं समझता हूं और मैं उस भाव से इसको लेता हूं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारी सक्रिय साझेदारी आने वाले समय में और भी नई ऊंचाइयों को छुएगी। हम मिलकर न केवल अपने देशों के विकास को मजबूत करेंगे, बल्कि एक शांतिपूर्ण और सुरक्षित वैश्विक वातावरण के लिए, उसके निर्माण के लिए भी मिलकर के योगदान देंगे। मैं फिर एक बार इस सम्मान के लिए आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
Yes, okay, Prime Minister Modi has just received the Cyprus's highest honor at Presidential Palace. Prime Minister Modi has been awarded the highest honor in Cyprus by the president there, and we're seeing that both the leaders are holding a private meeting at the Presidential Palace, and now the two sides will hold delegation-level talks with statements to be made later on in the days. And the discussions, like we are saying, will focus on bilateral relations and ways to strengthen them, particularly when we talk about economic terms, in terms of trade, as well as regarding infrastructure and investment. So Prime Minister Modi receiving the highest, one of the highest honors in Cyprus. This is the Grand Cross of the Order by the president there. Prime Minister Modi on this very important visit. He's also addressed the India-Cyprus CEO Forum, especially speaking about India's rapid economic growth and strong global trade ambitions. He's highlighted India's ongoing digital and manufacturing revolution and reiterated the commitment to finalize a free trade agreement with the European Union by year end. Very important visit of the Prime Minister there. Very, very important given the fact the kind of relations that Cyprus and India share. Cyprus is consistently supporting India's candidacy for the UN Security Council permanent seat and the NSG membership. We're also seeing that it's very important when it comes to other people-to-people connect issues. whether it be digital collaboration, AI, fintech, blockchain, both India and Cyprus coordinating and holding bilateral talks on that, whether it be maritime diplomacy. A very important visit there of the Prime Minister, where they're highlighting strategic and trade connectivity, EU engagement, diplomacy through symbolism, a comprehensive partnership between the two nations. So Prime Minister Modi getting the highest honor there, the highest honor. This is a Grand Cross of the Order. Taking a short break, viewers, much more coming right up. Prime Minister Modi on a historic visit to Cyprus. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
To report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not a theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin from June 30th. Apply now.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Cyprus for a three-nation tour. This is the first leg of his visit. That is our top focus at this moment. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Major technical glitch forces Air India flight bound to Delhi to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near the wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing at the Lucknow airport. One-day state mourning. Former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's last rites to be conducted this evening. Prime Minister Modi receives ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening. Central government issues Gazette notification. Census 2027 process begins officially. An unprecedented escalation. Missiles hit US embassy in Iran. Embassy to shut for a day. An Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner flight AI315 was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi when it experienced technical issues mid-flight earlier this morning. The flight then returned back to Hong Kong where the aircraft landed safely. So there has been a technical glitch that was detected, and after that, that really forced the airplane to return back to Hong Kong. Let's get all the updates. My colleague Akanksha is now joining us live from the newsroom. Akanksha, what is the update do we have? We understand the flight has safely landed in Hong Kong, but any more details emerging on what kind of technical glitches was the flight experiencing?
Well, you see, Aishwarya, flight AI315 coming from Hong Kong to the national capital, it took a U-turn mid-air is what we are learning after the pilot, in fact, saw an engine alert that was triggered mid-air. What we're learning so far is that Boeing 787, and this is more concerning because this is the same Boeing which suffered the major crash 4 days back. And now today, just as the aircraft, a Boeing 787 Dreamliner was cruising en route to the national capital, an engine alert was triggered mid-air. What we're learning is that EICAS, that is engine indicating and crew alerting system, flagged a fuel filter bypass warning pointing to a possible fuel flow issue. There was no emergency that was declared by the pilot, but a decision was taken by the pilot to take a U-turn from there. The plane has landed safely. In fact, it was to fly at 6, it took off at 6:30. It was to reach the national capital at around 9:30, but it took a U-turn mid-air. Now the plane has landed safely back in Hong Kong. A detailed technical inspection is underway. Air India has confirmed the incident and is assessing the cause of the incident very, very closely. And this is all the more concerning, Aishwarya, as was pointing out. This is the same Boeing Dreamliner 787 that's...
Right, Akanksha, stay on with us. We have more breaking news coming in. Air India has issued a statement on the Hong Kong-Delhi flight. It says in its statement, and I quote, AI315 operating from Hong Kong to Delhi on 16 June 2025, Air returned to Hong Kong shortly after takeoff due to a technical issue, and the flight landed safely at Hong Kong and is undergoing checks. As a matter of abundant precaution, alternative arrangements have been planned to fly the passengers to their destination, Delhi, at the earliest. We are providing all necessary on-ground assistance to the passengers to minimize the inconvenience caused by this unforeseen disruption. How can they minimize an inconvenience when it's already caused? This is in the aftermath that the Air India is issuing a statement saying that all necessary on-ground assistance is being provided to the passengers so that they can reach Delhi as soon as possible. They had been destined for Delhi, but after the mid-air scare, the aircraft returned to Hong Kong, landed safely. Checks were done. And now Air India is issuing a damage control statement. Akanksha is with us. Akanksha, tell us what exactly happened, Akanksha, because all these passengers were en route to Delhi and then suddenly there was a mid-air scare. There was no information about what, the glitch was, but then the flight took a U-turn, it went back to Hong Kong, landed safely, and then we get to know that it was the engine fuel bypass issue which had even, in the past has caused a lot of tragedies.
Absolutely, Deepak. You see another templated response, firstly by Air India after this incident has taken place. As you also read out, the Air India has said that the plane is undergoing checks as a matter of abundant precautions. Now, very concerning here, this is the same Dreamliner Boeing 787 that suffered the tragic incident 4 days back. 241 people lost their life. This same Dreamliner is what we can see right now that made a U-turn, went back to Hong Kong after there was an engine issue, is what we are learning, related to the fuel, is what the information is. EICAS, engine indicating and crew alerting system, flagged a fuel filter bypass warning, and after that pilot took a conscious decision to return back to Hong Kong, and that is how people were, in fact, safety of people was taken care by the pilot of this airline. But very concerning news that is coming in 4 days after the same Dreamliner 787, it underwent a tragic incident. 241 people lost their life. Now today again, Air India flight 315, which is being operated by Boeing Dreamliner 787, it took a U-turn mid-air. Mid-air it was, after pilot decided that it is better to take a U-turn than to fly to the national capital. The flight was to take off at, in fact, it took off at 6:30. It was to arrive in the national capital at 9:30 is what we are learning. But mid-air, this pilot took a U-turn. Now the passengers are safe. They have been deboarded, and the thorough inspection of that plane is being undertaken. But very important to also mention here, remember a few days back, the Civil Aviation Minister had pointed out that there would be inspection of all the Dreamliners, Boeing Dreamliners here in India. 9 out of 34 inspections had already taken place. Now more inspections are to take place. But very important point being raised here by many is that when the inspection is going on, why was this flight allowed to fly when there was apparently an issue as well?
Right, Akanksha, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. We have more news on this suspected malfunction that was identified through the engine indication and the crew alerting system, which displayed an alert for engine 2's fuel filter bypass. So this is what the technicality says. Going back to Akanksha. Akanksha, you were telling us about the Dreamliner 787, and there are more than thousands of these aircraft that are, they're flying internationally. Now there's a big question mark over this entire Dreamliner, and considering the fact that it is a relatively new airline, it's been just 11 years, a lot more questions are now of course emerging on the technical issues that it is facing.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. As was pointing out, just 3 days back, Civil Aviation Minister had said that thorough inspection of the 787 Dreamliners will be taken place. He had said back then that 9 out of 34 have been checked, inspected, and the rest have to be inspected now. And this is, in fact, this incident has happened on the day when Boeing officials are here in India. In fact, just a while back, they visited the Ahmedabad crash site as well. And all of this happening just 4 days after there was a tragic incident in Gujarat wherein 241 people lost their life, and this was the same Dreamliner 787, and this is in fact raising a lot of questions on Boeing, on Air India as well. But again, we are seeing a templated response coming in from the airlines.
Right, Akanksha, you stay with us. We'll just come back to you. We have an aviation expert, Mr. Sanat Kaul, who is joining us live for more on that story. Let's get more insights. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, I would ask you the same question that I was talking to our from reporters here. The particular Dreamliner that we are talking about, the 787 Boeing Dreamliner, there are more than thousands of them that are flying internationally. And as far as the Boeing 737 fleet was concerned, we know what it went through. But can we expect some more scrutiny on this particular Dreamliner as well? All right, we'll just go back to our guest. Let's get more on that story from Deepak, who's joining us. Deepak, as you were mentioning and telling us about the malfunction that happened in this particular aircraft. Please just take us through the entire sequence of events, what happened and what is the situation right now.
Right, Aishwarya, as far as the airline is concerned, Air India has issued a templated response saying that now necessary checks are being done after the flight has returned to Hong Kong and landed safely. But why weren't these checks done before the flight took off? Why were these alarms raised when the flight was mid-air? You know, there are dozens of passengers traveling from Hong Kong to Delhi, and suddenly there is an engine indication and crew alarming system that flags a fuel bypass notification. And this is a very deadly glitch, Aishwarya, to say the least, because there are 3 tragedies in the past that have happened because of this. Let me take our viewers through that, because this is something really, really serious and the airlines must take them into consideration. The first incident happened in 1989 when United Airlines Flight 232 crashed and DC-10 suffered mid-air engine failure. Again, it was the hydraulic systems that severed and full control was lost. Again, it was EICAS. In fact, we've got our aviation expert back with us. Many thanks for joining us, sir. Like Aishwarya was asking you, there are thousands of Boeing 787 Dreamliners operating across the world. How do you think, passenger safety must be taken into consideration? Because back to back, we've been seeing how this particular model of Boeing aircraft has been running into glitches.
Well, so far, this was the first fatal accident of 787, but the background to Boeing as a company and background to 787 is already there. Whistleblowers have stated that the quality of Boeing 787 is not good. And there have been cuts in safety while manufacturing the aircraft. So there is an issue. Now what is happening, unfortunately, to Air India, it could happen to any other 787. Anywhere in the world. And it's very unfortunate that this fuel thing has come up now on the flight from Hong Kong and we had to go back. So it's very difficult to say at this stage what is happening, what is the reason. In fact, we don't even know the real reason for the crash in Ahmedabad. So let us wait for the report, but at the same time, the apprehension with regard to quality of Boeing workmanship is certainly under a question mark. And that is very worrying because we have a huge Boeing fleet. I may also remind you that 737 aircraft of Boeing Max, had 2 accidents earlier. And they were again the same issue. So as a background to that, that is all I'll say just now. Because otherwise, it'll be, taking, without knowing fully, I would not like to make an opinion. Thank you very much.
Right, sir, stay on with us because we'll take our viewers through the recent air emergencies that have raised alarms on the passenger safety as well.
I have to go, I'm sorry.
All right, sir, many thanks for joining us on this live broadcast. Let's now go through the recent air emergencies, viewers. June 13th, it was the AI 379 Phuket to Delhi flight which received bomb threats. And incidentally, after that, the flight then made a U-turn back and it made an emergency landing on the Thai island. And what we understand is that all 156 passengers were safely deboarded after the bomb threats were completely, checked. The plane was scanned and these passengers were safe. The next incident came on June 16th, which is today, the Hong Kong to Delhi flight. This is again AI 315 is a Boeing 787 Dreamliner, like my colleague Aishwarya and Akanksha were mentioning. Again, it was a mid-air glitch issue that had forced it to return back to Hong Kong. And what we understand after that is that Air India has conducted checks and all passengers were safely deboarded. Now, another incident today has forced another airline, that is the SV 3112, another air scare on Jeddah to Lucknow flight where 250 passengers who were coming back from their Hajj pilgrimage experienced a very traumatic face inside that flight, because sparks and smoke flew from the plane's wheels, and after that it was the fire safety and the rescue teams that were at the airport that came to the rescue and doused these flames, and passengers of the SV3112 disembarked safely, but no casualties or injuries have been reported so far. Now, these are the recent air emergencies, viewers, that have raised serious concerns about passenger safety.
All right. Thank you, Deepak, for telling us about the various emergency and the situations that have arisen because of technical failures across these years on the Boeing 787 Dreamliners that we are talking about. And let's go back to Akanksha. Akanksha, what is the update you are getting? We understand, of course, now Air India has issued a statement, and as you were mentioning, it is just a templated statement that we are getting. But the question is, since there is an already inquiry that is going on as far as the Ahmedabad blast, the crash is concerned, can we expect some changes now since a major tragedy has been averted today as well?
Well, absolutely. Major aviation tragedy has been averted today. Hong Kong flight, which was coming to the national capital, it took a turn mid-air after pilots suspected that there is a technical issue. It was, in fact, it was slated to land in the national capital at around 9:30 is what we are learning. But mid-air, it took a U-turn, and all the people have been deboarded safely. In fact, what we are learning is that thorough inspection is taking place right now. But again, this raises a lot of question on Air India. They have given a templated response. They have said the inspections will take place, but in fact inspections were not take place, and hence this situation has arisen. Very shocking, because this is the same Dreamliner Boeing 787 that suffered the massive tragedy just 4 days back. So this raises a lot of questions. Remains to be seen what the government has to say, what the DGCA has to say on this.
Right, Akanksha and Deepak, thank you so much for getting us through this entire story on the Delhi-bound Air India flight returning back to Hong Kong due to technical glitches there. Thank you so much for your insights, and we'll take a very short break here.
जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है। विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। हाँ। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
And it was not just the Air India flight that went back to Hong Kong. There was another scare in the morning as a Saudi Airlines flight from Jeddah also sparked a brief scare on the morning of 15th of June after smoke was detected from its wheels upon landing at the Lucknow airport. And the aircraft rescue and firefighting teams responded swiftly, working alongside the Saudi ground crew to contain the smoke and prevent any damage to the aircraft. All the passengers were later safely deboarded, and officials confirmed that there was no disruption to the airport operations following the incident. Our colleague Ajay Dubey has filed this report from Lucknow.
लखनऊ के चौधरी चरण सिंह एयरपोर्ट पे कल के दिन सऊदी अरेबिया से एक फ्लाइट आई और उस फ्लाइट को लेकर तमाम तरीके की जानकारी आई है। हम लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पे मौजूद हैं, तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां सऊदी एयरपोर्ट से उड़ी एक फ्लाइट, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट SV 3112 लैंड करती है। लैंडिंग के दौरान पहिए से चिंगारी और धुआं निकलता है, जिसके बाद अफरा तफरी की स्थिति में जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट टीम है वो उस आग को बुझाती है। और ठीक हमारे आंखों के सामने हम आपको तस्वीरों में विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट खड़ी है। ये वही फ्लाइट है या नहीं ये हम कंफर्म कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हमें हैंगर पे खड़ी हुई दिखाई रही है जो कल के दिन सुबह तकरीबन 6:30 बजे लैंड करती है। 20 मिनट की मशक्कत के बाद जो ये पूरी समस्या थी उसको कंट्रोल में लेकर आते हैं। शनिवार की बता दें आपको, रात में 11:30 बजे जेद्दा एयरपोर्ट से हज यात्रियों को लेकर ये जहाज जुड़ा था और रविवार की सुबह लखनऊ पहुंचता है। लैंड करते ही पहिए में आग लग जाती है, पुशबैक कर टैक्सी वे पर इसे लाया जाता है और किसी तरीके से जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट की टीमें होती हैं वो टीमें इस आग को अपने कंट्रोल में लेती है। रनवे पर जब वो लैंड करता है तभी धुआं उठता दिखाई देता है। हम ठीक एयरपोर्ट पर मौजूद हैं, आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हैंगर पे लगी हुई है और तमाम इन सब बातों के बीच अहमदाबाद में जो घटना घटी है, जो अथॉरिटीज है कंसर्न्ड है, अलग अलग जो टीमें हैं वो इस पूरे मामले की जांच भी कर रही हैं।
डर गए, घबरा गए कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कोई कोई हादसा हो जाए, आगे कोई चीज़ ऐसी आ गई कि जिससे जो है इसने जो है ब्रेक लगा दिया। फिर बाद में पता चला कि टायर से जो है धुआं हुआ निकल रहा है उस पर जो है। तो फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियाँ पहले एक आई, फिर 2 गाड़ियाँ आई, फिर उसको जो है पाइप लगा के जो है, अब इतना नीचे तो नहीं दिख रहा था वो क्या कर रहे हैं, मतलब हम बैठे थे, हम हाल खिड़की के पास थे, देख रहे थे कि मतलब जो है गाड़ी, दोनों गाड़ी हम देख रहे थे। स्टाफ के लोग आगे बड़े अफरा तफरी भाग दौड़ करके जो है उसको जो है उन लोगों ने जो है उसको कंट्रोल किया। फिर उसके बाद जो है वो ड्राइवर अपने लेके गया, तो फिर जो है हम लोग उतर के जो है अपना कागजी कार्रवाई करके अपने जो है घरों को।
All right, our colleague Ajay Dubey, in fact, is joining us live from outside the Lucknow airport. Ajay, we understand that all passengers are safe at the moment. They were easily deboarded and they were taken to any safety. But what are the details that is emerging from the authorities there? Any statement that has been issued?
See, right now authorities are investigating this issue. This flight is still it is still parked in the area in the closer area of airport in Lucknow only. And the important part is that investigation is not just done, is being happening from the authorities of India, but from the authorities of Saudi Arabia and the airways also. They are also investigating what happened exactly, and it is related with the tire. It is related with the process of landing. What happened at that time, that is what they are investigating right now. All the passengers are totally fine. They are totally safe, and the crew member is also totally fine. And the important part is that the investigation is still going on. The flight is still parked in the bay, and the important part is that when this thing happened early in the morning of Sunday at 6:30 a.m. in the morning, at that time the local authorities, the team which was deployed at the airport, they reached at the spot at a point and they stopped the fire. The team was totally active, so things were totally under control. Right now investigation is going on, and still the result is about to come, and we are waiting for the feedback from the agencies.
All right, Ajay, thank you so much for those details there. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. A show of strength, discipline and determination in a major boost to Jammu and Kashmir's security apparatus. Over 1,100 newly trained police officers graduated from the Sher-e-Kashmir Police Academy in Udhampur today, with the top brass including LG Manoj Sinha and DGP Nalin Prabhat in attendance. This new force is all set to take on terror, narco networks and law and order challenges head on. Take a look at this report.
We are here at the Udhampur Training Center, and we have seen that the 1112 the PSIs, and after we have seen that the 50 DSPs have been trained here to deal the counter-terrorism in the Jammu and Kashmir. Also, we have seen the training that was given to these officers, and you can see from this very side, if Gaurav can show visuals from the very side, that the piping ceremony is going there, and you can see here the visuals that these are the Jammu and Kashmir police officers who have been trained in the Udhampur. In fact, we have also been told that these officers have been trained to deal every situation in the Jammu and Kashmir, whether it's counter-terrorism, whether it's narco-terrorism and other things. Also have been trained with the latest, if we'll talk about the latest challenge that the forces are tackling in the Jammu and Kashmir. These officers, these young and the dynamic officers are capable to deal with the every situation. आप मुझे बताइए कैसा आपको लगा यहाँ पर, क्या कुछ ट्रेनिंग हुई आज तक, क्या फीलिंग?
It has been such a relieving moment. We are waiting for this moment since last 1 year. We have gone through the worst training. We have trained in like temperature like 40 plus. We have done the best training in the country. But this is such a relieving moment. One of the most memorable moments in my life. Let me tell you one thing. It was not easy. It was really not easy. He's my papa, Sayyid Altaf.
So you want to say thing? कुछ बताएंगे आप, क्या कुछ इन्होंने कैसे ट्रेनिंग की और क्या आपकी फीलिंग है आज, कैसे अपनी देश की सुरक्षा करने?
सबसे पहले मैं आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना हूँ कि अपना कीमती वक्त आपने दिया हमें, क्योंकि मैं फ़ख्र फील करता हूँ कि मैं इसका बाप हूँ। गाइडेंस हमारी है लेकिन मेहनत इसकी अपनी है।
आप मुझे बताइए क्या कैसे आपकी ट्रेनिंग रही, कितने समय की रही और क्या कुछ आपको ट्रेनिंग मिली?
So actually we have been posted here for around a year. We have been undergoing rigorous training for around a year. But alhamdulillah, we are past that and we are ready with all that courage, zeal and zest to serve our nation, to serve our country.
Viewers, we are live and breaking. Coming up ahead, unprecedented escalation. Iranian missiles hit US embassy in Israel. Embassy to stay shut for a day. And also the big story, central government issues a gazette notification. Census 2027 process begins officially. Details on those big stories and much more coming up after a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा।
Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi bound flight to return back to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi airplane while landing at Lucknow airport. One-day state mourning, former Chief Minister Rupani's last rites to be conducted in the evening. Prime Minister Narendra Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening. Central government issues Gazette notification census 2027 to process. That process will begin officially. Unprecedented escalation. Iranian missiles hit US embassy in Israel. Embassy to stay shut for a day. Breaking news coming in. What we're learning is that a Rapido driver has assaulted women near Jayanagar showroom. A woman was assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near footwear showroom in Jayanagar in Bengaluru 3 days ago. And the incident occurred after the women questioned the driver over rash driving, which led to a heated argument and a physical altercation. According to the police sources, the victim was initially reluctant to file a police complaint. However, after persuasion by the officers, an NCR, which is non-cognizable report, was registered. Following the viral circulation of video on social media related to the incident, police is contemplating to convert this case into the FIR. The incident falls under the jurisdiction of Jayanagar Police Station in Bengaluru. A detailed investigation is underway in this matter. Let me go across to my colleague Deepak, who joins us from the newsroom. Very shocking news coming in from Bengaluru. What we're learning is that a Rapido driver has assaulted a woman there after there was a sort of argument between them over the ride. Give us more details on this.
Right, Akanksha, the story has more than what meets the eye, because what we can see on screen is just the Rapido rider assaulting the passenger. But what we understand is that this particular passenger who confronted him for rash driving allegedly spoke only in English, and that's why the Rapido driver was enraged, because she didn't know Kannada and he thrashed her in the middle of the road. And this is not some one-off incident, Akanksha. We've seen this happening time and again. Auto drivers assaulting those who don't know Kannada. We have bike taxis assaulting people who confront them for rash driving, and that too in another language. So there is growing intolerance in the Congress government, and this is the heart of Bengaluru. This is not a rural area or an outskirts region of Bengaluru. This is right in the middle of Bengaluru. Jayanagar is a very, very bustling area in the Silicon City, and it is very shocking, to say the least, to know what exactly happened. Now, let me take you through the details that are emerging, Akanksha, because the argument which started over rash driving escalated as the two were unable to communicate with each other. She spoke only in English while the rider spoke only Kannada, and the situation worsened after the woman allegedly refused to pay the fare, because that's clearly highlighted in every transport or cab aggregator, guidelines, and also their policies, that if the driver is found driving rash or behaves rudely with any passenger, then he is not entitled to get that sum of money or the fare that is dedicated to that particular ride. And the situation worsened after she refused to pay the fare which was fair, and the driver was then seen slapping her, causing her to fall to the ground. And in the video, the two were initially seen arguing, trying to convince the bystanders to intervene. But look at this shocking state of affairs in Bengaluru, Akanksha, because people over there are watching the entire scenario unfold. None of them came to intervene, none of them intervened, and none of them stopped the Rapido rider from assaulting this particular woman who was helpless. She didn't know the language of Bengaluru, of Karnataka, and she didn't know the language of Kannada. She spoke in whatever language she knew, and it was the bystanders' responsibility to come and intervene and help her and try to bridge that language gap. But in turn, what we see is that the bystanders turned mute spectators and let whatever happen. And right now, what we understand is that a police complaint has been filed. And another shocking, angle to this story is that Rapido had clearly said that it had stopped its bike taxi services and replaced it with only, bikes supplying goods or transporting goods from one place to another. So this comes even after the Karnataka High Court's order stopping all these bike aggregators. We'll have to wait and watch what action this rider will face, and Rapido as a company will face for going against the High Court's order.
Absolutely. So what started as an argument over rash driving turned into argument over the language. Apparently what my colleague Deepak is telling us, that the lady was speaking in English, which was not being understood by the driver. There are very concerning news, in fact, coming in from Bengaluru. You can see in the visuals as well that Rapido driver slapping that woman. Initially, she was reluctant to file the complaint, but now the complaint has been filed in this entire case. Deepak, also tell us about the reaction that has come, any statement that has come from Rapido.
Well, Rapido is clearly at fault for running services that are not supposed to be run, firstly. And secondly, Akanksha, if we can look at the video, that victim is pleading before the bystanders to intervene, to try and help the Rapido guy understand what she's trying to tell him. But none of them, there you can see she's asking them to intervene and tell him what exactly she wants to communicate to him. But in turn, the bystanders there stood as mute spectators, and this resulted in an assault. And this is really unpardonable and appalling state of affairs in Congress-ruled Karnataka, and Bengaluru especially. Jayanagar happens to fall under Ramalinga Reddy and his daughter Soumya Reddy's constituency. Their jurisdiction comes here, and no action has been taken so far.
Well, absolutely, and not the first time that we have seen such a incident come out of Bengaluru. This argument over rash driving turned into full-blown argument over the language, and there you can see in the visuals that Rapido driver slapping that lady, and as we can see in the visuals as well, the bystanders there just watching what unfolded there. Very concerning news, in fact, coming in. Deepak, not the first time that this has happened in Karnataka, in Bengaluru. In fact, has any reaction come in from the ruling Congress leaders, their MLAs, their MPs there?
As usual, Akanksha, the Congress government has been silent. And we've seen time and again how they give a free run to fringe elements like, pro-Kannada organizations to target all those non-Kannada speaking crowd in Karnataka and in Bengaluru. And this is one such incident where the Karnataka Rakshana Vedike doesn't really have anything to do with this, and the Congress government, as usual, has nothing to say about this. They'll say that it is just a personal, issue, that they don't want to intervene. But this is really a big problem that people are facing in Bengaluru. Despite, some of these riders even knowing English, they intentionally don't speak in English. They intentionally make the other person, feel belittled, and they insult them. And this is something that has snowballed beyond insult. It has gone to a case of assault. And so far, what we understand is that there is no statement from the local MLA. There is no statement from the Congress government. And as usual, it's just Kannadigas versus the other language-speaking crowd. There is no, middle ground per se. Bystanders didn't intervene. As you can see, mute spectators, it was their duty to help both of them understand and bring a consensus, but they let the situation go out of control.
Absolutely. Deepak, stay on with us. I'm joined by social activist Brinda Adige. Ma'am, a very concerning video that has come in from Bengaluru. We can see that Rapido driver slapping that lady in the broad daylight, and apparently this was over the language difference. The lady was speaking in English, which was not understood by the Rapido driver, but whatever it may be, he cannot slap the lady like that. What do you have to say on this?
This is violence against a woman. What language is he talking about? She was asking him why was he driving so rashly. He can always say that I don't understand the language with which you are speaking, so I will not be able to respond to you. I'm sure he did understand, because what he did is something that he knows, and she also knows. So she questioned him, and he is a Rapido driver. So he has been employed by Rapido, or he is associated with Rapido, which means he must have SOPs on how he behaves with consumers and customers and passengers that he takes. He's not doing charity over there. His job is to safely pick up the passenger and drop the passenger respectfully and safely to another place. What he did was something that she would not have liked, because when you're sitting on a two-wheeler and the person is driving rashly, the person invariably falls. Whoever is the pillion rider invariably falls on the rider. And that is unacceptable, because this woman would have felt very humiliated and insulted to not only be falling on that fellow every time he was rashly driving, because all of this is seen as masculinity when they don't understand that this is toxic masculinity. And when she questioned him, he uses the language excuse and slaps her and, beats her, pushes her to the ground. Unacceptable, appalling. This is a crime and it must be treated as that. But I'm even more upset with the bystanders who did nothing. Bystanders could have intervened. Bystanders could have stopped this, escalating any further. But the bystanders all just stood and watched as if, they have nothing to do with something that is happening, which is a concern, which is no longer, to be treated as two people arguing. This is something going beyond just a rapido ride. It is a man trying to bully this woman, and he has used that strength to beat her up. Literally beat her. And this is unacceptable. He could have killed her. So why is not the attempt to murder section put by the police? And my other question goes to the state. What are you doing to keep women passengers safe, women commuters safe? What have you done? What are your CCTV cameras doing? CCTV cameras have been bought under the Nirbhaya fund. It is across Bangalore. Who is monitoring it? Which policeman or woman is monitoring it? And if you are monitoring it, why haven't you seen this happening and deployed one of the mobile police vans immediately to that place? Because this has been happening for about 5-6 minutes. And more than 5-6 minutes. And there is
completely unacceptable what has happened in Karnataka. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now we are shifting our focus to the national capital. Delhi police has arrested 36 illegal Bangladeshi citizens from Bharatnagar area. Police recovered a banned IMO app from 7 mobile phones. And Delhi police also found 13 Bangladeshi national ID cards with them as well. And this is a big action by Delhi police foreign cell. They have conducted a combing operation in Wazirpur JJ colony as well, and this has been going on from the past 1 month. They've been checking IDs of the people living there to find out where they belong from, and now what we're learning is that 36 Bangladeshis have been held. Banned applications have been found on their mobile phones as well. Let me go across to my colleague Piyush Ori, who joins us with more details on this. Piyush, this has been going, this crackdown in fact has been going from the past 1 month. Police has been going to different locations, checking the Aadhaar card, PAN cards, etc. Tell us about this specific case, because what we are learning is that they had the banned applications also on their mobile phones. Give us more details.
So it is important to note over here that the Delhi Police Northwestern Unit has been acting very proactively against the Bangladeshis who are coming and residing illegally over here. Now, these Bangladeshis that are being identified and then being deported through the process of FRRO route are those Bangladeshis which come over here and are not having any relevant documents. So yes, there has been a very stern action so far which has been taken by the Delhi Police Northwestern Unit, where they are catching hold of several Bangladeshis who are coming over here working as laborers, and they come over here from the route of Haryana. They work as laborers and are thereby being identified by the Delhi Police Northwestern Unit from several JJ colonies, some of which we can see over here. These are some JJ colonies in which the Bangladeshis which are being caught by the Delhi Police Northwestern Unit are actually being identified from, and they are then being deported to the FRRO route. So yes, it's a very tough action that has been taken by the Delhi Police, and we hope that from there the Delhi Police and other units of the Delhi Police are also going to take stern action against Bangladeshis that are residing illegally in the several parts of the city.
Absolutely. Piyush, keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to Gujarat, where the tragic incident took place. What we're learning is that the total number of DNA sample matches in the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash incident has reached to 92, including that of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, with 33 bodies handed over respectfully to the family. Family members of Vijay Rupani have reached the mortuary complex. In fact, just a while back, we saw that preparations were underway for the last rites of the former Chief Minister of Gujarat. All right, so as you can see in the visuals as well, 92 victims have been identified in the last 4 days. DNA sample tests were conducted on the bodies and their family members. And what we're learning is that 92 DNA samples have matched with the kin of those who have lost their lives. That also includes former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's body. It has been handed over to the family. Just a while back, we saw the visuals of his last rites and the preparation for the last rites. In fact, what we're learning is that around 5 to 6, his last rites will be conducted. Let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who continues to track this story very closely from the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. Gopi, let's first talk about the DNA sampling in this case. It has been going on from the last 3 days. What we're learning is that 92 samples have been matched, including that of the former chief minister. Give us more details as to what is happening there at the civil hospital, because the DNA testing for the rest of more than 150 bodies is still left.
Well, in fact, what we can tell our viewers as of yet is
well, as you can see in the visuals, these are the visuals of Prime Minister in Cyprus there. Just a while back, he received the ceremonial invitation there in Cyprus, and now you can see in the visuals Prime Minister with S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister Ajit Doval by his side. This is in fact a meeting that is going on there in Cyprus. Very important visit by the Prime Minister, any Prime Minister in the last 20 years. These are the live visuals we're getting for you from Cyprus as the Prime Minister is there on a 2-day visit. What we're learning is that today evening he will be heading to Canada for the G7 summit, but definitely this visit is also being seen as a very crucial one to improve the bilateral relationship between the two nations, and also keeping in mind that this is very close to Turkey. And given how our relationships have been with Turkey in the last 1 month after Operation Sindoor and their inclination towards Pakistan, this meeting is also going to send out a very strong message to Turkey. But look at these visuals of Prime Minister there with the External Affairs Minister and the
नजर आ रहे हैं। भारत के छात्र हैं जो साइप्रस में जाकर पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सहयोग इन सब के माध्यम से इस सहयोग को और कैसे प्रगाढ़ किया जा सकता है, इसको लेकर इस वक्त प्रतिनिधिमंडल स्तर की वार्ता के तहत इन्हीं तमाम बिंदुओं पर चर्चा की जा रही है। भारत के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और साइप्रस के राष्ट्रपति दोनों इस प्रतिनिधिमंडल स्तर की वार्ता की अध्यक्षता करते हुए, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को आज हम जानते हैं कि साइप्रस ने अपने सर्वोच्च सम्मान से भी नवाजा है, जिसे प्रधानमंत्री ने भारत और साइप्रस के बीच के मैत्रीपूर्ण संबंधों को ही समर्पित किया है। ऐसे में दोनों देशों के बीच के सहयोग के अवसर या संभावनाओं से न केवल व्यापार और निवेश को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, बल्कि साथ ही साथ विकास के विभिन्न आयाम को भी कैसे मजबूत किया जाए, इसको लेकर भी दोनों देश एक दूसरे के साथ सहयोग करते नजर आएंगे। प्रधानमंत्री लगातार नई तकनीक को लेकर देश में भी नई तकनीक के विकास पर काम करते आए हैं। ऐसे में जो भारत की तकनीकी स्तर पर दक्षता
For more than this, I'm joined by Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor. This meeting is, in fact, this visit is very important by the Prime Minister. This is also giving let me, again, we'll try and reconnect that line with Abhishek Kapoor. But as you can see in the visuals, that's Prime Minister in Cyprus. The first visit by a Prime Minister in 23 years. And this is being viewed as a diplomatic signal to Turkey, which has occupied 1/3 of the island since 1974 and has now backed Pakistan during the Operation Sindoor last month. Right now in the visuals, you can see External Affairs Minister Ajit Doval by Prime Minister's side, and the bilateral talks are underway between the two nations. Let me now bring in Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor. Sir, as I was asking you, this visit by the Prime Minister is very, very important to send a diplomatic signal as far as Turkey is also concerned, and bilateral relationship between the two countries too.
Well, absolutely. And between Prime Minister Modi and President
Christo Doulides, these delegation level talks are happening. This is the third engagement, by the way, between the two leaders. There was before this a restricted level one-on-one meet, and before that there was a dinner hosted in honor of Prime Minister's visit last evening, and then these delegation level talks would be followed by state luncheon in Nicosia. And the visit, of course, is significant for multiple reasons. First, that a Prime Minister is visiting from India to Cyprus after 23 years. Second, that this is happening in the immediate aftermath of the Operation Sindoor, and the geography is significant. Cyprus is at loggerheads with Turkey, has been so for the last 4 decades and more. And the kind of inimical role, hostile role Turkey played in between India and Pakistan standoff, I think it's clear that there is a diplomatic messaging also there that on his first trip abroad, Prime Minister is visiting Cyprus after Operation Sindoor. And apart from that, there is a geo-economic significance. While the trade with Cyprus itself is, the volume of trade is very small. Cyprus is part of the European Union. And in fact, next year, Cyprus is going to be chairing European Union. And it's exactly where the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor passes through. And the fact that Cyprus and India have had commonality of interest, have effectively looked in the same direction when it comes to important geopolitical, geoeconomic events of the day. For example, Cyprus has always supported India's membership of the UN Security Council, permanent membership, and bid for permanent membership of UNSC, if I could add. And India has always been on the side of friends of Republic of Cyprus when it comes to the Cyprus issue, which is exactly why Cyprus is at loggerheads with Turkey, which is that the north part of Cyprus, about 1/5, which is controlled by Turkey since an invasion in 1974, and a standoff that has been there since then. India has taken a position that this issue should be should be sorted within the framework of resolutions of the United Nations on Cyprus. And so all those things, of course, add salience to this visit, which is spanning out. Short one, Prime Minister landed last evening. He is flying out immediately after the state luncheon that's going to be hosted after these delegation level talks, and onwards to Canada, where he would be participating in the G7 summit. But as that visit, or that part of the visit, of course, is important, but equally so this one, given the geography, given the strategic importance, and given the diplomatic messaging as it is in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, visiting Cyprus, clearly a message to Turkey that henceforth Turkey has to be seen as a hostile nation, and our realignments would reflect that.
Absolutely. Diplomatic messaging is very important here. Abhishek, as you mentioned about Turkey, India has expressed concern over its position and actions during the conflict. But Cyprus, on the contrast, had backed India on the issue of terrorism. So clearly, they are the ally of our country. All right, we're taking a short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you more details about Prime Minister's visit to Cyprus during the evening. He will be heading towards Canada for the G7 summits. This and more on the other side. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर है।
Welcome back. Now, in the violence-hit district of Churachandpur, government job aspirants are facing a major competitive disadvantage due to the inaccessibility of the examination centers. Here's a report.
Amid ongoing ethnic conflict in Manipur since May 3, aspirants have been forced to travel hundreds of kilometers outside the state to appear for exams such as SSC, NDA, NEET, UPSC and UGC, NTA. While in Imphal, the nearest exam center is just 62 kilometers away, ongoing unrest and movement restrictions have made it inaccessible. As a result, students are forced to travel as far as Aswal, Guwahati or Agartala, incurring high travel costs and enduring physical and mental stress. Students flag issues such as the lack of accommodation, unfamiliar exam environments, and the stress of long journeys, which significantly affect their performance. The Zomi Students Federation continues to press the authorities to set up an examination center in Churachandpur. This is a demand that students say is long overdue and essential for academic equity.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi airline plane while landing at Lucknow airport. One-day state mourning, former Chief Minister Rupani's last rites will be conducted in the evening today. This and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तान के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली।
Each night on prime time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility, asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your prime time starts here.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. Air India continues to make headlines for all the wrong reasons after back-to-back mid-air scares. We'll get you all that and much more, but first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return back to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing at Lucknow Airport. Woman allegedly assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near a footwear showroom in Jayanagar, Bengaluru. Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening. Central government issues Gazette notification. Census 2027 process begins officially. Unprecedented escalation. Iranian missiles hit US embassy in Israel. Embassy to stay shut for a day. An Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner flight AI315 was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi when it experienced a technical issue mid-flight earlier this morning. The flight then returned to Hong Kong where the aircraft landed safely. Now, acting on standard safety protocol, the pilot decided to return to the point of origin. This is one of the big stories that we are tracking for you in this edition. Well, Air India seems to be making headlines again, ladies and gentlemen, for all the wrong reasons. This one is an Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner flight AI315 where it was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi and the pilot had to make a U-turn mid-air after a technical snag. I'm being joined by Akanksha from the newsroom. Akanksha, this is a repeat telecast of what is happening with Air India. This comes just days after the devastating air flight crash that happened in Ahmedabad. And now we can see that this flight, which was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi, had to make a U-turn after the pilot experienced some sort of a technical snag. Tell us more.
You see, this was the same Boeing 787 that suffered a tragic incident just 4 days back. 241 people lost their life. And just today, what we're learning is that flight AI315, which departed from Hong Kong at around 6:30. It was to arrive in the national capital by around 9:30. Mid-air, it took a U-turn and went back to Hong Kong after the pilot of that airplane decided that it is better to do that because there was an engine alert that was triggered mid-air. What we're learning is that EICAS, that is Engine Indicating and Crew Alerting System, flagged a fuel filter bypass warning pointing to a possible fuel flow issue. There was no emergency that was alerted, but the captain of the plane decided to turn the aircraft around because for him the passenger safety was very important. The plane, what we're learning, has landed back in Hong Kong and a detailed technical inspection is also underway. On the other hand, Air India has issued a very templated response. They have said that inspection of that aircraft will be taken place. But this is also concerning because why was the inspection not conducted beforehand? Why did it face the engine indicating, crew alerting systems, in fact, fuel filter bypass warning? Why was inspections, in fact, not done prior to this incident? So this is a templated response that has come from Air India. This raises a lot of questions on passenger safety, but what we're learning now is that the plane has landed. People are safe. Thorough investigation in this case has started on behalf of Air India as well. Now it remains to be seen what DGCA has to say on this entire incident.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. In fact, the suspected malfunction, as we're coming to know, was identified through the engine indication and crew alerting system, which displayed an alert for engine 2's fuel filter bypass. Now, while, like you correctly pointed out, Air India has issued a templated response, but it's only a matter of time when passengers start questioning. In fact, they start doubting about how safe is Air India after all. Akanksha.
Well, it's not about Air India overall, but about this Boeing 787 that is now under the scanner. Same Boeing 787, the tragic incident took place just a few days back. And what is more important to point out here is that today only, the Boeing team is currently in Ahmedabad. They were just a while back at the crash site inspecting that entire area. And just few hours before that, another incident related to Boeing Dreamliner 787 has taken place. So Boeing is answerable, definitely Air India is answerable, and DGCA must ask these questions because just 2 days back, if you remember, Civil Aviation Minister had pointed out that investigation, inspection of all the fleet of Dreamliner 787 will be conducted. A thorough investigation will be conducted, maintenance will be checked to see if there's that there should be no fault as far as the Dreamliner 787 is concerned. But in the last 4 days, this is the second incident that has come to the fore related to 787 Boeing, raising a lot of question on passenger safety, on the maintenance, on whether the engines are checked before the planes take off. So definitely Boeing needs to answer, Air India needs to answer, and these questions need to be raised by the DGCA.
Well, very, very rightly pointed out, Akanksha. In fact, Air India, Boeing are under heavy scrutiny, and DGCA needs to ask some.
उस विमान में कार्य कर रहे विमान के क्रू के मेंबरगण और इस दुर्घटना के परिणाम स्वरूप मेडिकल कॉलेज के जो विद्यार्थी और स्टाफ जिनकी मृत्यु हुई, उनके प्रति प्रारंभ में अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके प्रति भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि व्यक्त करता हूं और पूरा देश भी उन परिवारों के साथ इस दुख के और शोक के समय में उनके साथ है। तो मैं उसी श्रद्धांजलि से अपनी ये पत्रकार वार्ता शुरू करता हूं। आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को साइप्रस में उनके देश का सर्वोच्च पुरस्कार मिला है। साइप्रस के राष्ट्रपति श्री निकोस क्रिस्टोडुलिफिडोस से ये जो सर्वोच्च पुरस्कार है, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी के व्यक्तित्व और कर्तृत्व के माध्यम से वैश्विक स्तर पर, पर्यावरण के स्तर पर, नेतृत्व के स्तर पर, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर में भारत के गौरव के स्तर पे उनके योगदान के लिए आज ये उनको सम्मान मिला है। और हम सब के लिए भी एक खुशी, गौरव का क्षण है कि ये उनको अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर 23वां ये सम्मान मिला है। हम निश्चित रूप से ये भारत के लिए भी गौरव का क्षण है। मित्रों, मैं अब पत्रकार वार्ता के विषय पर आता हूं। इस देश में ओबीसी समाज के साथ धोखा करने का काम, छल करने का काम हमेशा से कांग्रेस ने किया है। कभी सच्चाई रही होती तो काका कालेलकर कमीशन की रिपोर्ट आने के बाद कांग्रेस ने कोई दूसरा कमीशन ही नहीं बनाया। ये तो देश में से कांग्रेस गई तब जनता पार्टी में मंडल आयोग का गठन हुआ, वरना तो कांग्रेस रही तो काका कालेलकर कमीशन की रिपोर्ट तो दबा दी गई थी। कांग्रेस सत्ता में बनी हुई थी। जनता पार्टी के जाने के
Ladies and gentlemen, that was BJP's PC on the devastating plane crash that happened just a couple of days ago near the Ahmedabad airport that claimed the life of 241 passengers on board. Now, speaking of mid-air scares, a Saudi Airlines flight from Jeddah sparked a brief scare on the morning of 15th of June after smoke was detected from its wheels upon landing at the Lucknow airport, according to the airport officials. Now, the aircraft rescue and firefighting team responded swiftly, working alongside the Saudi ground crew to contain the smoke and prevent any damage to the aircraft. All the passengers were safely deboarded, and officials have confirmed that there was no disruption to the airport operations following the incident. Ajay Dubey has filed this story from Lucknow. Viewers, take a look.
लखनऊ के चौधरी चरण सिंह एयरपोर्ट पे कल के दिन सऊदी अरेबिया से एक फ़्लाइट आई और उस फ्लाइट को लेकर तमाम तरीके की जानकारी आई है। हम लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पे मौजूद हैं, तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां सऊदी एयरपोर्ट से उड़ी एक फ़्लाइट, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ़्लाइट SV 3112 लैंड करती है। लैंडिंग के दौरान पहिए से चिंगारी और धुआं निकलता है, जिसके बाद अफरा तफरी की स्थिति में जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट टीम है वो उस आग को बुझाती है। और ठीक हमारे आंखों के सामने हम आपको तस्वीरों में विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट खड़ी है। ये वही फ्लाइट है या नहीं ये हम कंफर्म कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हमें हैंगर पे खड़ी हुई दिखाई रही है, जो कल के दिन सुबह तकरीबन 6:30 बजे लैंड करती है। 20 मिनट की मशक्कत के बाद जो ये पूरी समस्या थी उसको कंट्रोल में लेकर आते हैं। शनिवार की बता दें आपको, रात में 11:30 बजे जेद्दा एयरपोर्ट से हज यात्रियों को लेकर ये जहाज उड़ा था और रविवार की सुबह लखनऊ पहुंचता है। लैंड करते ही पहिए में आग लग जाती है, पुशबैक कर टैक्सी वे पर इसे लाया जाता है और किसी तरीके से जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट की टीमें होती हैं वो टीमें इस आग को अपने कंट्रोल में लेती है। रनवे पर जब वो लैंड करता है तभी धुआं उठता दिखाई देता है। हम ठीक एयरपोर्ट पर मौजूद हैं, आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हैंगर पे लगी हुई है और तमाम इन सब बातों के बीच अहमदाबाद में जो घटना घटी है, जो अथॉरिटीज है कंसर्न्ड है, अलग अलग जो टीमें हैं वो इस पूरे मामले की जांच भी कर रही हैं।
Ladies and gentlemen, in a big breaking news coming in, the second black box has been recovered from the nose side area of the plane at around 1:15 today. This is the big breaking news that is coming in. Viewers, remember both the black boxes from the wreckage of the ill-fated Air India flight 171 has now been recovered as the probe into the devastating tragedy continues. Now, the second black box of the Air India flight AI-171, which, remember, crashed on June 12th, has now been recovered, and the officials are now investigating the incident. Now, the recovery of the cockpit voice recorder as well as the flight data recorder, which was found earlier, will help and identify the possible cause of the deadly crash, which has claimed the life of 241 passengers. Let's cut straight across to Harsha, who joins me live on this story. Harsha, the second black box has been recovered. And of course, the investigation into the devastating tragedy is picking up pace. What more can you tell us?
So to tell all our viewers is that, black box has several parts. The one part was recovered earlier, and the second part of the black box has been recovered. Now it has been recovered at around 1:50 p.m. At around 1:50 p.m. from the side, the nose tail from the tail of the aircraft, it has been recovered, and it's very substantiated that how important this black box is, because with the help of black box only, we will get to know exactly what happened in the aircraft, what exactly transpired into everything, exactly what was said to the ATC at the last.
अटूट मित्रता की मोहर है। इसके लिए मैं एक बार फिर हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, साइप्रस के साथ हम अपने संबंधों को बहुत महत्व देते हैं। लोकतंत्र और रूल ऑफ लॉ जैसे मूल्यों में साझा विश्वास हमारी साझेदारी के मजबूत आधार है। भारत और साइप्रस की मित्रता न परिस्थितियों से बनी है और न ही सीमाओं से बंधी है। ये समय की कसौटी पर बार बार परखी गई है और समय के हर दौर में हमने सहयोग, सम्मान और समर्थन, इस भावनाओं को जीवंत रखा है। हम एक दूसरे की संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, 2 दशक से भी लंबे अंतराल के बाद किसी भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री की साइप्रस यात्रा हो रही है और ये आपसी संबंधों में एक नया अध्याय लिखने का एक स्वर्णिम अवसर है। आज राष्ट्रपति जी और मैंने द्विपक्षीय संबंधों के सभी पहलुओं पर व्यापक चर्चा की। साइप्रस के विजन 2035 और विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के कई पहलुओं में समानता है। इसलिए हम साथ मिलकर भविष्य को आकार देंगे। अपनी साझेदारी को स्ट्रेटेजिक दिशा देने के लिए हम अगले 5 वर्षों के लिए एक ठोस रोडमैप बनाएंगे। रक्षा और सहयोग को और मजबूती देने के लिए द्विपक्षीय डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम के तहत रक्षा उद्योग पर बल दिया जाएगा। साइबर और मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी पर अलग से डायलॉग शुरू किया जाएगा। क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म के विरुद्ध भारत की लड़ाई में साइप्रस के सतत समर्थन के लिए हम बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं। आतंकवाद, ड्रग्स और आर्म्स की तस्करी की रोकथाम के लिए हमारी एजेंसीज के बीच रियल टाइम इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सचेंज का मैकेनिज्म तैयार किया जाएगा। हम दोनों सहमत हैं कि हमारे आपसी व्यापार और निवेश में बहुत पोटेंशियल है। कल राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ मैंने दोनों देशों के आर्थिक संबंधों को लेकर बिजनेस जगत में एक उत्साह और सिनर्जी को महसूस किया। हम एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी भारत और ईयू फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को साल के अंत तक संपन्न करने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। इस साल भारत, साइप्रस और ग्रीस बिजनेस और इन्वेस्टमेंट काउंसिल भी लॉन्च किया गया है। इन इनिशिएटिव से दोनों देशों के बीच आपसी व्यापार और निवेश को भी बल मिलेगा। टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन, हेल्थ, एग्रीकल्चर, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, क्लाइमेट जस्टिस जैसे क्षेत्रों में आपसी सहयोग पर भी विस्तार से बात हुई है। साइप्रस में योग और आयुर्वेद के प्रसार को देखकर हम उत्साहित हैं। भारतीय टूरिस्ट के लिए भी साइप्रस एक पसंदीदा डेस्टिनेशन है। उनके लिए डायरेक्ट एयर कनेक्टिविटी बनाने पर जोर दिया जाएगा। हमने निश्चय किया कि मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट को जल्द पूरा करने के लिए काम किया जाएगा। फ्रेंड्स, यूरोपियन यूनियन में साइप्रस हमारा विश्वसनीय पार्टनर है। अगले वर्ष साइप्रस की यूरोपियन यूनियन अध्यक्षता के लिए हम शुभकामनाएं देते हैं। हमें विश्वास है कि आपकी अध्यक्षता में भारत और ईयू संबंधों में नए आयाम जुड़ेंगे। वीएन को समकालीन बनाने के लिए जरूरी रिफॉर्म्स को लेकर हमारे विचारों में समानता है। साइप्रस द्वारा सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल में भारत की स्थायी सदस्यता का समर्थन करने के लिए हम आपके आभारी हैं। पश्चिम एशिया और यूरोप में चल रहे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को लेकर हम दोनों ने चिंता व्यक्त की है। इनका नकारात्मक प्रभाव केवल उस क्षेत्र तक सीमित नहीं है। हम दोनों मानते हैं कि यह युद्ध का युग नहीं है। संवाद से समाधान और स्थिरता की बहाली ये मानवता की पुकार है। मेडिटरेनियन क्षेत्र के साथ कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाने पर भी हमने बात की। हम सहमत है कि इंडिया मिडिल ईस्ट यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर से क्षेत्र में शांति और समृद्धि का मार्ग प्रशस्त होगा। राष्ट्रपति जी, मैं आपको भारत यात्रा के लिए सादर निमंत्रित करता हूं। आशा करता हूं जल्द ही भारत में आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिलेगा। एक बार फिर इस विशिष्ट आतिथ्य और सम्मान के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, that was PM Modi in Cyprus. PM Modi, in fact, highlighted India's rapid economic transformation in the last 11 years. And he has also noted that the country, which is propelled by the next generation reforms, policy predictability, stable polity and ease of doing business, has become the fastest growing major economy. In fact, he has also invited the Cyprus president to come visit India. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, PM Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Cyprus in over 2 decades, 23 years to be exact, ladies and gentlemen. Viewers, on your screens are the mortal remains of late former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani. The mortal remains have now reached Rajkot. Just a while ago, we saw the last rites, in fact, of Vijay Rupani. The mortal remains have now reached Rajkot. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the late former Gujarat CM lost his life in the tragic and the devastating Air India AI-171 crash that happened in Ahmedabad just a couple of days ago that claimed the life of 241 passengers on board. On your screens are visuals of the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani that has now reached Rajkot, Gujarat. A show of strength, discipline and determination. In a major boost to Jammu and Kashmir security apparatus, over 1,100 newly trained police officers passed out from the Sheri Kashmir Police Academy in Udhampur today. With top brass including LG Manoj Sinha and DGP Nalan Prabhat in attendance, this new force is set to take on terror, narco networks and law and order challenges head on. Take a look.
We are here at the Udhampur Training Center and we have seen that the 1112 the PSIs, and after we have seen that the 50 DSPs have been trained here to deal the counter-terrorism in the Jammu and Kashmir. Also, we have seen the training that was given to these officers, and you can see from this very side, if Goro can show visuals from the very side, that the piping ceremony is going there, and you can see here the visuals that these are the Jammu and Kashmir police officers officers who have been trained in the Udhampur. In fact, we have also been told that these officers have been trained to deal every situation in the Jammu and Kashmir, whether it's counter-terrorism, whether it's narco-terrorism and other things. Also have been trained with the latest, if we'll talk about the latest challenge that the forces are tackling in the Jammu and Kashmir. These officers, these young and the dynamic officers are capable to deal with the every situation. आप मुझे बताइए कैसा आपको लगा यहाँ पर, क्या कुछ ट्रेनिंग हुई आज तक, क्या फीलिंग?
It has been such a relieving moment. We are waiting for this moment since last 1 year. We have gone through the worst training. We have trained in like temperature like 40 plus. We have done the best training in the country. But this is such a relieving moment. One of the most memorable moments in my life. Let me tell you one thing. It was not easy. It was really not easy. He's my papa, Sayyid Altaf.
So you want to say thing? कुछ बताएंगे आप क्या कुछ इन्होंने कैसे ये ट्रेनिंग की और क्या आपकी फीलिंग है आज, कैसे अपनी देश की सुरक्षा करने की?
सबसे पहले मैं आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना हूँ कि अपना कीमती वक्त आपने दिया हमें, क्योंकि मैं फ़ख्र फील करता हूँ कि मैं इसका बाप हूँ। गाइडेंस हमारी है लेकिन मेहनत इसकी अपनी है।
आप मुझे बताइए क्या कैसे आपकी ट्रेनिंग रही, कितने समय की रही और क्या कुछ आपको ट्रेनिंग मिली?
So actually we have been posted here for around a year. We have been undergoing rigorous training for around a year. But alhamdulillah we have passed it and we are ready with all that courage, zeal and zest to serve our nation, to serve our country.
Viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, unprecedented escalation. Iranian missiles hit US Embassy in Israel Embassy to stay shut for the day. Not just this, we're also tracking the second story of the day. Census 2027 process has begun. Central government issues Gazette notification. Census 2027 process begins officially. We'll be tracking that and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबा केसरी।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे।
हाँ।
तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या। हाँ। और वाया फ्लाइट था। हाँ। तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे, यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The IRGC Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
time, you're watching live and breaking at 2:30 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasti. Prime Minister Modi is in Cyprus. He will be heading to Canada for the G7 summit. We're tracking that story very, very closely. But before that, we'll get a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at this hour. Major technical glitch forces Air India bound Delhi flight to return back to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing at Lucknow Airport. Woman allegedly assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near a footwear showroom in Bengaluru. Prime Minister Modi receives ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening for G7 summit. Central government issues Gazette notification. Census 2027 process begins officially. An unprecedented escalation. Iranian missiles hit the US embassy in Israel embassy to stay shut for a day. And we saw this edition with big breaking news coming in where we learned that the Civil Aviation Secretary, DGCA, the BCAS officials have reached for a high-level committee meeting at the Ministry of Home Affairs. Now, this is a very crucial meeting that's being held in the national capital. Officials of the DGCA, Civil Aviation Secretary, and the BCAS officials have reached at the MHA, and this is for the high-level meeting. Remember, this comes after back-to-back glitches and technical issues were reported on board several airlines and not just Air India. Today, we had 3 of them that had received glitches mid-air. Some also had to return back to their designated place for where they were flying, and all of this due to technical snags that were reported. Several incidents of aviation issues are now coming to fore, and hence in regard with the same, the Civil Aviation Secretary, the DGCA officials and the BCAS Secretary, BCAS officials, I beg your pardon, are holding a crucial meet at the Ministry of Home Affairs in the national capital. They have already reached there. We'll try and see if we can get Harsha to get us details on that story. Harsha, take us through what is going to happen inside the meeting, because it's a very crucial meet that comes after there were several airlines that had reported glitches and issues, be it mid-air or on the airport. What is this meeting all about, and what could be the conclusion that we could expect?
So yes, so the meeting has begun, but officials are still arriving. We'll show you more visuals from outside MHA only, because the officials are continuously arriving. There are several officials who are part of this high-level committee meeting, because in this entire high-level committee meeting, which is being conducted under the chairmanship of Home Secretary, the officials of DGCA, BCAS, the officials from Gujarat government, the officials from Forensics Department, Secretary MOCA, and also other security officials are also there in this high-level committee meeting. It's very important to know that after the crash, it becomes very important that what were the reasons behind the Ahmedabad-London bound plane crash, the aircraft plane crash. Many are saying it's the fault of the Boeing. Many have been stating, there have been speculations rolling around that there was an issue in the engine. Some have stated that the issue was with the landing gear. But appropriate reason, what went wrong inside the aircraft? First, the black box have been recovered. Both the black boxes have been recovered. But now, the major reasoning, what exactly happened? What was the communication between ATC and the pilot, and exactly which equipment was faulty inside the aircraft? Also, if Boeing needs to be halted, all the operations of the Boeing needs to be halted or not halted. Right, how many equipments inside the cockpit and the flight control system is actually under maintenance? This entire thing has to be investigated, and that's the reason the high-level committee meeting has been formed. And right now outside MHA, and it's very important for viewers also to know, as the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu on Sunday clearly stated, by stating that the report of this high-level committee meeting will come in 3 months. That means 3 months' time has been given to this committee to investigate everything, what went wrong that led to this plane crash. So in 3 months, this committee will be meeting several times, and also each and every detail which have been taken from the crash site, everything will be monitored, inspected thoroughly, and one-on-one everyone will be questioned also, who were the part of the security team, the engineering department as well.
So thorough investigation is needed exactly to know the reasons behind the plane crash, and this is the first meeting which has begun today at around 2:30, and all the officials have arrived.
Right, Harsha. Harsha, stay with me because we're getting in live shots continuously of the key meeting that is being held. Also talk to us about if this meeting is only going to be on the Ahmedabad Air India plane crash that happened just a few days ago, or is it also going to be on the other incidents that the airlines have reported, be it today where the Delhi-Hong Kong based flight was forced to return after it detected technical snags. Is it going to be on those issues as well, or is it solely on the Ahmedabad Air India plane crash?
So right now what we have gotten to know that solely this committee will only investigate the reason behind the Ahmedabad plane crash. But yes, the other issues which we have been reporting continuously from past several days, even from the day of the crash to till now, every day we have been reporting the technical snags emerging from each and every flight of Air India, some which went from Delhi to Bangalore, from Delhi to Vadodara. There were 3 planes on the same day of the crash which reported technical snag. Today also there was a Hong Kong Delhi bound flight which did an emergency landing. Everything in these flights, technical snags, is being looked by DGCA. So DGCA, the regulator, has already received the preliminary report from the side of the Air India. The DGCA also is doing independent inquiry in the Air India Boeing matter. To tell you that DGCA on Saturday has already floated the order to Air India by stating that all the Boeing should be properly inspected, properly checked before taking off. But looks like it didn't happen in the case of Hong Kong Delhi bound flight, and that is the reason the emergency landing was done at Hong Kong just 9 minutes when the plane was airborne. Mid-air only 9 minutes there was a ECIPS issue, and immediately the emergency landing was done. All these issues are being independently investigated by DGCA, but this meeting, if we precisely talk about high-level meeting, it will only investigate the reasons behind Ahmedabad plane crash. But to tell our viewers that this is a serious issue with the Boeing, all the fleet of Boeing, be it 787, 7, 8, 9. All the fleets of the Boeing are continuously complaints are coming about the technical issues and technical snags and snaps in the aircraft. And at an extent and the intensity is so high that right now it's high time that all the Boeing should be properly checked, maintained, serviced, and only then it should fly and take the passengers. There's a sense of scareness also among the passengers that they don't want to take the Dreamliner flight of Air India. All these issues have to be kept in mind, and then only the flight should be asked to operate. So now DGC and BCAS, both the regulators, are independently investigating into that part of Air India Boeing, but this meeting is solely for the reasons behind the crash. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, thank you very much for getting us all those details. We are keeping a very close watch on that top story as the high-level meeting is currently underway. We, for now, move on to the other stories that we are tracking, and this is again in regard with the Air India tragedy that had happened. Now, the total number of DNA sample matched in the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash has now reached to 99, including that of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, with 64 bodies which have been handed over respectfully to the relatives. Now, family members of Vijay Rupani have reached the mortuary complex of the civil hospital, and this is a final journey that is being given to the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, who lost his life in the tragic air tragedy that happened in Ahmedabad. The plane that was flying to London, remember, had crashed in Ahmedabad just moments after the takeoff, in 59 seconds, in fact, to be precise. On board was former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani. His DNA sample, we learned, have been matched, and now his final journey is taking place in Ahmedabad. Amit Shah, we learn, will be there. The Home Minister will be there to pay last respects to the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani. In fact, his family members, we learn, have also reached the mortuary site. It's an extremely tragic day that we have come through. Gopi, my colleague, is joining us live on the same. Gopi, take us through what are the scenes behind you. We learn you're reporting live from the civil hospital, and Vijay Rupani's family members have also reached the mortuary of the civil hospital. Take us through what's happening.
Well, Tanisha, just a short while back, we had another press conference done by the medical superintendent, where you have just mentioned the number of bodies which have been handed over to the respective families. It is 64, which includes one of that of former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Now, it was at around 12:30 that they started from Ahmedabad Civil Hospital, and from the Ahmedabad airport, his mortal remains have already reached at Rajkot's Hirasar airport, where there were many BJP leaders there who were receiving the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani. Let's tell our viewers that the final rites of Vijay Rupani are going to happen in Rajkot, where he'll first be taken at his residence in Rajkot, and from there his last rites will be happening at the Ramnath Para crematorium. But it's a 7-kilometer long procession which is going to take place. Let's remember the contribution of Vijay Rupani. He hails from Rajkot, precisely why the entire procession is planned at his ancestral house, and his final rites, his in fact final journey, is going to begin from his Rajkot residence, and the final rites would be done at the Ramnath Para crematorium, which is based in Rajkot, and in attendance would be the Union Minister C.R. Patil. This is what we are learning from our sources. Apart from that, Gujarat Ministers, Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi, as well as Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel will be there, as well as Home Minister Amit Shah will also be reaching after a short while in Rajkot to attend his last rites. Back to you.
Right, Gopi, thank you very much for getting us those details. We move on to the other breaking news coming in, and this is again in regard with the Air India crash that happened. Now, we learned that the second black box has been recovered from the nose side area at around 1:15 p.m. today. A probe is underway in the Ahmedabad plane crash. The first black box, remember, was recovered in the weekend that just passed, and the second black box that we now know has been recovered from the nose side area at around 1:15 p.m. today. A probe is now underway to ascertain what actually went wrong in the moment when the plane took off at around 1:39 p.m. to the time it crashed. What was the conversation that the pilots had with the ATC? Remember, a mayday call was given. The pilot had said that there was no thrust, and after that there was a connection loss. Second black box has been recovered. It becomes a very, very crucial evidence as far as the probe in the Ahmedabad plane crash is concerned. It is because it is going to give us details about what was the last conversation that happened inside the cockpit of the aircraft to the ATC, what actually went wrong, and what was the problem in the aircraft AI-171.
क्या कुछ मिला है? सर्च ऑपरेशन आपकी टीम की तरफ से किया जा रहा था?
हमारे टीम की तरफ से सुबह, जैसे कि सुबह 6 बजे से मैं यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट हूँ, और हमारे इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट के 40 लेबर यहाँ पर प्रेजेंट है। एयरक्राफ्ट एक्सीडेंट इन्वेस्टिगेशन ब्यूरो की टीम का हम वेट कर रहे थे, और उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन मिलने पर हमारी टीम ने, जो कि हमारे 40 से ज़्यादा लेबर और हमारे इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट की पूरी टीम यहाँ पर तैनात थी, और हमारी टीम ने FDR टाइप डिवाइस से कभी फाइंड आउट किया है। AIB और एयर इंडिया की टीम उसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए चेक करने के लिए लेके गई है। वो कंफर्म करके हमें बताएगी कि एग्जैक्टली उनको जो चाहिए था वो वही है कि नहीं है। दूसरा, जो भी हमारे यहाँ पर सोडियम हाइपोक्लोराइड से पूरी जगह का स्प्रे किया गया है, ताकि जो ये स्मेल है वो कहीं दूर तक फैले नहीं, और सबको AMC की तरफ से मास्क, ग्लव्स और सारे जो भी पर्सनल प्रोटेक्टिव इक्विपमेंट्स है वो सारे के सारे पुलिस स्टाफ को और यहाँ पर जो भी काम कर रहे हैं सारे स्टाफ को यहाँ पर दिया गया है।
ये बहुत बड़ी चीज है, क्योंकि एक ब्लैक बॉक्स जो पहले मिला था
जी,
इसे ढूंढा जा रहा था, क्योंकि जो खुलासे हैं यहीं से होंगे, तो आप कितनी बड़ी चीज मानते हैं?
वो मैं नहीं बता सकता। हमारा काम था कि वो चीज़ को ढूंढना और उसके लिए मैन पावर सारा लगाना। वो सारा का सारा मैन पावर लगा के कुछ इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ हमको मिली है। अब वो क्या है, अंदर कौन सी इन्फॉर्मेशन है, क्या डिटेल है, वो सारा AIB और एयर इंडिया इन्वेस्टिगेट करके हमको बताएंगे।
ये कहाँ से मिला एग्जैक्टली ये बता दीजिए।
मलबे के अंदर से मिला है। अभी इसकी लोकेशन एग्जैक्टली जहाँ पर कॉकपिट क्रैश होके गिरी थी, वहाँ मलबे के नीचे दब गया था, वहाँ से मिला है।
आपका नाम बता दीजिए सर।
श्रेय कुमार सोनी, असिस्टेंट म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर, अहमदाबाद म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन।
Moving on, in the violence-hit district of Churachandpur, government job aspirants are facing a major competitive disadvantage due to inaccessibility of examination centers. Here's a quick report on all that you need to know about this.
Amid ongoing ethnic conflict in Manipur since May 3, aspirants have been forced to travel hundreds of kilometers outside the state to appear for exams such as SSC, NDA, NEET, UPSC and UGC, NTA. While in Imphal, the nearest exam center is just 62 kilometers away, ongoing unrest and movement restrictions have made it inaccessible. As a result, students are forced to travel as far as Aswal, Guwahati or Agartala, incurring high travel costs and enduring physical and mental stress. Students flag issues such as the lack of accommodation, unfamiliar exam environments and the stress of long journeys which significantly affect their performance. The Zomi Students Federation continues to press the authorities to set up an examination center in Churachandpur. This is a demand that students say is long overdue and essential for academic equity.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a seat number that now carries a haunting legacy. 11A. Just another number to most travelers, but for two Air India flights decades apart, it's a chilling common thread in tragedies that shook the world. We uncover the connection between two devastating crashes separated by time but bound by mystery, and the passenger seat that survived both of them. This is the story of Miracle Seat 11A.
Everyone is terrified after watching the video of Air India 171 flight crash. It's the biggest air tragedy that India has witnessed. In fact, the entire world has witnessed it, and it is one of the most horrible crashes in the entire history of the world. Now, if you see that moment of crash, viewers, the ball of fire that aircraft turned into, there was no hope for anyone to survive. It was all charred, the bodies lie charred, and there was zero hope of anyone surviving. But God has its plans for at least one. There was one survivor in that plane, and that was seat number 11A, the passenger on seat 11A. We all have seen the horrific plane crash video, the moment of takeoff and when that plane crashes down, how the pilot was struggling to gain height, and it went down and it burst into a ball of flame. If you see the aftermath video, if you see the crash site, there were charred bodies. Those were really disturbing visuals, and there was no hope of anyone surviving. But there was one person who had the blessings of the God. It was the passenger who was sitting on seat 11A. But this brings to us what happened in 1998. Two plane crashes, decades apart, and one chilling common thread, seat 11A. Thai singer and actor Rungsak Loichusak survived a deadly plane crash in 1998. His seat number was, guess which one? 11A. Yes, you heard that right. And fast forward to 2025, the deadly Air India plane crash shocked the entire country, shocked the world. But the lone survivor of this plane crash, Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, was also seated on 11A. Call it fate, call it freaky coincidence, or just plain seat magic. Now, talking of Loichusak, he was on Thai Airways flight in 1998 when the plane crashed while attempting a landing in Surat Thani, a city in southern Thailand. The flight took off from Bangkok, but it stalled mid-air and crashed killing 101 passengers, so massive casualty number. And after the crash, this singer was rescued and then taken to the hospital. Miraculously, Loy Chusak survived this crash. He was pulled out from the debris, rushed to the hospital, and he lived to tell the tale that haunted a nation. Now, viewers, this is the strikingly similar scene that played out in the case of Vishwas Kumar, the lone survivor of Air India 171 flight. He managed to open the emergency exit door. Those were the preliminary reports, but what you understand is that the entire portion where he was sitting, that seat had in fact broken off, and he landed somewhere else. But yes, he did see destruction all around. He did suffer some injuries. He was pulled out of the debris and then taken to the hospital, and he too now lives to narrate his ordeal. When the Thai actor heard about the sole survivor of Ahmedabad plane crash, he noticed this strange coincidence and he took to social media. He wrote, I quote him here, "The survivor from the plane crash in India was sitting in the same seat number as me, 11A, unquote. Now viewers, call it coincidence or fate. Seat 11A carries a strange kind of legacy, it seems. And now there is a lot of talk on the social media also about that seat. That was the 11A seat. And of course, it's now known as the miracle seat.
And it's time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get you the top details on the big aviation issues that are recurring time and again, where smokes and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing at Lucknow Airport. Also after the break we'll get you details of how Census 2027 process has begun officially.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे।
Welcome back and thank you for staying with Republic. Now, in a breaking news update that we are getting in, a demolition drive is commencing at Pastor Bajinder Singh's church, and this is happening in Mohali in Punjab, where the administration has reached to free the illegal occupation of the farmers' land by Pastor Bajinder Singh by forcefully occupying it to build a church. Now, the police force was also present on the spot. In fact, our reporter Lalit has filed a report from Ground Zero on that. Let's have a look at that.
पास्टर बलजिंदर सिंह एक बार फिर विवादों में है। इस वक्त हम न्यू चंडीगढ़ मुल्लापुर में खड़े हैं और पीछे जो आप ये ज़मीन देख रहे हैं, फ़िलहाल आरोप यही है कि लीज़ पर ये ज़मीन है 2018 तक दी गई थी, लेकिन लगातार उसके बाद भी जो कंट्रोवर्शियल पास्टर बलजिंदर सिंह है उसने जो कब्ज़ा है वो नहीं छोड़ा है। फिलहाल आज यहाँ पर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो एक्शन लेने आई है। ज़्यादा बात करने इस वक्त हमारे साथ गांव के जो लोग हैं वो मौजूद, उनसे बात कर लेते हैं। पूरा मामला क्या है, ये ज़मीन कब तक लीज पे दी गई थी?
देखो 2018 की लीज थी। परली साइड का 18 मरले जो है वो हमारे भाई लखवीर सिंह लखा का है। हम लगातार कोर्ट में लड़ रहे हैं, सरपंच साहब हमारे साथ हैं, इनको तो अंदर घुसने नहीं देते। ये जो 20-25 बंदे बुलाए हैं, सुबह तक ये सारा खाली था, अब ये आए हैं यहाँ पे अंदर घुसने के लिए। ठीक है, मैंने जब इनकी गाड़ी रोकी है, मैंने पूछा कहाँ से आए हो, किसी को कोई जवाब नहीं है। क्या करने आए हो? हम तो जी वैसे ही आए हैं। ठीक है, फिर इन्होंने एक बंदा भेजा अंदर से, वो आके इस चीज़ को लीड कर रहा है जी, ये यहाँ अंदर रहते हैं। इनके मिनिस्ट्री के कार्ड मैंने मीडिया में दिखा दिए हैं। आज ये जो इन्होंने लखवीर सिंह लखा को मारा, उसका सर फाड़ा, बैनीपाल की हाथ पैर तोड़े, आज ये वही करेंगे। मैं अपनी जत्थेबंदियां नहीं लेके आया हूँ, मैं तो बिल्कुल कानून के दायरे में हूँ। बिल्कुल ये कह रहा हूँ कि प्रशासन अपनी बनती ड्यूटी करे, हमारा कब्जा छुड़वा के हमें दे दे। पर प्रशासन इनको मौका दे रहा है। 2.5-3 घंटे से हम खड़े हैं, ना पुलिस यहाँ पे मौजूद है, ना कानगो साहब आ रहे हैं, ना मैजिस्ट्रेट साहब शायद अंदर हैं। मतलब क्या प्रशासन क्या चाहता है हमसे? टकराओ, फिर हमारे ऊपर इल्ज़ाम लगा देंगे ये तो खालिस्तानी होते हैं। हालांकि हमारा वो कोई नैरेटिव नहीं है, हम तो अपनी सिर्फ जगह छुड़वाने आए हैं। ये बंदे इकट्ठे कर रहे हैं, गाड़ियां भर भर के बंदे आ रहे हैं, इनके प्राइवेट बंदे वीडियोस बना रहे हैं, प्रशासन सोया हुआ है।
All right, time for us to slip into a short break again. But after the break, we'll get to the details of how major technical glitches have forced Air India Delhi-bound flight to return back to Hong Kong. Also, after the break is another aviation issue that occurred, and this was in Lucknow, where smokes and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing, and this happened at the Lucknow airport. We'll get you details on the two big top stories, but right after a very short break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे।
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We are keeping our focus in investigation as far as the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country is concerned. We'll get you more updates on that, but first up, as always, the headlines. Five days after AI-171 crash, investigation picks pace. DGCA, BCAS and Civil Aviation Secretary are holding key meeting at MHA. "99 samples of AI-171 crash victims matched. 64 bodies have been handed over to the king of the victims. Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi airplane while landing at the Lucknow airport. Women allegedly assaulted by a Rapido bike driver near a footwear showroom in Bangalore. Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada this evening. Well, West Asia is on the boil again. In the last 4 days, we have seen attacks and counter-attacks as far as Iran and Israel is concerned. In fact, we have a breaking news coming in for you. The Israel Air Force destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles last night before they were launched towards the state of Israel by Iran. The Israeli Air Force completed several waves of strikes overnight, targeting 100 military targets in Isfahan, that is in central Iran. Now, as a part of the strikes, 50 fighter jets and aircrafts identified and struck missile storage sites of surface missile launchers that were ready to launch towards the state of Israel, and command centers where launch squads were preparing to carry out launches towards the territory of Israel. These are the fresh videos that have been released by IDF that you can see on the screen right there. So Israel claims that these are the areas that they have attacked. It mentions Tehran, which is the capital, Tabriz, which has the nuclear research center, which was attacked 4 days back, Kermanshah, which has a missile base as well. All right, on the screen, in fact, you can see these are the visuals of Israel attacking central Iran. In fact, as far as central Iran is concerned, they have attacked Isfahan area, which also has a nuclear facility. But last night, what we are being told is that Israeli Air Force destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles before they were launched towards the state of Israel. They have completed several waves of strikes overnight, targeting 100 military targets in central Iran, and this area is Isfahan, as you can see on the left side of the screen as well. I'm being joined by my colleague Krutarth, who joins us from the newsroom. Krutarth, in the last 24 hours, in fact, we have again seen attack and counter-attack by Israel and Iran. But now Israel going on to say that they have attacked the surface-to-ground system. They have targeted specific areas in Iran. Give us more details on that.
Indeed, and it has been the Shahid missiles, the surface-to-surface ballistic missiles of Iran that have been flying all the way over Iraq and Jordan and making their way to the night sky of Tel Aviv, Haifa and all the Israeli cities over the last 3 nights that we have seen. In particular, the Operation Rising Lion was initially started to decapitate the nuclear capability and the assembly capability of Iran to make a nuclear bomb. Now, the second stage of the attack, as was also said by the Israeli ambassador in the exclusive interview with Republic just a few days ago, is to decapitate the capacity of Israel to manufacture and store its ballistic missiles. And this is now in conjunction to now, as we are getting into the third phase of Operation Rising Lion, after a direct strike on the military command structure, after direct strikes on the nuclear facilities, Israel last night targeted more than 50 areas, in particular their ballistic missile launch capabilities. This is the biggest attack that has been launched directly on the ballistic missile launch capability of Iran. In total, the information that we are receiving as per the accounts of the IDF or the Israel Defense Forces is that 20 new launchers were destroyed in the strikes last evening, with more than 50 fighter jets involved. Now, the IDF says that it has established full aerial superiority over Iran, and rightly so, because Israel has a much more modern air force as compared to Iran. And in this case, we have seen that Israeli fighter jets have been very active in the Iranian airspace. On the first night of the attack, Akansha, you would recall that radar sites in particular were targeted by Israel in a step up so that they can establish this air superiority in Iran and decapitate the launching capacity of ballistic missiles.
Absolutely.
20 launchers
in
destroyed.
fact, Krutarth, stay on with us. We have fresh visuals coming in as far as the attack on the US Embassy in Israel is concerned. Let's have a look at those visuals on your screen. In fact, just in a while, we'll show you those visuals of a United States Embassy branch in Tel Aviv, which was hit in the Iranian missile attack as military conflict between Israel entered the 4th day. As you can see in the visuals, these are the visuals of the shattered, broken glasses and window panes there on the ground. These are the visuals from the US Embassy that has been attacked. Minor damage has been reported to the US Embassy. After that, in fact, a decision has been taken place to close all the embassy in the country and its consulate as well. Let me again bring in my colleague Krutarth. You've been tracking this story very closely. Earlier, in fact, this day, we saw the attack on US Embassy in Israel as well. And this comes, in fact, a day after Trump warned Iran of any such attempt as far as United States is concerned. Give us more details about this Iran attack on the embassy there.
If the reports are confirmed that the US Embassy, in fact, in Israel was hit by a projectile that came from Iran, then this is going to be one of the most biggest escalation that we have seen in this entire conflict. Right from day one, the very first day of the attacks, it has been very clearly made by the Secretary of State of the United States, Marco Rubio, that US is not directly involved in the actions taken by Israel militarily against Iran. Just last evening, we also had US President Donald Trump issuing a very stern warning to the Iranian regime, saying that any targeting of US officials in the entire region will be met with a very unprecedented military response. Now, that response coming in from the world's strongest military is also a cause of severe concern. So far, the information that we have is that US has not entered the theater of war in the Middle East. It has had significant presence. We also saw on the eve of the attacks on 12th of June, US had in fact asked all non-essential personnel from its embassy and military bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq and all the neighboring countries to evacuate the region, which is why it is believed that US is militarily prepared to retaliate in circumstances when Iran actually transgresses upon its own embassies or its own military infrastructure in the entire region. We are waiting an official confirmation from Washington, which we expect to come later in the day. However, if true, if Iran's embassy, Iran has indeed attacked, and if any damage is reported on the American embassy, be prepared to expect any proportionate or even disproportionate response from the Trump administration.
Absolutely, Krutarth. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus back to India, to Uttar Pradesh. In fact, look at these shocking scenes from Uttar Pradesh, Hardoi. A routine stop to fill CNG turns into a scene straight out of a crime thriller. A woman pulls out a revolver and aims it at the petrol pump salesman. She threatened the person and said that I will shoot you with so many bullets that even the family members will not recognize you. An FIR has been filed against Ariba Khan, the lady that you can see on the screen, and two others. The revolver has also been seized as far as this entire incident in UP's Hardoi is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Raghavendra, who continues to track this story. Raghavendra, very shocking visuals are coming from Hardoi there. A woman pulls up the revolver onto the chest of the salesman. What really happened there? Tell us. And what was the complaint of the salesman?
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये जो घटना है वाकई में चिंताजनक घटना है कि जिस तरह से उत्तर प्रदेश में यह दावा किया जाता है कि यहाँ कानून व्यवस्था का राज है और उसके लिए सरकार काम भी कर रही है। ऐसे में इस तरह का ये जो वीडियो आ रहा है यह चिंता पैदा कर रहा है कि एक महिला जो है वो इस तरह से खुलेआम पिस्टल कैसे किसी के ऊपर तान सकती है। लेकिन ऐसा हुआ है, वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है, अब इस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है। FIR हुई है, कहीं न कहीं इन्होंने जो अपने हाथ में कानून लिया है, पिस्टल की भी जांच होगी, सरकारी लाइसेंस है कि क्या है और कैसे इनके पास पिस्टल पहुंची, और कहीं न कहीं इस पर जो कानूनी जो शिकंजा है वो कसने जा रहा है। FIR हो चुकी है इनके ऊपर। लेकिन इस तरह की जो प्रवृत्ति है, यानी जो वीडियो में जो सीन आए हैं, जो घटना हुई है, उत्तर प्रदेश में इसकी कोई जगह नहीं है, क्योंकि जैसा कि मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा कि यहाँ पे माफियागिरी नहीं चलेगी। अगर कोई माफियागिरी करेगा तो वो मिट्टी में मिलेगा या जेल के अंदर जाएगा, सलाखों में जाएगा। तो इस तरह के दृश्य जो आए, इस तरह की जो गुंडई दिखाने की कोशिश की गई, उससे क्या लोग दिखाना चाह रहे हैं, क्या लोग बताना चाह रहे हैं, क्या वो महिला कहना चाह रही थी, क्या मैसेज देना चाह रही थी, उनके वर्ताव से ऐसा लगा कि जैसे कोई कानून का राज ही नहीं है, जो चाहेंगी वो कर लेंगी, इस तरह का दृश्य देखा गया। लेकिन अब वहां पर पुलिस सख्त है, FIR हो चुकी है, कहीं न कहीं अब एक्शन होगा।
Absolutely. So FIR has been registered in this case. It remains to be seen when this lady that you can see on the screen will be arrested. Now shifting our focus to the United States. During the ongoing protest in LA of California, police were seen using tear gas to disperse anti-Trump protesters on Saturday. In fact, there were protesters who made their way to the streets, parks and plazas across the country to protest against President Donald Trump and support the protection of democracy and immigration rights. Here's more.
People were seen coming together in public areas across the United States to support the protection of democracy and immigrant rights. The LA protests have recently heated up with No Kings rallies kicking off. A man passed away during the No Kings protest in Salt Lake City. He is believed to be part of a peacekeeping team for the No Kings protest. The police have taken the 24-year-old alleged rifleman, Arturo Gamboa, into custody on Saturday evening. Protests were also witnessed in Los Angeles on the same day. The police were present on horseback and on foot. Tear gas was also used to disperse the protesters. In Northwest Washington's Logan Circle, about 200 protesters assembled and chanted, "Trump must go now." Organizers handed out Little American flags, while others flew their flags upside down, conveying a sign of distress. During the protest, Mexican flags, which have become a fixture of the Los Angeles protest against immigration raids, also appeared in some demonstrations. As per reports, in light of the protest, US President Donald Trump has directed immigration and customs enforcement to expand deportations in Democratic-run cities, undeterred by protests.
breaking news coming in from Uttarakhand. A case has been registered against helicopter service operating firm Iranian Aviation Private Limited for negligence in connection with the chopper crash near Kedarnath. Remember, it took place yesterday, which killed all the 7 people on board, including a 2-year-old child and the pilot of that helicopter. The Bell 407 helicopter crashed due to bad weather in the forest of Gauri Mai Khark, which was between Gaurikhund and the Kedarnath. It belonged to Iranian Aviation Private Limited. What we're learning is that the FIR has accused the operator of gross negligence and listed several lapses. It said that the helicopter took off 50 minutes before the allotted time during condition of poor visibility caused by the cloud and fog. Let me go across to my colleague Ratan Negi, who's been tracking this story since yesterday. Ratan, what we're learning is that a case has been registered as far as the helicopter crash is concerned, but the angle of negligence has come to the fore, that this helicopter in fact flew 50 minutes before the time, and in fact it also flew during the poor visibility that we also saw in the visuals as well. There was fog, there were clouds in that area, and despite that, the helicopter took that flight. Give us more details about the FIR in this case.
उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री धामी ने साफ तौर पर कहा था जब ये हादसा हुआ था कि चाहे वो संस्था हो या व्यक्ति हो, जो भी दोषी होगा उसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। और देर शाम तक ये रिजल्ट निकल कर आया। केदारनाथ हेलीकॉप्टर केस में आयरन हेली के एविएशन के 2 मैनेजर पर केस दर्ज हो चुका है। जो जानकारी यहाँ पर निकल कर आई है, तहरीर जो दी गई है, तहरीर में लिखा है कि डीसीजी और यूकाटा ने जो जारी इनकी एसओपी होती है फ्लाइंग स्लाइड के हिसाब से उड़ान भरने को कहा था। सुबह का जो दौर था उस वक्त मौसम खराब था, धुंध छाई हुई थी, तो आखिर उन्होंने उड़ान क्यों भरी, इसके ये दोषी पाए गए।
We'll keep tracking this story. In fact, we have visuals coming in from Cyprus where Prime Minister is there on a 2-day visit. As you can see in the visuals, that is Prime Minister along with the External Affairs Minister there with the President of Cyprus as well. In the visual, speaking to the leaders during the day. He also met with the business leaders in Cyprus too, and this visit is very important for the bilateral relationship between the two countries, sending out a message, diplomatic message to Turkey as well, which in fact has 1/3 of the island to itself. And after Operation Sindoor, when Turkey supported Pakistan, this is now a strong message that is being given by the Prime Minister. There in the visual, you can see the Prime Minister with the President of Cyprus. In fact, earlier today, Prime Minister received the Grand Cross of Order 3, the highest civilian honor of Cyprus during his visit to the country. And this is any Prime Minister's visit to the country after 23 long years. This is a very, very crucial visit by him. And in the visuals, you can see him taking a tour of the area, speaking to the top leaders of the country, including the President of Cyprus, and looking there at the city as well. All right, so this, in fact, this visit is also giving a big message to Turkey as well. Cyprus, remember, after the Pahalgam attack, had supported India as far as on terrorism is concerned. It is an ally of India as well. And there you can see visuals of the Prime Minister with the President right there taking tour of that area. As I told you earlier in the day, he received the highest civilian honor of Cyprus. And in the evening, what we are learning is that he will head towards Canada for the G7 summit. He is on a 3-nation tour. The first one, as you can see, is in Cyprus, followed by Canada and then Croatia. All right, there in the visuals, you can see him there with the top leaders. Earlier the day, he also met with the business leaders. This is the first foreign visit in the last 23 years, and a strong message by this is also being given to Turkey, because Turkey backed Pakistan. It holds 1/3 of this island as well, and through this visit, Prime Minister is sending out a very, very strong diplomatic messaging as well. In fact, he's accompanied by the External Affairs Minister and Ajit Doval as well. And this nation visit is very important to enhance the bilateral relationship, the economy of the both country and the businesses as well. And hence, early in the day, he met with the business leaders there as well. Now he's being shown around the capital city there by the top leaders. All right, so after this, what we are learning is that Prime Minister will be leaving for Canada in the evening to attend the G7 summit. But before that, this is a very crucial visit by the Prime Minister to Cyprus, this island nation where Prime Minister is currently there. In the morning, he in fact met with the President and also with the business leaders there. After this, Prime Minister will be heading towards Canada for the G7 summit. He's been invited by Canadian Prime Minister. The nation has been recognized as the 5th largest economy, key partners in Indo-Pacific region. Focus will be on energy, minerals, trade, etc. And India is emerging as the strategic voice from the global south. Also, this visit is very important as far as the G7 visit is concerned. It will be to counter China through supply chains. Discussion on US-led trade perfectionism will also take place, and the focus will be on the tariff impacted globally, enhance economic cooperation via G7, secure tech, mineral, infra lines as well. All right, G7 is very important because it will help in expansion of the G7 Global South Cooperation. India will push for regional connectivity. Focus will be on critical mineral framework and to promote the Indo-Pacific Economic Corridor as well, and strategic projects under the G7 partnership. So a lot on the table as far as the G7 is concerned, and all eyes will be on Prime Minister's visit to Canada, where he will be welcomed by the diaspora, but the focus will be on the G7 summit that Prime Minister is all set to attend on the invitation of the Canadian Prime Minister, the newly elected Prime Minister of Canada. As far as G7 is concerned, on the top agenda is what we are learning that Iran and Israel tensions will be the top agenda. Unified G7 stand on Middle East. Zelensky will also be joining the Ukraine talks. Push for durable peace mechanism and India's neutral voice for peace will be advocated during this very, very crucial visit to Canada. Also, as far as G7 is concerned, this will help in reviving the global partnership on WMDs, nuclear safety post-Ukraine conflict, secure material from rogue actors, and India's affirmation that there's a no-first policy. Multilateral safeguards also will be part of the discussion. So G7 summit is going to be very important as far as India is concerned, and Prime Minister will be heading to Canada today evening. All right, so as you can see in the visuals, Prime Minister is there in Cyprus, a very crucial meeting by the Prime Minister in the last 2 decades. He met with the President and the business leaders there. More and more visuals coming in from Cyprus. Now we're shifting our focus in the wake of the devastating Air India 171 crash near Ahmedabad. The frontline medical staff at the city's civil hospital recount their harrowing experience, from receiving the first wave of the injured passengers to working tirelessly throughout the night. Doctors and healthcare workers share their powerful first-hand account of this chaos, the urgency and the emotional it took on them. As victims poured in, the hospital turned into a warlike zone. Stretched resources, non-stop emergency and heartbreaking moments were witnessed there. This ground report sheds light on the human side of the disaster response. Have a look.
एम्बुलेंस देखिए जो इस समय सामने खड़ी है, ये एम्बुलेंस सबसे पहले कहा जा रहा है कि हादसे के बाद अंदर पहुंची मदद के लिए। लगभग 35 108 की एम्बुलेंस यहां से जाती है और जो शख्स और जो टीम यहां से गई, पहले मैं आपको दिखा दूं, यही वो शख्स हैं और यहाँ पर ये सभी लोग बैठे थे। कल जब ये हादसा हुआ तो पूरी टीम यहाँ पर 108 की बैठी हुई थी। यहाँ पर इनको पहली कॉल प्राप्त होती है कि यहाँ पर एक बड़ा हादसा हो गया, बड़ा धमाका हो गया। उसके बाद पूरी टीम तुरंत एक्टिव होती है और लगभग 35 से 40 एम्बुलेंस लगातार वहाँ से जाके डेड बॉडी लेकर आते हैं, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जाता है। लेकिन जिस शख्स के पास पहली कॉल आई और इस ऑपरेशन को आगे शुरू कैसे किया गया, कैसे पहला एम्बुलेंस पहुंचा, क्या इन लोग का रिएक्शन था, ये सब कुछ हम जानने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। सर क्या हुआ था सबसे पहले?
मेरा नाम जितेंद्र शाही है, 108 का मैनेजर हूँ मैं। जैसे ही मेरे पास हमारे यहाँ के हमारी टीम यहाँ पे बैठ के लंच का टाइम था, वो बैठी थी, सडनली यहाँ पे धमाका हुआ और हमारे यहाँ सुपरवाइज़र और टीम दौड़ के वहाँ पे देखने गई। पूरा आग का ज्वार फट रहा था और तुरंत यहाँ पे हमारी 4 से 5 एम्बुलेंस खड़ी रहती है। तुरंत वो एम्बुलेंस को बुलाया गया वहाँ पे और जो अंदर से रेस्क्यू करके जितने जो हॉस्टल के बच्चे या सराउंड के अगल बगल के जो थे उनको शिफ्ट कर रहे थे। और 1:41 पे यहाँ के हमारे अधिकारी ने फ़ोन किया हमको, हम हेड ऑफिस में थे, तुरंत फ़ोन आया कि सर कुछ धमाका हुआ है, शायद प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, क्या हुआ है पता नहीं, आप जल्दी से फायर ब्रिगेड और एम्बुलेंसेस को भिजवाइए। और तुरंत हमने फिर 25 एम्बुलेंस की व्यवस्था करे और 25 एम्बुलेंस को भिजवाए और फिर हमारी टीम तुरंत यहाँ पे पहुँच गई। और ये जो पहला सर्वाइवर है जिसकी बात हो रही है, विश्वास जी, उनको सबसे पहले कोई जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल या कोई रेस्क्यूअर फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर है तो ये मिस्टर सतिंदर सिंह संधू है, जिन्होंने सबसे पहले वहाँ पे घटनास्थल पे उस बंदे को लेके एम्बुलेंस में शिफ्ट किया। एम्बुलेंस में प्राइमरी केयर देके उसको सिविल हॉस्पिटल अहमदाबाद में शिफ्ट किया गया था।
अच्छा, वो जो वीडियो मैं आपको बगल में दिखाऊंगा, जब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की सबसे पहले शुरुआत हुई, जब पहला एम्बुलेंस पहुंचा तो ये शख्स आपको उसमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, इनकी पगड़ी भी आपको दिखाई देगी। वो वहां पर कैसे जल्दी एक्टिव होते हैं, एम्बुलेंस की सेवाएं पहुंचाते हैं अंदर। आपने तो सबसे पहले घटना देखा मेरे ख्याल से जब फोन गया।
हम लोग यहाँ पे खाना खा रहे थे, जैसे ही ब्लास्ट हुआ तो बाहर जगह देखा तो पूरा धुआं हो रहा था। तो हमने पास आकर साथ में जाकर एम्बुलेंस के साथ में हम लोग लेकर गए, स्टाफ भी साथ में था, तो देखा वहाँ पे पूरे सब जगह आग फैली हुई थी। तो 2 पेशेंट, एक सिक्योरिटी गार्ड था जो पूरा जला हुआ था, तो उसको हमने रेस्क्यू किया एम्बुलेंस के साथ में। तो एम्बुलेंस के साथ में सिविल में उसको शिफ्ट किया। बाद में एक दूसरा पर्सन था जो अंदर जाना चाहता था, उसको पकड़ के हम लोग बाहर लाए, उसको भी इंजरी हुई थी, उसको भी हमने शिफ्ट किया एम्बुलेंस के साथ में हॉस्पिटल में। बाद में पता चला कि वो एम्बुलेंस जो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ उसमें से वो पर्सन गिरे थे बाहर।
अच्छा, जो शख्स बच गए थे उनको भी आप ही लोग रेस्क्यू करके लाए थे?
With this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, smoke and sparks fly near wheel of a Saudi airline plane while landing at the Lucknow airport. Prime Minister Narendra Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus. He's all set to leave for Canada in the evening. We'll get you details on this and much more after this very short break. Stay with us.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुँचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी, 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी।
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या। और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, UK जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितनी उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का ये था उनका जॉब। और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत हो।
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here. Five days after AI-171 crash investigation picks pace, DGCA, BCAS and Civil Aviation Secretary hold key meeting at the MHA. 99 DNA samples of AI-171 crash victims match 64 bodies handed over to the kin. Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of a Saudi airplane while landing at the Lucknow airport Sunday. Woman illegally assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near a footwear showroom in Jayanagar of Bengaluru. And Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening. An Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner flight AI-315 was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi when it experienced a technical issue mid-flight earlier morning. The flight then returned to Hong Kong, where the airport landed safely. Acting on standard safety protocols, the pilot decided to return to the point of origin rather than continue the journey. And this is yet another instance of Air India planes getting into this kind of technical snag. In fact, in this particular instance, the AI-315 faced fuel injection issues. Now, that's typically something which can become dangerous. For that, to understand that, we are joined in by aviation expert Subhash Goyal. And Mr. Goyal, gathering from whatever reports are coming in about this AI-315 Air India flight from Hong Kong to Delhi, there was some fuel injection issue that cropped up mid-air. Now, it can get scary if the engines are getting starved of fuel. The pilot, of course, took the right call by going back to the point of origin because that was closer. What could have possibly gone wrong?
Well, I cannot say because right now, once bitten, twice shy. After this tragic incident in Ahmedabad, all the airlines are very careful, and on small pretext, they are trying to double check and they are trying to be safe rather than being sorry, which is a good thing because DGCA has also given instructions that you have to double check everything, particularly Boeing 787s. And not just this flight from Hong Kong, but even Saudia landed in Lucknow, even American airline turned back from mid-air, even Lufthansa turned back. So I think something is wrong somewhere. Either someone is, being overcautious, and which is the right thing to do because, you cannot take chances now after this tragic incident. Every airline is becoming overcautious, and it is better to even the smallest thing. Earlier, people were ignoring it or they were saying that okay, but now I think the world has shaken after this incident, and everyone is extra cautious. Right. Which is a good thing. Right. Good. Caution is good, of course, always. Better late than sorry. But stay with us, Mr. Goyal. There is another aspect of this flight which experienced a mid-air technical issue prompting the aircraft to return to Hong Kong, which is the suspected malfunction was identified through the engine indication and crew alerting system, which displayed an alert for Engine 2's fuel filter bypass. EICAS, as it is called, is a critical system that monitors various aircraft parameters, including engines, hydraulics, and fuel system, and alerts the crew to any deviations from normal operations. Upon receiving the alert, the flight crew prioritized passenger safety and decided to return to Hong Kong as a precautionary measure. All right, continuing with this, Mr. Goyal, you heard that this is basically, the crew was alerted, as I understand from this description, about a malfunction in the fuel engine indication, and this is the system, but this was basically about fuel bypass, Engine 2's fuel filter bypass, which means there was something which was causing trouble for the engine to receive fuel properly, right? As I understand it, it says Engine 2's fuel filter bypass. These are highly fly-by-wire computerized, machines, and everything gets an indication. The pilot gets an indication. What is baffling us is why on AI-171 the pilots could not get any indication. or by the time they got indication, it was too late. So we don't know. The whole thing will tell us.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we always come to believe that there are 30-odd computers that, these are highly technical and technologically advanced systems, and that these planes can really fly on their own with the press of a button, etc. But still there have been crashes, Mr. Goyal, with similar circumstances as were faced by the Hong Kong-New Delhi flight today. So let's understand. My colleague Tanisha joins us with more on what kind of failures have happened in similar situations. Tanisha, over to you.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Now, what we're talking about here is, like you were talking to Subhash Goyal about how the engine had refused to take fuel, and that could have resulted in a major, major tragedy. Thankfully, it was averted. Now, let's have a look at when incidents like this, when engine failure like this was reported in the past, what tragedy it had led to. Number one was the AF447 crash that happened in 2009, where Air France pilot 447 crashed 2009. Now remember, it was because of the same incident, the same engine failure that we are reporting here in the Hong Kong Delhi flight, that it had reported. The same failure was reported in 2009 as well, and that is when the Air France pilot had crashed. Moving on, the other one was AF447 crash 2009, where Airbus A330 lost airspeed and data mid-air. Now, this tragedy happened mid-air. Thankfully, what we're talking about here is the Hong Kong Delhi flight that was grounded back to Hong Kong because it had reported an engine failure. Had it been mid-air, it would have been a huge cause of concern, and it was not. So this is another incident where a similar kind of engine failure, remember, was reported. And another one was ECAM gave multiple conflicting warnings, and the crash that happened in 2009 is where we are talking about that the ECAM had given multiple warnings. Pilots misread alerts, entered stall. Now, these are several warnings that were given once the engine had failed. The pilots were given wrong communication, and that is what led to the tragic crash in the year 2009. The aircraft plunged into Atlantic Ocean. So that was the tragedy that happened. Remember, when a similar kind of engine failure was reported, like it was reported today in the Hong Kong to New Delhi flight. All the 228 passengers and crew that were on board had then died. Nobody was able to survive as it crashed into the Atlantic Ocean. Very fatal tragedy, viewers, that had come in the year 2009. Now, British Airways, 2008. This is another incident that dates back to 2008, where the British Airways flight 38 had crashed in the year 2008. It was a Boeing 777 that faced fuel flow blockage. Remember, here as well, when we are talking about similarities, the engine had refused to take fuel, and that is when the flight had to be grounded to Hong Kong. In the same case, in 2008 as well, there was a similar situation that had come to fore. Ice buildup reduced engine thrust suddenly. Now, these were some of the crucial problems that the aircraft that crashed in 2008, that was the British Airways, faced when the engines had failed. There was no EICAS warning that was there given before the power loss. So these are very crucial points that have come to the fore. Once Air India and DGCA issues a detailed statement on what actually went wrong after the engine failure is when we get to know on what kind of similarities does the Hong Kong Delhi flight have to incidents like these. The aircraft, remember, the British Airways that crashed in 2008, the aircraft crash landed short of the runway. It was a very tragic incident that had happened. All of them survived, but aircraft was completely destroyed. So this was another incident came to fore in 2008. So we got your incidents from 2009, 2008. Now another incident that had come to fore was back in the year 1989, when it was a United Airlines tragedy. This happened, remember, in the year 1989, where United Airlines flight 232 crashed in 1989. A similar kind of situation that we saw again in the Hong Kong-Delhi flight had happened then in 1989. The DC-10 suffered mid-air engine failure. So engine failure is said to be most of the reasons why these tragedies happen, why the aircraft crashes. We got you 3 incidents starting from 2008, 2009, and now this one is from 1989. The hydraulic systems severed and it lost complete control. And remember, engine is a very crucial part as far as we talk about the aircraft, and several theories were also peddling as far as the Ahmedabad crash is concerned. And this engine failure had resulted in EICAS alerted but could not prevent the crash. Another tragic incident that had come to fore in the year 1989. The pilots used engine thrust to steer, but it was all in vain. So these are the 3 incidents that we've got to you. A very, very similar situation that happened today in the Hong Kong-Delhi flight that happened in the past 3 years as well. However, a major tragedy was averted today. Abhishek.
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. These clearly are examples of how, despite having best of systems, things can go wrong. Technology is not foolproof, and that's why you need to be on your guard. Thank you so much, Tanasha, with those details. In fact, we want to stay with the story. We want to get to you viewers, what's the nation thinking? And so we're getting a caller from Abhijit Chaudhary from Kolkata. Abhijit, what do you want to share with us?
Hi, Abhishek.
Yes, Mr. Chaudhary, please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, from the last few days after the incident happened, it appears that we are getting a bit scared, flying. But you must agree that flying is the safest mode of transport till date. Because people can get scared the way things are reported. I mean, it's okay that, the news you are reporting is that it must go to the airlines and the operators instead of the viewers. The viewers can get scared, I would say.
Yeah, you are right, absolutely, because it is always touted as the safest mode of transport, but the fact is that the survival rate is very low. If you meet with an accident, then the chances of surviving are very slim vis-a-vis other modes of transport. Sukanya from Mumbai joins us on the phone line. Sukanya, your thoughts? Abhijit was just saying that there is a sense of fear, despite the fact that air travel seems to be the safest mode of transport in terms of the efficiency with which the aircrafts carry people. Sukanya.
Yes. Hi, Abhishek. Hi, everyone. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, please. Go ahead, Sukanya.
Yes. This is indeed a scary moment, tough phase for Indian civil aviation industry. But we cannot play with the lives of the people. Who are the players who are accountable? Who are the stakeholders? The stakeholders need to be accountable for each and every life. When a carrier carries, they are not only carrying, people, they are carrying their lives. They are carrying nation's future, nation's present, and nation's past. So many doctors we have lost. So many, we had engineers, we had doctors, so many professionals we have lost. They're all national assets. So keeping all these things in mind, the Civil Aviation Ministry and all the stakeholders, they should be accountable and they should be made accountable, and they should see that if the AI, the flight, the Dreamliner is not working, what is the next best solution? If it is the ground ground handling stuff. And there are many articles which have been coming out in various publications that there are lines of sabotage, there are lines of other things. But whatever it is, we as travelers, we trust everyone. We trust the pilot. We risk our life because we have to travel. And now traveling is the new norm. Everything is spread across the globe, across India. We have to see our kith and kin, and our businesses are spread. Our kids are studying abroad. We have to see everyone. It's become a global family. We all become part of globe. So when we travel like this, each and every time, the risk, the safety measures, SOPs, which have to be followed, which have to be really adhered to, has to be really looked into. And everyone, the stakeholders, they should take all the suggestions, whether it is, whenever yesterday also I had taken a flight from Bangalore to Pune, and I found that, there are lackadaisical approach from the ground staff. They are not able to handle people's theory.
Right.
They are not able, because the staffs are very less in ground. And they are very inexperienced.
Right.
So there is that. The carriers today, whether it is Indigo or any other flight, they're all appointing very young people. Where is the training to them? So enough training, enough knowledge to be imparted.
Absolutely.
So all these things have to be. You cannot risk. But we are at mercy of you. So we understand your situation also. But all these issues, all these things need to be taken into consideration by all the stakeholders and to be implemented.
Absolutely, Sukanya. You have, in fact, along with Abhijit, really, expressed what's there in the minds of the people at large in the country, the concerns, the fears, and of course, the thought that authorities should be strict and authorities should be clear about what's going into the processes, have tight control over them. Moving on for now, in a chilling breach of prison security, political rivalries have turned violent inside Shivamoga Central Jail. A JDS worker was brutally attacked by fellow inmates in a clash that's now raising serious questions about VIP treatment and smuggled phones behind bars. Here's a quick report.
In a shocking incident from Shivamoga Central Jail, political rivalries have spilled dangerously behind bars. A JDS worker, Kiran Sethu from Bhadravati, jailed just yesterday in a violence case, was brutally assaulted by alleged Congress-affiliated inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war. A viral video, reportedly filmed on a smuggled mobile phone, shows the horrifying assault. The footage has sparked serious concerns about a major security lapse inside the high-security prison. Questions have been raised on how did a mobile phone get inside, and if prison authorities are turning a blind eye or even offering VIP treatment to politically connected inmates. Public outrage is mounting, with calls for immediate action against negligent jail staff, and an official inquiry is expected.
In a tragic incident, a bridge over the Indrayani River near Talegaon in Pune collapsed, leaving 4 people dead and at least 51 injured. With 10 to 15 tourists fear-trapped, rescue operations are currently underway with a quick response team reaching the site. In the wake of the disaster, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is currently in Cyprus, spoke with Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who briefed him on the ongoing rescue and relief measures being taken to assist the affected.
मैं इस समय पुणे के इंद्रानी नदी मौजूद हूँ, सर्च ऑपरेशन की टीम के साथ मौजूद हूँ। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से सर्च ऑपरेशन की टीम निकली हुई है। इंद्रानी नदी में सर्च किया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पे कोई व्यक्ति आके फंसा हुआ तो नहीं है। ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से जो लाइफ गार्ड की टीम है, रेस्क्यू की टीम है, उसके साथ मैं मौजूद हूँ। और इंद्रानी नदी का तस्वीर देखिए, सामने देखिए, वहाँ पर एक सर्च ऑपरेशन की टीम आ रही है सामने से, उधर से सर्च किया जा रहा है, जो कि जहाँ पे जो पुल का हादसा हुआ, जहाँ घटना हुआ, वहाँ से 1 किलोमीटर दूरी पर हम मौजूद है और नदी के अंदर मौजूद है। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से दूसरी टीम सर्च करते हुए आ रही है। हम दूसरे साइड से जा रहे हैं, इधर से सर्च करते हुए जा रहे हैं और लगातार यहाँ पे सर्च ऑपरेशन शुरू है। जिस तरह से कल घटना हुई, जो 3:30 बजे तकरीबन ये घटना हुई। तस्वीर देखिए, साथ में तस्वीर देखिए, तीसरी टीम ये देखिए किस तरह से सर्च ऑपरेशन के लिए इंद्रानी नदी में उतरी है और सर्च किया जा रहा है कि कोई व्यक्ति जो, क्योंकि घटना जो हुई है लगभग 1 किलोमीटर दूरी पर हुई है और नदी का बहाव देख सकते हैं, नदी का बहाव कितनी तेज है, क्योंकि लगातार बारिश हो रही है और बारिश होने की वजह से लगातार कहेंगे पानी तेज रफ्तार से बह रहा है। क्योंकि जिस तरह से कल घटना हुई 3:30 बजे, जिस तरह से पुणे के इंद्रानी नदी ये मावल गांव है, जो कि गांव पे ऊपर जो लोहे का ब्रिज था और जिस तरह से कल वहां पे पर्यटक वहां पे इकट्ठा हुए, इसके बाद ब्रिज जो है एकाएक गिरी और इस हादसे में 4 लोग की मौत हुई है, 51 लोगों को बचाया गया है। हमारे साथ जो बचाव करने वाले जो टीम है हमारे साथ मौजूद है। आप लोग सर्च कर रहे हैं, क्या देख रहे हैं?
नमस्कार, वन्यजीव रक्षक मावळ संस्था आमची रेस्क्यू टीम है। रेस्क्यू टीम पर आम्ही सर्च करते हैं। हमारा इधर रेस्क्यू टीम चल रही है। कल कम से कम 51 लोग बाहर निकले हैं और 4 लोग तो की डेथ हो गई है और आज सर्च ऑपरेशन कर रहे हैं कि कोई और आदमी गए नहीं रहेगा तो किसी का मिसिंग कंप्लीट तो नहीं है, फिर भी हम सर्च कर रहे हैं कि कुछ रहेगा तो।
Right, that was the rescuer side, but what about the victims? Satya Prakash also spoke to some of those who got injured during that situation, and amidst NDRF rescue, some of them were brought out. Listen to what they had to say.
सर हम तो शादी में गए थे, आने का टाइम उधर गया, गाड़ी 4 के मेरा नदी के पड़ाल लगा दिया और उधर गया। 2 बजे कंप्लीट हो गई, 2-2:30 बजे का है ना टाइम। तो मैं बोला आदमी को सब इतना आदमी मत खड़ा रहो। आदमी आई सुनता नहीं था, मेरा कोई सुनता नहीं था। 100 आदमी से ज़्यादा पब्लिक था उसके ऊपर,
ब्रिज के ऊपर।
हाँ, ब्रिज के ऊपर 100 आदमी के ज़्यादा पब्लिक था, आने 7 गाड़ी था उसके ऊपर। हाँ,
ये लोहे के ब्रिज पे सारे लोग खड़े थे,
पूरा खड़ा था पूरा। आदमी बोलता है ना उसको गाड़ी पुल हल रहा है, वो कौन नहीं सुना था। सब आदमी के नीचे गया, मेरे सामने एक पत्थर लग गया, जागे पे गया वो। हाँ,
क्या हालात थे उस समय जब ये ब्रिज गिरा? तो क्या हालात थे? लोग चिल्ला रहे थे?
हाँ, वो बहुत चिल्ला रहा था, साहब मेरे को बचा दो भगवान, मेरे को बचा दो भगवान। सब बोला था बचा दो, सब आदमी। मैं भी बोला था भगवान को बचा दो मेरी देवी का माता का। मेरा पाई कट हो गया, हाँ टाच है ना, कट हो गया मेरा पूरा। हाँ, तो मेरा दोनों पाई नीचे गया था पुल के नीचे। हाँ, मैंने ऊपर खींच दिया, मेरे पास गाड़ी था मेरे आंख पे ऊपर।
कौन सी गाड़ी थी? 2 व्हीलर
गाड़ी थी, स्कूटी। हाँ, वो मेरे आंख पे था। मैं साइड पे गाड़ी दबा दिया, कैसा तेरे मेरे आंख पे दर्द था। मैं साइड पे दबा, मैं ऊपर पाई नहीं, ऊपर आता नहीं मेरा पाई, उसका सीमेंट का बोझा मेरे ऊपर आ रहा था। वो मैंने कुछ नहीं देखा, पाई तो कुछ भी होने दो, आप निकलना मांगता ऊपर।
एक दूसरे के ऊपर गिरे थे?
हाँ, बहुत गिरा था, सब आदमी गिरा है। मेरे आदमी से 2 आदमी गिरा था।
लोग बह के भी आगे गए थे नदी में?
हाँ, बहुत गए ना नदी, पानी में बहुत गए ना आदमी। 25 आदमी पानी में गए, आदमी 25 आदमी गए पानी में गुआ के।
इस हादसे किसके जिम्मेदार मानते हैं?
अभी आता जिम्मेदार वो सरकार को। पुल बोला था, सरकार की क्या चुकी नहीं, वो ग्राम पंचायत की चुकी नहीं। ग्राम पंचायत ने 2 बार बोर्ड लगा दिया है, पुल धोखेदायक है, पुल गिरने वाला है। दर दिन बोला था पुल धोखेदायक है, गिरने वाला है। दर दिन सांगता था, हम लोग भी बोलता, सब लोग को हम उधर रहता है, हम दर दिन बोलता है पुलों को खड़ा मत रहो। हमारा 2-3 बार झगड़ा हो गया उसके साथ, आदमी से था। वो बोल रहा होने दे, कुछ होने दे।
बाहर के जो लोग आते हैं घूमने के लिए?
हाँ, बाहर आते हैं घूमने के लिए, वो बाहर आते ना घूमने के लिए, उसने वही था उसका।
तो वहाँ पे ब्रिज पे जो लोहे का ब्रिज था, वहाँ पे जो भीड़ इकट्ठा हो गई, लोग वहाँ खड़े होकर सेल्फी भी खींच रहे थे।
और बहुत सेल्फी खींचा था, उसके पुल के ऊपर फोटो निकाल रहा था। और मैं बोला, अरे 100 आदमी पुल के ऊपर, तुम नीचे मत जाओ, साइड में खड़ा रहो, पीछे रहो। आदमी सुनता नहीं था हमारा।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से, अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे, यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितनी उम्र के लोग थे, उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है, 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की की।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का को ये था उनका जॉब। और
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी, तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
हाँ जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी,
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई शिकायतें आती रही हैं, तो इस हादसे का जिम्मेदार किसे मानते हैं आप?
सर, ये तो मैं नहीं कह सकता, पर ऐसा पूरा जानकारी है कि इससे अच्छा बोइंग कोई सी भी नहीं है, कोई सा भी नहीं है। पता नहीं क्यों ये दुखद घटना हुई, किस कारण से हुई, इसके बारे में कैसे कह सकता हूँ मैं, टेक्निकल जानकारी नहीं है सर मुझे।
दोनों इंजन फेल हुए एक साथ।
हाँ।
On prime time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your prime time starts here.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to this Monday 4 p.m. live and breaking, and even as investigators pick up the threads and the probe picks pace on the crash of AI 171 flight in Ahmedabad, any other incidents that are getting reported about technical snags are sending jitters around the nation. That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. 5 days after AI 171 crash, investigation picks pace. DGCA, BCAS and Civil Aviation Secretary hold key meeting at the Ministry of Home Affairs. 99 DNA samples of AI-171 crash victims matched, 64 bodies handed over to the kit. Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi airline plane while landing at the Lucknow airport. A woman allegedly assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near a footwear showroom in Jayanagar, Bengaluru. Prime Minister Modi receives a ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening. Israel's military has said that it has hit command centers of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps following days of attacks focused on Tehran's nuclear program. Senior leadership of and infrastructure. The IDF eliminated 4 senior Iranian intelligence officials, including the head of the IRGC's intelligence organization. Yesterday, fighter jets guided by precise IDF intelligence struck a structure in Tehran housing top Iranian intelligence officials. Iranian strikes overnight killed several people, while several Tel Aviv buildings not far from the US consulate have been destroyed. Meanwhile, President Trump nixed Israel's plans to kill Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, according to one US official. Calling Iran's leadership weak, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu suggested in a Fox News interview on Sunday that the conflict could result in a regime change. This is on the back of 4 days of intense war that's been going on between the two nations, and even as Israel has succeeded in eliminating almost the entire leadership of the Iranian military, even Iran has successfully launched over 200 missiles on Israel, and this time hitting many of the targets. In fact, Israel for the first time could be suffering some casualties also. All right, staying with the story, a massive fire has erupted at an oil field in Iran following an Israeli airstrike. Visuals show thick plumes of black smoke rising high into the sky, with emergency crews rushing to the scene. The cause of the blaze is still under investigation. These are pictures of the huge blaze in Iran and carried out by Israel. And this is essentially a result of one of the Israeli warheads hitting an oil depot. More visuals of the same strikes have ignited a massive fire at a residential building in Israel. Visuals show flames ripping through multiple floors as residents scramble to evacuate. These are pictures of a residential building in Israel hit by Iran and on fire, and of course the residents were evacuated. Israel follows very strict safety drills where every building has a bunker, and fire crews are on the ground. We are being told these are of course pictures from earlier, and the blaze, they are still battling with the blaze. It's not controlled yet. These are pictures from June 15. Another set of visuals from the theater of war in West Asia. These are from earlier, and these are fresh pictures that we have received, but these are from earlier, and they show the scale of the warhead which has landed and struck. These are pictures of Israeli strikes that have rocked Tehran, and with explosions reported near strategic military sites in the city. The attacks have sparked panic and heightened tensions in the region as Iran scrambles to respond. No official word yet on casualties insofar as this particular strike is concerned, but of course Iran says that it has lost over 200 plus of its citizens to Israeli airstrikes. Another round of pictures. Israel has launched missile strikes on Iran, targeting key military sites in central provinces. The Israeli Defense Forces claim missile launchers and weapon depots were destroyed in the operation. This is essentially Israel targeting military sites to downgrade Iranian capacity to hit back, which of course Iran has been doing. All this happening in the midst of an ongoing escalation between the two sides. But we are staying with this story. More breaking news development. The Israeli Air Force has carried out a major strike on Iran, hitting around 100 military targets in Isfahan this time. The IDF says over 50 fighter jets destroyed missile storage sites and launchers minutes before a planned attack on Israel, according to the IDF. 1/3 of Iran's missile launchers have now been dismantled. That seems like a massive Israeli strike which has taken down 1/3 of Iran's missile launchers, thus denuding and debilitating Iranian capacity to hit back and carry out retaliatory strikes on Israel. Okay, we have in fact a senior journalist from Israel, Nick Kolyothin, joining us live on the story. Nick, we are seeing pictures. We also have, I should introduce Yasser Nazifi Gilwan. He's a Tehran-based journalist, so we effectively have representatives, both Israel and Iran, on our broadcast now. I would begin with you, Nick, first, since I introduced you first. For the first time, we have seen the kind of strikes that Israel is facing. The famed Iron Dome and the Arrow Shield, they seem not to be succeeding as much as they should vis-a-vis the Iranian strikes.
Yes, that's right. Maybe Iran using more sophisticated missiles, big ballistic missiles with a high speed, and they are overwhelming the Israeli defense system, so they can't intercept 100% of the rockets. But yet Israel has 4 different layers of defense, and if it crossed all of them, it hit on the ground. As you can see here behind me, this is the center of Tel Aviv, and this is the damage of just one ballistic missile that hit here tonight. And you can see how much of the destruction here behind me. Those are residential buildings in the center of Tel Aviv. Hundreds of families are living in those buildings, and they are all completely destroyed. You can see this is a complete destruction of so many buildings here all around. You can see all of them destroyed. And also there is here a construction of underground metro station. Actually, I'm standing above it, and it also can collapse any moment, so it's really dangerous to be here. And here, this large building, inside of that, at least used to be, but maybe still, offices of the U.S. Embassy and the consulate. And as you can see, the devastation of this building is really huge. Maybe it also will collapse. Everybody evacuated from this building, like from all other buildings here around. And actually, the wave of the shock wave after this missile was for hundreds of meters. And there are so many people here in Israel that living in this residential central area of Tel Aviv that they all felt it, and there is a lot of trauma. Many people lost their houses, many lost their shops, businesses, and there are hundreds of people that were injured. We still don't know if somebody else could be survived and if there are some casualties. The security forces and rescue forces still trying to understand the damage here, but it is showing you that Iran targeting civilian areas. There are no military targets here whatsoever. The only thing is the U.S. Embassy and the U.S. Consulate. And maybe this will be a sign for U.S. to join this war against Iran, because Iran may be targeting deliberately the consulate and the embassy of the US in Tel Aviv. As you can see here behind me, the damage is amazing. It is one rocket, just one rocket.
Yeah, Nick, stay with us. I'll come back to you. But let me go to Yasser also. He's joining us from Tehran. Yasser, like in the case of Israel, so in the case of Iran, massive pictures of massive destruction, and particularly in the case of Iran, individuals, your military leadership targeted. In fact, there are reports that Israel wanted to go after the topmost levels of leadership, but then the Americans prevailed, and for example, Supreme Leader Khamenei has not been targeted. What's the situation like there on the ground, according to you, Yasser?
Hello, good afternoon. First of all, I want to have a comment about the footages that you played before the dialogue that we have now. The video number 4 was depicting the Iranian missiles hitting Israel, and unfortunately it was captioned wrongly that it was Israeli missiles hitting Iran. Second of all, about the comments that your journalist, the other guest had about Iranian missiles targeting civilian areas. This is the kind of narrative that the Israeli regime is trying to convey to the world. This is an Israeli tactic. We are already familiar with it. As we know that in Gaza, more than 50,000 people have been killed, and most of them are women and children. Also in Iran, in the last 3 days, we have had 200 casualties. 1/3 of them are women. So I think that it can be easily understood that they initiated the war against the UN Charter, against any international norm and law. So they have initiated the war, and now they are claiming that the Iranian missiles are targeting civilian areas. If you go to numbers and the statistics, you can easily understand who is hitting civilian areas, because 200 people have been killed in Iran, and 1/3 of them are women and children. But in Israel, there are only 20 people being killed, and just 1 or 2 women or children among them. And it is because they have been residing in areas near military headquarters and intelligence headquarters in Tel Aviv and Haifa. So I think that the audience will be wise enough to understand the kind of deception that Israeli regime is trying to use to deviate the attention from the realities that we have in the field.
Right.
What we have in the field as reality is that Israel is initiated the war, and they are using FPVs and small drones to target civilian areas in Iran, to assassinate scientists. And they again claim to have been using their air force to target these people in Tehran, but actually analysts and the verification of videos and evidence that we have had so far, it shows that for 8 months they have been building up for it, and they have sent many pieces of drones and FPVs to Tehran. And some of these places that they have been trying to assemble, Mossad agents have been trying to assemble FPVs in Tehran, have been discovered. The footages are available online, you can find out. And they have been arrested. They have been using civilian pickup trucks and cargo trucks in order to launch attacks in Tehran and in other areas. So far, they have been unsuccessful to blow serious, to deliver a serious blow to Iranian nuclear sites, despite their claims that they have initiated it against Iranian civilian nuclear project. Most of the targets have been civilian places and sites inside Tehran. They are trying to.
Sorry to be interjecting, but Israel claims that almost 1/3 of your rocket launchers or missile launchers have been eliminated, and that's a substantial denuding of your capacity to hit back. Not that it's visible, because still we can see Iran hitting back at Israel every night. I'm just going to Nick for a bit, and then I come back to you. Yasser, just stay with us. Nick, the charge against Israel is that you are targeting civilian areas also, because while you have succeeded in eliminating some of the military leadership, a majority of those killed, the casualties, are of civilians.
I'm not in Iran. I can say just what Israel is saying, but I can tell you for sure, and to your correspondent from Tehran, I live in Tel Aviv for many years, and this is a residential area. You can see behind me, those are buildings of people that are living here. It is not a military target. There are no bases of military here, even not close to here, and you can see the destruction of those buildings. You can see how massive the destruction is. I don't understand how you can say that this is a military target. Just see how imminent the danger to citizens of Israel, to residents from those Iranian rockets. See how much damage. Try to imagine what's happening to the people that are there. And the shock wave of one ballistic missile of Iran is going for hundreds of meters. So even if Israel started the war, no matter what Israel is doing, there is no justification to do that. There is no justification to shoot at the residential buildings, at people that they have nothing to do with the war. The people that live here, they are not taking the decisions. They are not fighting against Iran. They are not sending any kind of missiles. And you can see the destruction to their houses, to their lives, to their homes, to their businesses. And you can't say Israel started, so we can do whatever we want. Israel started because Iran threatening to destroy Israel for many years, and they are trying to develop nuclear weapons. And with nuclear weapons, they can destroy Israel with one bomb. And they already sending those kind of missiles. So try to understand what will be if they have a nuclear bomb.
Nick, yes, so while the pictures speak for themselves, and as I was mentioning earlier, this is the first time perhaps in recent memory that we can see those kind of pictures coming out of Israel where Israeli targets have been hit, which also in a way underscores the kind of military muscle that Iran has developed over the last few years, that they can also retaliate and hit back whenever Israel picks up. But my question is to you first, Yasser, and then Nick, quickly. Are we looking at any possibility of both the sides pulling back? Yasser, what are the bare minimum conditions on which you think that Iran would consider pulling back from the war? I think there is some issue there with the connection of Yasser from Tehran. Okay, we'll have to leave it there then, because we have to. Okay, let's go now to pictures coming in from Rajkot, where the last journey of former Chief Minister of the state, Vijay Rupani, is taking place. His mortal remains after DNA match were handed over to him in Ahmedabad Civil Hospital earlier in the morning. Remember, Vijay Rupani was on that ill-fated Air India flight AI 171, which crashed in Ahmedabad on Thursday. Rupani was going to London to be with his daughter, who stays there. And as it happened with all the victims, Rupani also, all but one victim, Rupani also perished in that crash. His mortal remains, in fact, were located just yesterday only, and after DNA matching, they were handed over to the family today. Now, the last rites are to take place in Rajkot, which is his hometown. Remember, Vijay Rupani began his career in the Municipal Corporation of Rajkot back in the 1980s and 90s, and then rose through the ranks of the BJP to ultimately become the chief minister of the state in 2016 when Anandiben Patel vacated the seat and Rupani was put at the helm in the state just 1 year before the Gujarat elections were to be held in 2017. He shepherded the party successfully and BJP came back to power despite the Patel rebellion that was going on in the state. Vijay Rupani, affable, soft-spoken leader of the BJP. We have a reporter on the ground. Let's listen to that. Okay, so basically there's some connectivity issue there, but in Rajkot, which is seen as the capital of Saurashtra, Vijay Rupani was someone who was soft-spoken, mild-mannered. He had been spokesperson of the party in the state, chief spokesperson. He had been minister in the Anandiben Patel government. And then, of course, he became the chief minister. Before that, he was also party president of the state and handled numerous responsibilities. He was a quintessential organization man. When he was asked to become chief minister, he became so. And when he was asked to make way for Bhupendra Patel in 2021, he very happily resigned and made way for Bhupendra Patel because for him, it was essentially the organization which gave him whatever he became. And then organization had the right. Gopi is now live with us. Gopi, over to you. Last journey of former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, going on in Rajkot.
Viewers who have tuned in late, it was at around 12:30 that the mortal remains of former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was taken from this very place, from Ahmedabad Civil Hospital to Rajkot's Hirasar Airport. Now from Rajkot Hirasar Airport, what we are learning from our sources is from the Greenland crossroads, his mortal remains are being taken towards his residence based in Rajkot. Let's tell our viewers that he hails from Rajkot, as you were mentioning about it just a short while back. An affable leader, he began his political career as a corporator, later on went on to become the mayor of Rajkot, and then he became the member of Rajya Sabha. So his body is now being taken at his residence, which is based in Rajkot, from where his body would be kept for an hour at his residence. What we can see is there are thousands of people around to pay last tribute to their favorite leader, Vijay Rupani, while we are also seeing that leaders like Purushottam Rupala, as well as other Rajkot leaders are also present in the procession. While just a short while from now, we are expecting Home Minister Amit Shah is also going to be there, along with Home Minister of Gujarat, Harsh Sanghvi, Health Minister Rishikesh Patel, as well as Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel would also be there. While from his residence at around 5 p.m., 5:15 p.m., his last journey is going to begin from his residence, and there's over 6 kilometer stretch in Rajkot where his body is going to be, his mortal remains will be passing till the Ratpara crematorium, where final rites are going to happen. Back to you.
Right, Gopi, and I believe Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also slated to be there in Rajkot when the last rites happen, as also, of course, Gujarat Chief Minister. What are you hearing about that?
In fact, yes, as you have correctly mentioned, Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be there for the last rites, while, as I've just mentioned, that it will be the Chief Minister of Bhupendra Patel who will also be present for the last rites of the former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. We will be back after the short commercial break. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MD
साथ जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या। और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितनी उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का को ये था उनका जॉब। और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से।
एमडीएच की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
एमडीएच की देगी मिर्च।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी, तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था। और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे, वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी, फिर उनसे।
Watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We are keeping our focus on the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country. We'll get you more details of that. But first, as always, the headlines. Five days after Air India 171 crash, investigation picks up pace. DGCA, BCAS and Civil Aviation Secretary holds key meeting at MHA. "99 DNA samples of Air India 171 crash victims match. 64 bodies handed over to the kin of victims." Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi airline plane while landing at the Lucknow airport. In Karnataka, women assaulted by Rapido bike taxi driver near a showroom in Jayanagar. Prime Minister receives ceremonial welcome in Cyprus. He is all set to leave for Canada in this evening. Let's get you more details on the plane crash investigation. What we're learning is that a high-level meeting on the Ahmedabad air crash led by Home Secretary has concluded. The meeting was attended by Aviation Secretary, Gujarat government officials, DGCA and Intelligence Bureau representatives. The committee formed by the Ministry of the Civil Aviation is mandated to complete the investigation within 3 months and compile a report. The meeting aims to gather information from various stakeholders about the response and knowledge of the crash. So the high-level committee that has been formed by the government held a meeting today. They will also be visiting the crash site, and this investigation will conclude in the next 3 months, and that is the timeline that has been given to the high-level committee to probe what actually went wrong as far as the plane crash incident is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Harsha, you've been tracking this story. Today, this crucial meeting took place. Tell us details about what was discussed and what was the outcome of this meeting.
So it's too early to say exactly what's the outcome of the meeting, but yes, the meeting went on for 2 hours exactly. The meeting, which commenced at 2:30, now has concluded at 4:30 p.m. Now we have known that all the stakeholders which were the part of the high-level committee have already left the MHA, but it's very important to know that the details and the reason behind the plane crash is very important to know, and that's what the authorities are investigating also. Now it was a first meeting today, and there was a discussion between all these stakeholders because the officials from the regulators, DGCA, BCAS were here. The official from Ahmedabad Police was here. It was under the chairmanship of Home Secretary. Also, the civil aviation officials were also here. So all these stakeholders today met and at large discussed exactly what would have went wrong. They also discussed about several videos which had emerged during the time of the plane crash also in detail. Also the reasoning, what could be the reason. DGCA has been asked to give the reports what exactly Air India has been stating in this entire time after the plane crash, what the engineers of the Air India have stated till now. So it was a first meeting, but yes, the investigation will go on for long. As we already know, there's a 3 months time and the report has to come in after 3 months exactly what was the reason behind the plane crash. So this was the first meeting, but it went on for almost 2 hours. Now all the officials from the meeting have already left, but more to go. We'll get to know soon exactly when is the second round of meeting for the officials to meet in this regard. Back to you.
Absolutely. So this was a high-level meeting that was taking place today in the national capital. In fact, Harsha getting us those details here. Harsha, stay on with us. In fact, we are getting another breaking news. Air India Boeing again faces technical glitch, couldn't take off from Zurich to the national capital even after 5 hours delay. Boeing 787 again faces technical issue. Flight number AI152. Which was going from Zurich to the national capital, and it was to depart at midnight, and the revised departure time was then 5:30 in the evening. Current status is that further delayed due to the technical glitch. Another such incident has now come to the fore. Let me again bring in my colleague Harsha. Harsha, since morning we've been reporting how Dreamliner 787 is under the scrutiny. Firstly, the Hong Kong incident, and now another incident has come to the fore. Give us more details about this.
So if we see, there's not much difference in the timing of both the airline 787. The Hong Kong one was scheduled at 6:20 a.m. in the morning, while this we see it was scheduled at 12 o'clock. It delayed by 5 hours. It was delayed to 5 hours. 5:30 was it scheduled. 5:30 was 5:30 was the scheduled time, and it had to take off. And this is the revised timing which I am telling you, because 5:30 is the time in Zurich. If 5:30 is the Zurich time, and if we calculate according to the Delhi time, according to India time, the flight already would have been taken off at 12 o'clock, but that couldn't happen. The flight was delayed for 5 hours, and still the flight couldn't take off. It is the Zurich, it is the aircraft, Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner, the same Dreamliner which we have been talking about is under scrutiny, facing lot of technical issue, and also this plane couldn't take off because continuously the technical fault is emerging in the flight, and pilot again and again is stating that there is some issue, some high technical glitch in the aircraft, because of which the flight couldn't take off. So the passengers have till not boarded. They were boarded twice, they were deboarded twice, they are still stuck at Zurich International Airport. They have not taken off for Delhi. The flight which was supposed to take off at 12 o'clock couldn't take off yet, and it's a grave concern. It's a matter of serious concern if regard as passenger safety is concerned, and about the passenger travel is also concerned. The passengers have been waiting there for long, and they still don't know whether their flight will be rescheduled, it will be cancelled, any substitute flight will be arranged. Until now, there has been no statement from Air India on the overall situation and the condition of Boeing. Since morning, there's the second Boeing aircraft which is facing technical issue in the aircraft. Back to you.
Absolutely. Earlier also we saw a templated response coming in from Air India. In the first Hong Kong incident, they in fact said that inspection would be carried out. But put this thing into perspective, Harsha. Remember, DGCA had said that inspection of these aircrafts would be undertaken. Tell us why hasn't it completed, and why, despite these non-completion of the inspection, why are these Dreamliners still taking off?
This is the inspection has to be done from the side of the Air India and the engineering team as well, which are placed at different locations. The Air India staff and engineers were located at different places, and this is extremely shocking. That how we were talking at multiple times, we are also speaking on record that how DGC also earlier stated, given so many show cause notices to Air India, and still they were sleeping on it. They didn't act on it, and this time again, DGCA on Saturday has given the order to Air India that without proper inspection and check, the Boeing 787, any fleet, be it 787, 788, 789, none of the fleet of Boeing can take off without proper inspection. But in this case, since morning, what we are looking at is that Boeing fleets are continuously facing technical snags. That still means that Air India has not taken the order of DGCA very strictly or very seriously. The DGCA and the Aviation Ministry need to pull up Air India, and Air India is the high time needs to put their act together so that passenger could reach the location on time, so that passenger safety could be ensured, so that the technical issues, the faulty equipments which are in the aircraft could be replaced, they could be maintained or serviced. And I'm telling to our viewers that we are continuously showing this because right now Boeing is under immense scrutiny. Again and again, we are speaking about Boeing 787 fleet because it's very important to tell the passengers also that how much risky it is to travel in a Boeing. When someone passenger goes to the airport to take the aircraft, they have to check whether it is a Boeing Dreamliner or it is a A320 aircraft of Air India, because the major issues right now are emerging in the Boeing 787 fleet. All the Boeing is facing immense issues of the maintenance of the technical glitches in the aircraft, which has yet not been maintained, or there has been no statement from Air India that exactly what has went wrong. Passengers have no clue right now. The communication has not been made from the side of Air India to the passengers who are waiting to fly from Zurich to Delhi. There's already been 5 hours delay. They are still waiting that the flight will take off, when it will take off. There are n number of questions in passengers' mind. And yet we have to wait exactly for the response of Air India. That's the intensity and the non-seriousness from the side of Air India. What this we can say at this time, at this moment for now.
Absolutely no comment whatsoever that has come from Air India, and even if it comes, it's going to be that inspection of this plane will be carried out. But Harsha, as far as Boeing is concerned, now this is coming at a day when members of Boeing, their team are in Ahmedabad. They also went to the crash site as well, and in fact 24 hours we are seeing 2 big incidents in which there was a technical glitch. Has any comment come from Boeing? Before I come to you, Harsha, let me go across to Dr. Sumit, aviation expert. Sir, back to back, we are seeing these technical snags are coming to the fore. First, the Hong Kong flight, now this Zurich flight, wherein these technical snags are there. How do you see this? Because this is coming at the backdrop of the Boeing whistleblower also alerting that there are few issues with the Dreamliners as far as Boeing is concerned. How do you see this?
Yeah, definitely it's an alarming thing that back to back only Boeing is getting this type of issues. I think Boeing should.
All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with our aviation expert, but very concerning story now coming in as far as Dreamliner 787 is concerned. Remember, 4 days back, Dreamliner 787 in fact deployed to Air India that met a tragic incident. 241 people have lost their life. After that, earlier today, we saw how another, in fact, Dreamliner 787, it reported technical snag, and now another one incident coming to the fore. Let me once again go across to Dr. Sumit, aviation expert. As I was asking you, back to back, we are seeing this is the third incident of technical snag as well as far as the Dreamliner 787 is concerned. Boeing whistleblower had also said that there are few issues there in Boeing. How do you see this all panning out? In the last 4 days, 3 incidents have happened. Dr. Sumit, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How do you assess this technical snags as far as the Dreamliner 787 is concerned? Firstly, the deadly one, and then tomorrow, in fact, today, there was a Hong Kong flight and now this Zurich flight. How do you see this?
It's been like around 12 years this aircraft got delivered, and most of the aircraft which is is 12 years old are getting this type of technical glitch. I think it's the time that Boeing should get into this and give official statement that why the aircraft which is more than 12 years old is getting a technical snag.
All right. This is very concerning news that we are getting in. We'll try and reconnect that line with Dr. Sumit Suselan, who's the aviation expert, but a very concerning story that is coming in as far as the Zurich Delhi Air India flight is concerned. Technical problem in one more Air India plane. Dr. Sumit, if I'm audible to you, I want to ask you, how would you assess this? Because back to back, we are seeing these technical snags.
No, I think that this is the issue with the Boeing aircraft itself now, because back to back only Boeing aircraft is getting this type of error, when especially the Dreamliner. So I think that there should be an official statement from Boeing itself that why they are facing this problem. Even the engineering team is on it, and every flight before getting ready for the takeoff, they are checking and everything is getting fine. Last moment on air, there is some error happening in this aircraft. So I think this is definitely alarming, and we have to make sure that this aircraft should be grounded for a while for complete check.
Absolutely. And in the absence of any comment that has come from Air India and Boeing, how do you think, as an aviation expert, that one can fix this issue? Because in the last 4 days, same Dreamliner 787 has seen 3 issues.
Yeah, I think because earlier also when there was some accident happened by Boeing 737 aircraft, so that time also they had discontinued that model for a while till the complete check was not over. But this time, when we have already had a fatal accident in this type of aircraft, these aircraft are still operating, which we should discontinue till the time the checks are not getting completed. I think now it's a time the ministry should get involved in this thing and stop the operation of 34 aircraft, the Dreamliner which is there in India, so should stop the operation till the complete check is not over.
So, but don't you believe when Boeing whistleblower had raised this issue, it should have been discontinued that very time? He raised this issue last year. Still, few months later, we are seeing one major incident and now these 2 big technical snags that we are seeing. Shouldn't it have been discontinued long back?
Yes, definitely. Even it's a corporate, definitely they don't listen to a small employees. but they were waiting for some fatal accident which already happened now. And the whistleblower had already alarmed that the aircraft will give this type of fatal accident after 5 to 6 years. But they waited for long, and it's been 12 years, and now they are getting this type of accident. So I think they were trying to cover up the mess which they had it earlier. And I think now this is the time that when they should stop this type of aircraft for a while till the time the check is not over.
Absolutely, and this is in fact, sir, coming on the day when a high-level meeting has also taken place in the national capital to see what went wrong as far as Dreamliner 787 incident 4 days back is concerned. But do you believe that accountability needs to be fixed? Because since morning we've been seeing templated reply from Air India that yes, inspection will take place. But so far we have seen 3 back-to-back incidents, and people are quite worried about this.
Definitely, the passengers are losing hope now because the back-to-back accidents issues happening. Passengers feeling that it's the safety concern in India, especially now with Air India. So I think the accountability should be there, and Air India should give an official statement that why this type of incident happening after such a big fatal accident, which already we had faced 3 days back.
Absolutely, very concerning news coming in from Zurich. In fact, this Air India Dreamliner 787 has once again faced the technical issues. We'll try and get you more details on what really happened, but what we're learning is that this was to take off 5 hours prior, but it still hasn't taken off. There seems to be a technical issue, and this is the third reported Dreamliner 787 issue in the last 4 days. The first one is a tragic incident that we saw in Ahmedabad. 241 people lost their life. Then in the morning today, a flight of Air India, Dreamliner 787 only, it flew from Hong Kong at 6:20, but in fact a few minutes later it had to take a U-turn and head back to Hong Kong. All right, let me also go across to former flight safety consultant with Air India, Group Captain GP Bajpai. Some very concerning news that is coming in as far as Dreamliner 787 and Air India flights are concerned. We are learning that it has faced a technical snag. This is the third flight, Dreamliner 787, that has issued a major technical snag in the last 4 days.
Madam, it is correct that it is really frightening that in such a short span of time we are getting such news. Unless until we know further details that what type of the technical failures or difficulties have been encountered on these aircraft, it will be extremely difficult to link these 3 technical failures with each other. I am not sure by now the pilots have filed the flight safety report or not. So till the time we receive the details of the incident, it will be difficult to predict or imagine what wrong has gone on these 2 incidents which you have just now quoted. But yes, there is no doubt, as it is because of this massive air accident or crash taken at Ahmedabad, the confidence of passengers and all the people associated with the aviation is shattered, especially on Boeing 787 Dreamliner.
We were speaking to another aviation expert before you, and he said that Dreamliner 787, as far as the Air India is concerned, should be discontinued because it also comes in the backdrop of a whistleblower also saying that there are few issues with this Dreamliner 787. How do you assess this?
Ma'am, it will be premature. In fact, I will expect people to wait for the committee which is constituted for investigating AI 171 investigation, and on the part of committee, they should do their investigation as transparent and as timely as possible so that the lost confidence could be restored at the earliest.
But sir, as far as this Dreamliner 787 is concerned, in the last 3 days, 4 days, in fact, we have seen 3 incidents. Don't you think there should be an accountability on Air India, on Boeing? Until and unless the investigation goes on, it's fine. It is on one side. But don't you think that there should be a stricter scrutiny on Dreamliner 787?
I agree to your viewpoint. In fact, I would go one step further, that Air India also should come out and address the media what is going around, because all the details, all the data are available in their domain, and it will help them also to rebuild their brand image, and also it will give a confidence to the people, the flyers basically, and all other associated people in the aviation. In fact, I had seen one media report wherein our reporter was trying to reach them, it was getting avoided.
So don't you think accountability also lies with Boeing, because this is happening at the time when Boeing members, their officials are here in India. They went to the crash site as well. And in the last 4 days, 3 incidents have come as far as Boeing is concerned. No statement from them to just like Air India whatsoever.
Ma'am, I don't know how big is the technical glitch has taken place in last 2 incidents which you have just mentioned. I don't know whether these data have been forwarded or any assistance from the Boeing company has been sought. Unless until we come to know the details, then only it will be worthwhile to make any such company.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. We'll keep tracking that story very closely. This is very concerning news, in fact, that has come as far as Air India is concerned. With this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you more about another Air India plane facing the technical glitch. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितनी उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है।
Don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
In a shocking incident from Shivamoga Central Jail, political rivalries have spilled dangerously behind bars. A JDS worker, Kiran Sethu from Bhadravati, jailed just yesterday in a violence case, was brutally assaulted by alleged Congress-affiliated inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war. A viral video, reportedly filmed on a smuggled mobile phone, shows the horrifying assault. The footage has sparked serious concerns about a major security lapse inside the high-security prison. Questions have been raised on how did a mobile phone get inside, and if prison authorities are turning a blind eye or even offering VIP treatment to politically connected inmates. Public outrage is mounting, with calls for immediate action against negligent jail staff and an official inquiry is expected.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितनी उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की की।
कब से रहते थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की? और
don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
What it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, we have cut live to pictures from Nicosia, the Laranka International Airport in Cyprus. Prime Minister is going to be wheels up shortly. In fact, he's already wheels up. These are pictures from earlier. Prime Minister is wheels up for Canada, where he would be landing in Calgary at about 7:10 p.m. Canada time. And he's going to Canada to participate in the G7 summit, where he's a special invitee of Prime Minister Mark Carney. These are pictures of the Cyprus delegation that came to drop the Prime Minister at the airport in a ceremonial departure there, including Prime Minister's delegation. They are all now wheels up for Canada, where they would be participating in the G7 summit over the next 2 days, capping a very important visit to Cyprus, Mediterranean country. The geography very significant. India has made some big moves in Mediterranean around the nations around the Mediterranean, including Greece, which Prime Minister had visited last year on his way back from South Africa, and now Cyprus, in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor, gains significance because of the manner in which Turkey conducted itself and occupies almost 1/5 of Cyprus territory in the north of Cyprus. And on Cyprus issue, India essentially on the side of Republic of Cyprus. Basically, very important geostrategic dimension to this visit of Prime Minister to Nicosia. And he's departed now on way to Canada, where he would be landing in Calgary, and then onwards to Kananaskis, the alpine resort where all the world leaders are gathered, the G7 nations plus the special invitees, and some international organizations like the World Bank and the IMF, their chiefs, and the deliberations, of course, to center around the ongoing crisis that the world is facing, from the war in Europe to the one in the Middle East. And all attention also on the bilaterals that are going to take place. The big ones, of course, with the President Trump of the United States and Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada. All right, we'll keep a close track of those developments for you as and when they happen. Prime Minister is on a flight for about 7 hours when he lands in Canada, but getting a breaking news development with the ongoing Air India crisis. Another one now. Air India Boeing faced technical glitch. Couldn't take off from Zurich in Switzerland for Delhi, and that was after 5 hours of delay. The Boeing 787, again 787. Seems there's some issue with the Dreamliner suddenly after the AI-171 crash in Ahmedabad. Another Dreamliner faced tech issues on the Hong Kong Delhi flight and had to return. And now 787 in Zurich, flight AI-152 VTANH. And this is again a 787, B7878. The route was Zurich to Delhi, and it was today. The original departure time was 45 minutes past midnight Indian Standard Time. The revised departure was 5:30 p.m. IST, or is 5:30 p.m. IST because it's still half an hour more, which means that it's almost like an 18 hours delay. Harsha joins us live from Delhi, and she keeps close track of aviation industry. Harsha, almost 18 hours of delay, and we still not. Are we sure that now the flight can take off? And what was the technical issue because of which this delay happened?
Abhishek, we are still trying to know what's the technical issue. We have sent a mail to Air India as well, and yet we don't know about the technical issue. But yes, we have spoken to some of the passengers, and we have also spoken to one of the passengers from Zurich only, and we got to know that there was a technical glitch. It was 2 times that passengers boarded the aircraft, and there were twice that they were deboarded also. And already it's been 18 hours delay, and we are getting to know that the revised time is 5:30. But that 5:30 also has been said that the flight could not take off at 5:30 also. That means after half an hour the flight has to take off, but it's not clear that it will fly or not fly because the technical glitch has yet not been fixed in the aircraft. It's the Boeing 787 fleet only, and right now what we have got to know is that Air India has given a preliminary report to DGCA stating that this flight is more than 18 hours delay because of the technical glitch, the technical snag exactly. They have not mentioned it. Was it the flight control issue? Was it the landing gear issue? What is the wings issue? Or what exactly the issue was in the aircraft? Yet not known. But yes, we've got to know that the twice when the pilot in command went inside the cockpit, he saw a warning sign twice, and that is the reason why the plane could not take off. And yes, we have also gotten to know that the passengers are still waiting at the airport. They don't know that whether their flight will be rescheduled or it will be cancelled or some accommodation will be given to them. What's the condition right now? The passengers are unaware about it. I'm continuously in touch with few of the passengers who were supposed to be on this flight, and we have got to also know the passengers are very scared. They're very scared to even now board this Boeing 787 after what has transpired in the Ahmedabad plane crash. Back to you.
Harsha, not just the passengers of this particular flight are scared, but even those passengers who want to take Air India flights are scared. This seems like Air India is going through a full-blown crisis. Earlier we had a Dreamliner facing tech glitches mid-air and had to go back to Hong Kong, and now this one in Zurich. Effectively, if you look at it, almost in the last 12 hours, 2 tech issues faced by Dreamliners, both owned by Air India. What's really happening with Dreamliners and Air India? Are you getting some drift on what's the scene like there?
Abhishek, we are also absolutely shocked because on Saturday there was an order from DGCA which was given to Air India that none of their Boeing 787 fleet can take off without proper inspection. Unless the inspection is not done, whether the aircraft is from Delhi or whether it is in transit or whether from whichever place it is going, until there's not proper inspection, the flight will not take off, the aircraft will not take off. But this is very shocking that, if we see Hong Kong aircraft, if we see Zurich aircraft, both the aircraft have gone from Delhi only to those particular places, and during return they are facing major technical issue, and that clearly states that there has not been any maintenance, there has not been any inspection. They are not taking seriously the order of DGCA and Ministry of Civil Aviation, and everyone is appalled with the kind of behavior of Air India. They are not responding, they are not giving any media statement, they are not exactly telling us exactly what is wrong with the Boeing or whether they are in touch with the Boeing or not. Exactly, problem is with the assembling, problem is the maintenance issue, has it to go for servicing. No one is aware what is exactly happening inside Air India and Boeing. In fact, we as a media person, we have sent them a lot of emails asking them exactly what is the issue, but there has been no response since morning. So that's the situation also, Abhishek, we have gotten to know. We have spoken to few pilots as well. Right now the situation is that there are several pilots of Air India who don't want to fly Boeing series. None of them want to fly Boeing fleet. They themselves feel that there are some serious issues in the Boeing aircraft which needs to be halted. The operation needs to be halted. It has to be sent to isolation bay. Until the serious checks are not done, this aircraft should not be flown. But this kind of seriousness, what we expect from Air India, we are not seeing it neither on ground, neither on mails. Back to you.
Right, absolutely. And, there is definitely some issue which the management obviously is not getting to grips with, because it cannot be that back-to-back since the Air India AI 171 crash in Ahmedabad, we have seen almost half a dozen such glitches hitting the Dreamliner series of Boeing aircraft. Moving on for now, Harsha, we of course are sure that you will keep us up to speed with all the developments on this story. Moving on for now, an FIR has been against the Rapido driver who assaulted a lady passenger in Bengaluru. This comes after the complainant had booked a Rapido bike ride from the BTM layout to Jayanagar, third block in the city, and on some issue, an altercation ensued, following which the Rapido driver, as can be seen in the CCTV footage, assaulted the passenger. Accordingly, the Rapido driver with the vehicle number KA052897 has been booked based on the complaint. Bengaluru driver accused of reckless driving. Basically, the complainant was asking him to drive carefully, and he did not like the prompt and got into an altercation and then assaulted the passenger. Now we have an FIR against the driver. Let's go to Smita for more details to our from our Kannada newsroom. Smita. Okay, Smita, FIR registered. Is the police of the opinion that this is serious enough for them to go ahead and arrest the culprit?
Actually, there is a major twist in this case. As you were saying, the complaint was launched by Shreya, the commuter who had booked a Rapido to travel between BTM layout and Jayanagar. And as the driver, the Rapido driver was taking shortcuts, not following the traffic rules, the argument break up between both of them. And while upon reaching the destination, this argument, verbal argument between both got heated up. And Shreya, who has given the complaint, had also said that the driver did hit her, assaulted her, and the video related to this was also surfaced in the social medias. But now, as she has lodged a complaint against Suman, who was the Rapido driver, now Suman has also reacted to the medias, and also he is giving a counter complaint saying that it was Shreya, the commuter, who first assaulted him and then he hit her back. And he is giving some CCTV footages also relating to the argument that he is putting forward. And in those CCTV footages, we can also see that the lady, the Shreya, who was traveling in the Rapido bike, has also beaten Suman. So this case has now complicated. Now police are taking Suman's reaction, and now probably they will also call the lady Shreya, who has given the complaint first, to take the reaction on what Suman is saying.
Okay, Smita, stay with us. In fact, I believe we have accessed another CCTV footage of the same incident. This time seen in the video is the complainant who was hitting the Rapido driver. So the twist that you were talking about, Smita, that seems to be coming out in the pictures, like it happened in the case of earlier assault with a taxi driver. And okay, these are the pictures. First, let's listen to this. Watch these. In this, from this angle, if you look at it, it's the passenger who, after the altercation, gets physical and hits the Rapido driver, and after that the altercation continues, and she again attempts, she again hits the Rapido driver twice, and the altercation still continues, and by this time the Rapido driver has been hit twice, once like this in this instance, in this moment, and then again after this the altercation continues, and this is the second time the driver has been hit. This is the third time. So 3 times the passenger first hits the driver, and then of course the driver hits back. Smita, so the twist that you were talking about, essentially it's the passenger, the lady passenger who hit the driver of a Rapido bike taxi, and he only did that afterwards. So what he did was more like a retaliation to what the passenger did.
Exactly. This is what we are getting to know after Suman reacted to the medias. But unfortunately, we also got to know that Shreya was not willing to give the complaint initially. This incident actually took place on 13th of June. But the complaint was lodged yesterday after the video of she being beaten up by the Rapido driver surfaced in the social media. Her colleagues and friends and the family members insisted her to lodge a complaint, is what we are getting to know after she filed the complaint. complaint. Now the Rapido driver is also about to lodge a complaint against the lady who, as we can clearly see in the video, that she was the first to raise hands on the Rapido driver. And unfortunately, see, these Rapido drivers or the Ola, Uber, taxi guys are local Kannada guys. And usually when the incident like this happened, we have also seen that there was a language issue which was, trying to get in between this assault and counter assault issue. But it is very clear and evident that the lady was the first to raise hand on. But no doubt Shreya has also raised few valuable points that he was not following the traffic rules. He was driving recklessly and he was taking shortcuts which she objected to take. She insisted him to take the main route which she usually travels. These are the points I guess the police will also look into these allegations by Shreya. But about the assault, as we have seen both the videos in which we can see that both first Shreya hits the Rapido driver and then he hits her back.
All right. Thank you so much, Smita, with those details. The altercation between a passenger and a Rapido bike taxi turning physical, but it seems that both sides are to blame. FIR, of course, has been filed by the police on the basis of complaint from the lady passenger. Moving on for now, and another breaking, which is that the Delhi High Court has reserved its order on appeal seeking a stay on the demolition of properties in Batla House by the DDA, the Delhi Development Authority. The development comes as the DDA strongly opposed the petitions filed against the demolition drive. The court's decision is now awaited. DDA, of course, has opposed these petitioners who were against the demolition. The Delhi High Court reserving the order. And remember, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Amanatullah Khan, he was at the forefront of opposing the removal of those encroachments. We have Anamika joining us over the phone on this. Anamika, over to you. What more details can you share about this demolition drive, which still has to wait, though, till the time that the Supreme Court comes out with its, Delhi High Court comes out with its orders? Okay, we'll be connecting with Anamika shortly on the Batla House issue. Batla House is a place in Delhi and southeast of Delhi where an encroachment removal drive was to go on, to be carried out by the DDA. The locals led by Amanatullah Khan opposed. And okay, on that note, we have to move on. We'll get Anamika in a bit, then we'll come back to the story. Let's look at some other stories from across the country in a Bharat in 5-minute wrap. Devastating fire broke out at Khadirpur market in Kolkata, engulfing over 1,300 shops and leaving business owners in tears. The traders are expressing anger against the fire brigade, alleging that they arrived late and lacked sufficient water, which exacerbated the damage. The cause of the fire is yet to be determined, but it's believed that the presence of flammable materials is in the market contributed to the rapid fire. Massive political clash erupts inside Shivamoga Central Jail. JDS worker assaulted by Congress inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war behind bars. A viral video from inside the prison shows a brutal attack panning out, reportedly recorded on a smuggled mobile phone. The victim, identified as Kiran Setu from Bhadravati, was jailed just yesterday in connection with a violence case. Demand grows for immediate action against negligent jail staff as political rivalries spill into prison wards. A clash broke out in Manipur's Imphal East after a Maiti farmer from Litanpoki allegedly arrived with a tractor to plow a paddy field in Sadhu Lampak near a Kuki village. The police said that some Kuki villagers reportedly objected, claiming the field did not belong to the farmers. Soon, Maiti residents from a nearby village also arrived, escalating the tension. The security forces fired some rounds of tear gas shells and mock bombs to disperse the mob. President and former Minister K.T. Ramarao appeared before the Telangana Anti-Corruption Bureau in connection with the ongoing investigation into alleged financial irregularities in the ongoing Formula E race in Hyderabad when the BRS was in power. KTR has accused Chief Minister Reuven Reddy of orchestrating a circus to divert attention from governance failures and has challenged Reddy to a lie detector test. In a disturbing case of exploitation and blackmail, a Bengaluru-based widow has accused priest from a prominent temple in Thrissur, Kerala, of coercing her into appearing nude on a video call and later attempting to sexually assault her. One priest has been arrested while the chief priest is on the run. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has criticized Congress for its remarks on Pakistan, accusing it of acting as a spokesperson of the neighboring nation. BJP MP emphasized the need for responsible political discourse, especially on national interest, and highlighted the BJP's focus on nationalism and patriotism. He also questioned Congress's understanding and approach to foreign policy, drawing parallels with Pakistan's Muslim League. A mysterious shipping container presumed to be from the vessel One High 503 has washed ashore at a beach in Alappuzha, around 100 kilometers from Thiruvananthapuram. Local fishermen discovered the container on Sunday late evening and alerted authorities. Alongside the container, a red-colored lifeboat bearing the Van High level was also found in the vicinity. While officials have acknowledged the incident, they are yet to begin the process of identifying the container's contents or ensuring its safe removal from the shore. Days after biggest aviation tragedy in Ahmedabad, Air India flight AI 315 from Hong Kong to Delhi returned to Hong Kong International Airport due to technical issues. The flight, which was scheduled to depart at 8:50 a.m. Hong Kong time, turned back at 9:29 a.m. Hong Kong time, and passengers were deplaned while the aircraft undergoes inspection. A video of a girl's hooliganism in Hardoi district of Uttar Pradesh and its Bilgram police station area has gone viral on social media. This incident took place at an HP petrol pump located on Sandhi Road, 2 kilometers away from Bilgram town, where the girl pointed a revolver at the petrol pump employee during a dispute while filling CNG. Shahabad resident Ehsan Khan had come to fill CNG with his wife and daughter. The pump employee asked them to get down from the car for security reasons, on which the family got angry. The dispute escalated so much that Ehsan Khan's daughter took out a revolver from the car and pointed it at the salesman's chest. Well, the Prime Minister has just completed his Cyprus leg of the tour, where he was bestowed the highest civilian honor of the nation, which is called the Grand Cross of the Order of Makarios III. Prime Minister was received by President of Cyprus, Christodoulides, and given a grand official welcome and also a state dinner hosted in Prime Minister's honor before bestowal of that award. Take a look at this report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been honored with the Grand Cross of the Order of Makarios III by the President of Cyprus. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is currently in Cyprus as a part of his three-nation tour. Accepting the honor on behalf of 1.4 billion Indians, Prime Minister Modi dedicated the award to the long-standing warm ties between the two nations, which are built on mutual trust and shared values. Prime Minister mentioned that the award was a recognition of India's age-old philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family. that guides India's vision for global peace and progress. He emphasized that the award symbolizes the unwavering commitment of India and Cyprus to peace, security, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and prosperity.
All right, taking a short break. On the other side, Prime Minister Modi has left Cyprus for his onward journey to Canada, where he would be participating in the G7 summit. Also, exchange of missiles between Israel and Iran enters fourth day with no sign of easing. US Embassy in Israel hit.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी,
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई शिकायतें आती रही हैं, तो इस हादसे का जिम्मेदार किसे मानते हैं आप?
सर, ये तो मैं नहीं कह सकता, पर ऐसा पूरा जानकारी है कि इससे अच्छा बोइंग कोई सी भी नहीं है, कोई सा भी नहीं है। पता नहीं क्यों ये दुखद घटना हुई, किस कारण से हुई, इसके बारे में कैसे कह सकता हूँ मैं, टेक्निकल जानकारी नहीं है सर मुझे।
दोनों इंजन फेल हुए एक साथ?
हाँ, ये बड़ा आश्चर्य, बस एक ही प्रश्न है कि दोनों इंजन एक साथ जाना, ये बड़ा आश्चर्य का लगा।
अभी वहाँ ATS भी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, UK जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितने उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है, सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजन।
Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. Our top focus is on the story, the escalation of the war in Middle East. We're now being told that Iran has launched a new wave of ballistic missile attacks on Israel, including in Tel Aviv and Haifa, killing at least 8 more people, hours after the Israeli military again bombed the Iranian capital, Tehran. First, we take a look at our top headlines and then our top focus on this. There has been Air India once again in huge crisis. 2 flights report technical snag. First, Hong Kong Delhi is grounded. Now, Zurich Delhi flight faces a 5-hour delay. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing at Lucknow Airport. Prime Minister Modi, after receiving ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, now leaves for Canada to attend the G7 summit. Exchange of missiles between Israel and Iran entered a 4th day with no sign of easing. US Embassy in Israel faces minor damage. And woman allegedly assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near a footwear showroom in Jayanagar in Bengaluru. Viewers, Israel's military has now said it hit command centers of Iran's Revolutionary Guard following days of attacks focused on Tehran's nuclear program, senior leadership and infrastructure. The IDF has now eliminated 4 senior Iranian intelligence officials, including the head of the IRGC's intelligence organization. Yesterday, fighter jets had gone over and eliminated these. Guided by precise IDF intelligence, struck a structure in Tehran housing atop Iranian intelligence officials. Iranian strikes overnight killed several people, while several Tel Aviv buildings not far from the US consulate have been destroyed. Meanwhile, President Trump nixed Israel's plan to kill Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, according to a US official, calling Iran's leadership weak. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu suggested a Fox News interview on Sunday that the conflict could result in a regime change. We're joined by Nick Kolayathan, senior journalist, joining us from Tel Aviv. We've been seeing what's been happening. This is the biggest ever escalation, Nick, that we have been seeing. Seeing from where you are reporting in Tel Aviv, what are the latest details you've been seeing as we're saying this is the biggest escalation in the West Asian conflict?
So the citizens of Israel and the residents of Tel Aviv, the central city in Israel, are in a complete shock because Israelis are not used to such kind of ballistic missiles impacts. Israel was bombarded for tens of years with thousands of rockets that came from all the neighbors of Israel, from Gaza and from Lebanon, from Yemen, from Syria, from Iraq. But those kind of rockets that we see now, which are coming from Iran, it's something different. They are much stronger, and each of them causing a lot of damage for hundreds of meters. And also many Israelis now really scary about the possibility that even the bomb shelters that until now very safe place for them are not safe anymore, because we saw in the city of Petah Tikva next to Tel Aviv, a direct hit to the bomb shelter caused the death of about 3 people. And now Israelis are in panic because they understand that even the bomb shelters inside of the apartments are not enough, and maybe even the bomb shelters of the buildings are not enough. In some buildings in Israel, there are shelters underground or on each floor, and in all the new buildings also inside of each apartment. And it makes now a difficult time for the Israeli authorities to understand what is the best instruction for people, where they should find a shelter from this kind of attack that usually coming in the middle of the night. So Israeli now are waking up each night for those sirens and the ballistic missiles, and each day we see another residential area of Israel destroyed completely. We saw it in different cities, most of them in the center of Israel, and Iran, as we see, targeting civilians, and it makes a lot of Israelis to be in big stress. But yet you can see here in the center of Tel Aviv, people are still sitting in the park, on the boulevard, in cafes, in restaurants, and they are trying to have some kind of normality in the middle of this insanity.
Nick, I just want you to request you to stay on with us. We're also going to give details, viewers, of the Israeli Air Forces that carried out a major strike on Iran, hitting around 100 military targets. The breaking news coming in. This happened in Isfahan. The IDF says over 50 fighter jets destroyed missile storage sites and launchers minutes before it planned attack on Israel. According to the IDF,
but
1/3 of Iran's missile launchers have now been dismantled. I want to go once again back to Nick on this. Nick, this is the big breaking news that's coming in. 1/3, they say, of Iran's has been now struck down. They've carried out a major strike. 100 military targets have been hit. They say they've destroyed missile storage sites. Israel. They've 1/3 of Iran's launchers have been dismantled, has been said by the IDF. What is the news that you're picking up on this?
Israeli army and the government saying that they will continue until they destroy the capability of Iran to launch ballistic missiles towards Israel, and afterwards, if they will develop even to send the nuclear bombs towards Israel. So now this is a war of existential threat for Israel, and they try to eliminate it because Israel understands maybe this is the last chance for them to stop Iran from developing enough weapons, especially nuclear weapons, launchers, ballistic missiles, with which they could destroy Israel. Because actually Iran, this is the only country in the world that is saying openly that they want to destroy another country, that they want to destroy Israel. And they're saying it out loud, they're saying it publicly, and that's why Israel has no other thing to do but to destroy the capability of Iran to destroy Israel. So that's why this is a war that Israel had no other choice but to start it.
I also wanted to ask you on the big breaking news that we've got with us right now, Nick. Iran's weapon production sites were also stuck. They have been degraded. The IDF also completed a wide wave of strikes on numerous weapon production sites that are belonging to the IRGC and the Iranian military. It seems that even when it comes to Israel taking down Iran refueling jet, evacuation after Iran missile launch, we are seeing for the 4th consecutive day since the conflict began, Iran launched another fresh wave of missiles targeting Tel Aviv also.
That's right. Iran is a huge country with a lot of weapons, and they are far away from Israel, about 2,000 kilometers. Israel is a small nation, about 10 times smaller than Iran, and it is hard for Israel to fight this war without the United States and to eliminate all the threat that's coming from Iran. That's why I think Israel will look for the help from the United States. And we already have information that tens of fuel planes are coming to the area from the United States to maybe help Israel. And also the US concentrating a lot of forces here around. And maybe at some point they will join Israel in its war of survival.
Thank you, Nick, for getting us those details. It's a top focus. We'll continue coming back to you and also praying for your safety as well as everyone there. Now, also the other big story, we're also going to give you more details of what's been happening in this West Asian conflict. Iran's weapon production sites were stuck and degraded. Earlier today, the IDF completed a wide-scale wave of strikes on production sites belonging to the Quds forces, the IRGC and the Iranian military in Tehran. Iran's weapon production sites were stuck and they were degraded. Earlier today, the IDF completed a wide-scale wave of strikes on numerous weapon production sites belonging to the Quds forces, the IRGC and the Iranian military in Tehran. Israel Air Force striked Iranian aerial refueling aircraft at Mashhad airport in eastern Iran, approximately 2,300 kilometers from Israel. This marks the longest range strike conducted since the operation has begun. The Israeli forces are operating to establish aerial superiority over Iranian airspace. For the third consecutive day since the conflict began, Iran launched another fresh wave of missiles targeting Tel Aviv. Israel sounds air raid sirens, people evacuated from the targeted zones. Homes have been destroyed as Iran bombarded residential buildings in Israel's capital and Tel Aviv. As part of its escalation, in retaliation to Israeli strikes, Iran unleashed a wide-scale drone attack. More than 100 UAVs were launched at Israel. IDF confirms interception and threat neutralization. Israel launches precise military strikes across Iran. Focus of the IDF is to dismantle the missile. IDF is the missile launcher. In the latest video, Israel claims to have struck surface-to-air missile launcher in Tehran. During the ongoing protests in Los Angeles of California, police were seen using tear gas to disperse anti-Trump protesters. On Saturday, masses of demonstrators made their way to streets, parks and plazas across the country to protest against President Trump and support the protection of democracy and immigrant rights.
People were seen coming together in public areas across the United States to support the protection of democracy and immigrant rights. The LA protests have recently heated up with No Kings rallies kicking off. A man passed away during the No Kings protest in Salt Lake City. He is believed to be part of a peacekeeping team for the No Kings protest. The police have taken the 24-year-old alleged rifleman, Arturo Gamboa, into custody on Saturday evening. Protests were also witnessed in Los Angeles on the same day. The police were present on horseback and on foot. Tear gas was also used to disperse the protesters. In northwest Washington's Logan Circle, about 200 protesters assembled and chanted, "Trump must go now." Organizers handed out Little American flags while others flew their flags upside down, conveying a sign of distress. During the protest, Mexican flags, which have become a fixture of the Los Angeles protest against immigration raids, also appeared in some demonstrations. As per reports, in light of the protest, US President Donald Trump has directed immigration and customs enforcement to expand deportations in Democratic-run cities, undeterred by protests.
And there's breaking news that's coming in now. This is the big story that we're going to go across to. FATF has now condemned the Pahalgam attack, enhanced focus on steps by countries to combat terror financing. There is going to be call for action on terror funds, condemning the brutal Pahalgam terror attack. The global watchdog FATF on Monday has said it has enhanced its focus on the measures countries have put to combat terror financing. I want to go across to Abhishek to get more on the details. The Financial Action Task Force condemns the brutal terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam for the very first time, saying such an incident could not have been possible without money. In the statement, the global terror financial watchdog said terrorist attacks kill, maim, inspire fear around the world. And viewers, tensions also between Israel and Iran have exploded once again into open warfare. Both sides launched direct strikes on critical infrastructure. Massive explosions and fires erupted across Tehran after Israeli airstrikes hit multiple oil and fuel depots. The intense blazes have continued to burn, threatening nearby population and essential energy systems. In a rare retaliatory escalation, Iran struck a vital chemical facility in the Israeli city of Haifa. The coordinated targeting of strategic energy and chemical site marks one of the most dangerous escalations in the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict.
בבתי זיקוק, אחי. כן. בבתי זיקוק ענק איראני בצרפה. איזה סכנה. Wow. Can you show it? No, not really.
Viewers, our big focus, an Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner flight AI315 was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi when it experienced a technical issue mid-flight earlier morning. The flight then returned to Hong Kong when the aircraft landed safely. Acting on the standard safety protocol, the flight pilot decided to return to the point of origin. And I'm showing you the graphics on the screen. It was supposed to take off at 6:20 a.m. IST. The Air India flight returned to Hong Kong. The Air India flight 315 took off at 9:29 a.m. Hong Kong time. At 3:15 it took off. It was bound for Delhi via Boeing 787. However, there was a technical snag that was detected post-takeoff. Pilot initiated a mid-air turn around. They landed safely back in Hong Kong. All the passengers, all the crew are safe. There is no emergency declared by the cockpit, but the big question continues to remain: what really is happening as the Boeing scare continues? We show you the other video, viewers. On 16th of June 2025, Air India flight AI 315, a Boeing Dreamliner en route from Hong Kong to Delhi, experienced a mid-air technical issue. And then in June, the suspected malfunction was identified through the engine indication and crew alerting system, which displayed an alert for engine 2's fuel filter bypass. This is a critical system that monitors various aircraft parameters, including engines, hydraulics, and fuel systems, and alerts the crew to any deviations from normal operations. Upon receiving the alert, the flight crew prioritized passenger safety and decided to return to Hong Kong. A Saudi Arabian flight from Jeddah sparked a brief scare on the morning of 15th June after smoke was detected from its wheels upon landing at Lucknow Airport. The aircraft rescue firefighting teams responded swiftly. They worked along with the Saudi ground crew to contain the smoke and prevent any damage to the aircraft. All passengers were safely deboarded. Officials confirmed there was no disruption to airport operations following the incident. Ajay Dubey filed this story from Lucknow.
लखनऊ के चौधरी चरण सिंह एयरपोर्ट पे कल के दिन सऊदी अरेबिया से एक फ़्लाइट आई और उस फ्लाइट को लेकर तमाम तरीके की जानकारी आई है। हम लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पे मौजूद हैं, तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां सऊदी एयरपोर्ट से उड़ी एक फ़्लाइट, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ़्लाइट SV 3112 लैंड करती है। लैंडिंग के दौरान पहिए से चिंगारी और धुआं निकलता है, जिसके बाद अफरा तफरी की स्थिति में जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट टीम है वो उस आग को बुझाती है। और ठीक हमारे आंखों के सामने हम आपको तस्वीरों में विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट खड़ी है। ये वही फ्लाइट है या नहीं ये हम कंफर्म कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हमें हैंगर पर खड़ी हुई दिखाई रही है, जो कल के दिन सुबह तकरीबन 6:30 बजे लैंड करती है। 20 मिनट की मशक्कत के बाद जो ये पूरी समस्या थी उसको कंट्रोल में लेकर आते हैं। शनिवार की बता दें आपको, रात में 11:30 बजे जेद्दा एयरपोर्ट से हज यात्रियों को लेकर ये जहाज उड़ा था और रविवार की सुबह लखनऊ पहुंचता है। लैंड करते ही पहिए में आग लग जाती है, पुशबैक कर टैक्सी वे पर इसे लाया जाता है और किसी तरीके से जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट की टीमें होती हैं वो टीमें इस आग को अपने कंट्रोल में लेती है। रनवे पर जब वो लैंड करता है तभी धुआं उठता दिखाई देता है। हम ठीक एयरपोर्ट पर मौजूद हैं, आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हैंगर पे लगी हुई है और तमाम इन सब बातों के बीच अहमदाबाद में जो घटना घटी है, जो अथॉरिटीज है कंसर्न्ड है, अलग अलग जो टीमें हैं वो इस पूरे मामले की जांच भी कर रही हैं।
हम लोग बिल्कुल डर गए, घबरा गए कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कोई हादसा हो जाए, आगे कोई चीज़ ऐसी आ गई कि जिससे जो है इसने जो है ब्रेक लगा दिया। फिर बाद में पता चला कि टायर से जो है धुआं निकल रहा है उस पर जो है। तो फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियाँ पहले एक आई, फिर 2 गाड़ियाँ आई, फिर उसको जो है पाइप लगा के जो है, अब इतना नीचे तो नहीं दिख रहा था वो क्या कर रहे हैं। हम बैठे थे, हम हाल खिड़की के पास थे, देख रहे थे कि जो है गाड़ी, दोनों गाड़ी हम देख रहे थे। स्टाफ के लोग आगे बड़े अफरा तफरी भाग दौड़ करके जो है उसको जो है उन लोगों ने जो है उसको कंट्रोल किया। फिर उसके बाद जो है वो ड्राइवर अपने लेके गया, तो फिर जो है हम लोग उतर के जो है अपना कागजी कार्रवाई करके अपने जो है।
Coming up after a short break, Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, now leaves for Canada to attend the G7 summit. And exchange of missiles between Israel and Iran entered a fourth day with no signs of easing. US embassy in Israel faces minor damage.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुँचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितनी उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का को ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajure. And this evening, as we bring you top stories from around the world, our focus will be on the technical snags in Boeing 787 Dreamliners. First up, we'll tell you about how 2 Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliners have suffered technical snag in the last 12 hours. Moving on, we'll also tell you about a big scare for Saudi Airline as flight smoke and sparks were seen coming out of the wheel during the landing in Lucknow. We have the ground report for you. Also, we have updates on the investigation in the plane crash tragedy. DNA testing and the probe in this entire incident is currently underway. And right now, the last rites of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is also underway. We'll get you more details on that as well. Next, West Asia is on the boil again. Attack and counter-attacks have been happening in the last 4 days. We have the details on that as well. And finally, Prime Minister has left for Canada and he will be participating in G7 summit. These are all the top stories that we are tracking for you at 6 at 6. Let's get started. All right, so the first story that we have for you this evening, in the last 12 hours, in fact, 2 Boeing 787 Dreamliners have suffered technical snag. Air India flight AI315 operating a Boeing 787 Dreamliner from Hong Kong to Delhi was forced to return mid-air after a technical issue was detected on board. The engine indication and the crew alerting system, that is EICAS, flagged the fuel filter bypass alert on engine 2, indicating a potential fuel system malfunction. Few hours later, in fact, another Air India Boeing 787 detected a technical snag. Now, there's a global concern and scrutiny on Air India as multiple planes have detected such issues, such technical issues, in fact. All right, so we'll tell you about what has happened today in the last 12 hours. In fact, 2 major incidents have happened. Firstly is about this Air India flight that was coming from Hong Kong to the national capital. It had to turn back. It had to take a U-turn. This is the first flight, and a major tragedy has been averted. Technical glitch in Boeing 787. Very important to highlight that this is the same Dreamliner 787 that suffered tragedy 4 days back. As far as this is concerned, engine system flagged the fuel issue. The Hong Kong flight took a U-turn. EICAS alerted crew mid-air, and pilot took a decision and took a U-turn mid-air and went back to Hong Kong. Let's tell you about another, in fact, incident that has come to the fore. Today, in the last 12 hours, 2 such incidents have happened. The next one is about the flight from Zurich to the national capital. What we're learning is that it also developed technical issues and had to, in fact, revert to the international airport where it was coming from. All right, so these are the issues that have come to the fore as far as these 2 incidents are concerned. This raises a lot of questions on Dreamliner 787 because remember 4 days back there was an incident, a massive tragedy in which 241 people have lost their life. That was also Dreamliner 787. And today in the last 12 hours, 2 incidents related to that Dreamliner has come to the fore, raising a lot of questions. All right, so as you can see, these are the 2 visuals that we are also getting for you. The first incident was that of Hong Kong flight that took off from Hong Kong at 9:20 is what we're learning in the morning, and 9 minutes later at 9:29 it took a U-turn and came back to Hong Kong after there was a technical glitch. Few hours later, another incident has come to the fore, and this time from the Zurich International Airport. The same Dreamliner faced a similar issue and had to turn back. Let me go across to aviation expert J. Venkateshwara Rao. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. In the last 12 hours, we have seen two incidents related to Dreamliner 787 come to the fore. Very concerning news that has come from Hong Kong and also Zurich. And this comes in the backdrop of that same Dreamliner 787 facing issue and 241 people losing their life. Do you believe there needs to be accountability, that now Boeing officials need to take Air India, rather than giving templated reply, should take responsibility and carry out inspection of these Dreamliners?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, as per the standards, the aircraft need to go for checks after every few hours that they fly, depending on the component, depending on the number of landings and takeoff. These are laid down guidelines which need not be breached. But sometimes we overlook certain things and then it leads to a catastrophe, as that happened at Ahmedabad. Here, at least the pilot took a decision. Once the ICAS indication came in, he decided to return back to Hong Kong and not venture coming into Delhi. So that's one good thing for the pilot to have used his presence of mind to go back. Second thing is, these are all issues we need to find out what went wrong, why did it bypass. So that is one thing I think they will have to investigate. Once the aircraft landed in Hong Kong, they would have definitely looked at it to understand why this thing happened. So we'll have to wait. If Air India is honest and clear, they will come up and say this was the reason. And as usual, transparency will help Air India go a long way.
Absolutely.
In gaining the public confidence and also enhance their image. So that I guess they should conduct regular checks that need to be done. And like I said, in fact, in between we were having discussions of whether, let me make it very clear, Air India had one of the best engineers in the world. But unfortunately, due to political pressures and whatever, we have lost our place in the industry, and it's really sad. So I hope that all checks are thoroughly conducted on all the aircraft. Today we are only talking of a 787, but they need to conduct checks on all the aircraft that are in the Air India fleet.
Absolutely, very concerning. In fact, input that is coming from Hong Kong as well as Zurich. But I want to ask you, because we've been speaking to a lot of aviation experts, then they are telling us that these Dreamliner 787 should be discontinued for a while till inspection takes place. Would you hold such a review on this? Would you also demand?
Yeah, ma'am, if there are faults coming up regularly, then it is better to ground the airline and do a full check at one point of time, because piecemeal checks may not help. Because if it's like, madam, the question that you're asking me today is like a water-filled balloon. You press it at one and it will bloat at the other. So rather than doing a piecemeal job, if a thorough check once and for all, you ground the aircraft, maybe it will take some time, maybe it will create some problem in your schedules, but then at the end of the day you will have a perfect aircraft which will inspire confidence in the traveling public.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So these are the details of, in fact, the incidents that have taken place. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now let's get you more details about another incident that took place in Lucknow today. A Saudi airline flight from Jeddah sparked brief scare at Lucknow International Airport on Saturday morning after smoke was seen coming from aircraft's wheels shortly after landing. An official inquiry has been launched into what caused this smoke to come out. The incident occurred around the arrival of the flight SV312. The ground staff immediately called in the airport rescue and firefighting team ARFF, which responded swiftly to the situation. Now, working in coordination with the Saudi technical crew, the emergency response team managed to contain the smoke before it could cause a damage to the flight. But again, a very concerning news coming in from Uttar Pradesh this time. Spark and smoke came out of the wheel of that airplane.
लखनऊ के चौधरी चरण सिंह एयरपोर्ट पे कल के दिन सऊदी अरेबिया से एक फ्लाइट आई और उस फ्लाइट को लेकर तमाम तरीके की जानकारी आई है। हम लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पे मौजूद हैं, तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां सऊदी एयरपोर्ट से उड़ी एक फ्लाइट, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट SV3112 लैंड करती है। लैंडिंग के दौरान पहिए से चिंगारी और धुआं निकलता है, जिसके बाद अफरा तफरी की स्थिति में जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट टीम है वो उस आग को बुझाती है। और ठीक हमारे आंखों के सामने हम आपको तस्वीरों में विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट खड़ी है। ये वही फ्लाइट है या नहीं ये हम कंफर्म कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हमें हैंगर पे खड़ी हुई दिखाई रही है जो कल के दिन सुबह तकरीबन 6:30 बजे लैंड करती है। 20 मिनट की मशक्कत के बाद जो ये पूरी समस्या थी उसको कंट्रोल में लेकर आते हैं। शनिवार की बता दें आपको, रात में 11:30 बजे जद्दा एयरपोर्ट से हज यात्रियों को लेकर ये जहाज उड़ा था और रविवार की सुबह लखनऊ पहुंचता है। लैंड करते ही पहिए में आग लग जाती है, पुशबैक कर टैक्सी वे पर इसे लाया जाता है और किसी तरीके से जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट की टीमें होती हैं वो टीमें इस आग को अपने कंट्रोल में लेती है। रनवे पर जब वो लैंड करता है तभी धुआं उठता दिखाई देता है। हम ठीक एयरपोर्ट पर मौजूद हैं, आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हैंगर पे लगी हुई है और तमाम इन सब बातों के बीच अहमदाबाद में जो घटना घटी है, जो अथॉरिटीज है कंसर्न्ड है, अलग अलग जो टीमें हैं वो इस पूरे मामले की जांच भी कर रहे हैं।
Let's tell you about another air tragedy 4 days after the crash of the London-bound Air India flight AI-171 in Ahmedabad, which has claimed 270 lives so far. Hospital authorities have confirmed that 119 victims have been identified through DNA matching, including that of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Meanwhile, a high-level committee meeting was also held at the Ministry of Home Affairs today. Civil Aviation Secretary, DGCA, BCAS official attended this very crucial meeting. In fact, this is the high-level committee that was constituted after this biggest tragedy that India has seen. All right, let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who joins us from the civil hospital in Ahmedabad and who has been tracking this story very closely. Gopi, we are learning that DNA testing is currently underway. DNA testing of former Gujarat Chief Minister is also complete. His last rites are in fact underway. But give us details about what is happening on the ground there as far as civil hospital is concerned.
Well, in fact, Akanksha, we have been seeing a constant movement of ambulances since morning. And now what we are learning from our sources, well, the press conference is underway here at another wing of the hospital, wherein they have declared that 74 bodies, in fact, 74 mortal remains have been given back to the respective families. This is what is the update from civil hospital. While 119 DNA samples have been matched, they have tried to approach almost all the families, but still 3 families are unreachable. So rest of the bodies, later in the day, the family members of rest of the bodies are going to come here and they are going to collect the mortal remains from this very place. This is the mortuary complex of civil hospital. While, as you have correctly mentioned, the last rites of Vijay Rupani are underway, and his the last rite, the funeral is going to happen at the Ramnath Para crematorium at Rajkot after a short while. Back to you.
Absolutely. Gopi, keep tracking those details for us. Let me also go across to Harsha, who has been tracking the investigation into this case. Harsha, we are learning that a key meeting, in fact, took place today between BCAS, DGC, etc. What has been the outcome of the meeting? What was discussed?
So, Akanksha, till now we know that it was a first meeting, the high-level committee meeting, which has been formed to investigate into the reasons behind the crash. It was the first meeting, and this first meeting, the regulators, DGCA and BCAS, have given the proper note to the Home Secretary, under whose chairmanship the committee has been formed. The note has been given regarding the 15 days. In last 15 days, what has been the technical issues and glitches in the Air India flight. Also, it has been stated that this is the entire report which has come from Air India to DGCA just 2 days back about all the incidents in the Boeing. To mention that in the span of 1 year, there have been several technical glitches reports of the Boeing 787 fleet, and that entire report has been given by regulators to the Home Secretary today. And there has been further discussion about the crash site with the Ahmedabad police as well, with the forensics team as well. But it's too early to say exactly that today some concrete discussion would have happened, it was the first meeting where everyone have spoken about the instance, about the crash, what they have gotten from the site, and about Air India. There will be more follow-up meetings because this was the first meeting. The report has to come out in 3 months. We can say this was the start of the investigation, so it will take some time for more news to come out of this meeting. But yes, we can say that now all these stakeholders in this meeting have started investigation at their level, be it DGCA, be it BCAS, be it the forensics team, the security team, the Ministry of Civil Aviation officials, and also the forensics as well. Back to you.
Absolutely. Probe is underway and more such meetings will continue to happen over the next 3 months till a report is submitted. Thank you, Harsha, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Even as we speak, the last rites of former Gujarat Chief Minister and senior BJP leader Vijay Rupani, who tragically died in the recent Air India crash. In fact, it began today in Rajkot with full state honours. The identity of Rupani was confirmed through DNA testing 3 days after this devastating crash of Air India took place, and the test results arrived at 11:10 a.m. yesterday. After that, the family members took away his mortal remains, and the last rites are currently underway. Here's Bo.
Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was amongst the 241 passengers who lost their lives in the devastating crash. Their stories cut short and futures erased in the blink of an eye. It was on a Sunday, 3 days after the crash, that Vijay Rupani's body was formally identified. DNA samples were used for identification, a painstaking process that underscores the severity of the disaster. Authorities confirmed the news and Gujarat was plunged into mourning. A one-day state mourning is being observed in honour of the late former Gujarat Chief Minister. The mortal remains of Vijay Rupani was brought to Rajkot at around 2 p.m, where his final journey took place. The funeral was conducted with full state honours. It was a heart-wrenching scene when Rupani's wife Anjali Rupani broke down, bidding an emotional farewell to her husband. Gujarat's Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel paid his respects to the late leader earlier today, laying a wreath in front of Mr. Rupani's body. Gujarat mourns the loss of a man who once led the state with dedication and vision. In a statement, Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel expressed profound sorrow over the untimely demise of his predecessor and said that this is an irreparable loss, not just to the state of Gujarat, but to the entire nation. Gujarat now stands united in grief. The legacy of Vijay Rupani will forever remain etched in the hearts of the people he served.
Now we're shifting our focus to Iran and Israel. US Embassy in Israel suffered a minor damage after being hit by Iranian missile as military conflict with Israel entered its 4th day on Monday. The video emerging from the building showed broken glasses and window panes. No US personnel was injured in this incident. However, the US Embassy in the country and its consulate remains closed today due to the ongoing shelter-in-place order. Now, a day earlier, US President Donald Trump had warned Iran against striking any of the US assets, threatening that full might of the armed forces will be on them if they do so. Well, let me go across to the former media coordinator to the Prime Minister. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. We are seeing attack and counter-attack between Israel and Iran in the last few days. And a day after Donald Trump warned Iran, we are seeing that the US Embassy in Israel was hit. There was minor damage, but how would you assess this?
Hi, Achna. Thank you for having me. What you see, what you just shown on the screen is a very minor damage to the embassy in Tel Aviv. As long as no American personnel has been hurt. So yeah, I don't believe there will be any response from the Americans regarding that issue.
Absolutely. And in the last few days, we've also seen US distancing itself as far as this conflict is concerned. But again, we are saying that despite that, there has been an attack on the United States. How would you respond to this?
What do you mean there has been an attack on the United States? In what form?
What I meant is that in the last few days, in fact, US has distanced itself from the conflict. Comment had also come from Donald Trump. He had said that he has nothing to do with the attack on Iran. But again, we are saying that Iran, despite those distancing by the United States, has attacked the US embassy there. How do you assess US being part of this entire conflict that is going on in West Asia?
So the Iranians are just indiscriminately firing ballistic missiles towards Israeli heavy populated areas. And it happens to be that the U.S. embassy was right in Tel Aviv on the beach. So yeah, it's really not something that I think the American will take it seriously. But yeah, we are hoping that soon the Americans will join forces and help us to basically finish the job at the uranium enrichment facilities in Iran, which this is basically the entire point of this operation, to prevent Iran from getting enough enrichment or uranium enrichment in order to reach a bomb. And we also hearing about the signaling of Iran of leaving the IAEA safeguard agreements, which also will give a legitimacy to Israel and other Israel allies to really strike Iran once they will actually leave this agreement.
Right.
It just goes to shows you that they're not acting rationally. They're acting after Israel's strike, which was very precise strikes across the nation in many facilities.
Absolutely. So we are seeing attack and counter-attack as far as Israel and Iran is concerned. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now, the deadly conflict between Israel and Iran has entered the fourth day, with both sides firing new waves of attacks overnight. Israeli Air Force launched waves of strikes overnight, targeting approximately 100 military targets in Isfahan in central Iran. 50 fighter jets and aircrafts identified and struck missiles stored site, surface-to-surface launchers that were ready to launch towards the state of Israel. Now, despite this, Iran's missile managed to breach Israel's defense system. We witnessed scenes of destructions and anxiety in Tel Aviv as Israelis woke up to the latest wave of the Iranian strikes. Now, early Monday, that is this morning, strikes have hit on the Israeli oil refinery and damaged the parts of the power grid as well. All right, so this is as far as the conflict in Israel and Iran is concerned. In fact, a big claim has come from Israel that they have destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles last night before they could be launched towards Israel. Now we're shifting our focus. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will land in Canada today to attend the G7 summit after he was invited by the Canada Prime Minister. This marks Modi's first visit to Canada since diplomatic relations between New Delhi and Ottawa turned frosty over the killing of Khalistani separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Now, the Prime Minister will exchange views with the leaders of G7 countries, others invited outreach countries, and the heads of the international organization on the crucial global issues including energy security, technology, and innovation. Now, the Prime Minister will also hold several bilateral meetings on the sidelines of the summit. He will also be meeting with the Canadian counterpart Mark Carney on the sidelines of the G7 summit. So all eyes will be on Canada the next two days. Prime Minister will be there. He will be holding the bilateral talks. He will also be attending this, discussing issues as far as other countries are also concerned. This is all we could pack for you in this bulletin. We'll be back tomorrow with more stories for 6 at 6. Keep watching Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी,
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई शिकायतें आती रही हैं, तो इस हादसे का जिम्मेदार किसे मानते हैं आप?
सर, ये तो मैं नहीं कह सकता, पर ऐसा पूरा जानकारी है कि इससे अच्छा बोइंग कोई सी भी नहीं है, कोई सा भी नहीं है। पता नहीं क्यों ये दुखद घटना हुई, किस कारण से हुई, इसके बारे में कैसे कह सकता हूँ मैं, टेक्निकल जानकारी नहीं है सर मुझे।
दोनों इंजन फेल हुए एक साथ?
हाँ, ये बड़ा आश्चर्य, बस एक ही प्रश्न है कि दोनों इंजन एक साथ जाना, बड़ा आश्चर्य का लगा।
अभी वहाँ ATS भी पहुंच गई है जांच करने के लिए, तो जांच होना चाहिए इस एंगल पे भी कि कुछ षड्यंत्र तो नहीं?
बिल्कुल जांच क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए सर। 242 लोग हैं, 242 में उनके परिवार पे क्या गुजरी है, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है।